Good. Guess I'll just play in the dark. That could work out. Oh my god. Okay. $70 SP. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Okay. That's nice. Yeah. I wonder if this guy has a playlist. Oh, he does. Okay. Covers, mixes, memes, mashups. He does so much shit. Okay, no, I'm not doing that. Let's see. Music. Oh, what's this one? Personalized playlist for me. Are you sure about that? I don't want to listen to that. Let me go back to this one. He's alive. I'm alive. This is true. Get hyped, dude. You ready for the most anticlimactic game ever? Slowest grind of all time. Alright, let's go. One man party in the chat, yeah, but it's a grind. Definitely a grind. I'm gonna turn on my black lights. Alright. Dude, that is saying it so far in advance. I doubt it though. I think Space Marine reset. Oh, but maybe not on Xbox One. But dude, I fucking love this strat, man. This has to be the safest strat on Verrückt. I think the only way I can die is... Yeah, that's 360. Yeah, you're probably right then. I think the only way I can die is every so often a zombie will spawn and then you'll go like too quickly around the map. And he'll like come back around. So if I was at like a doorway when he came back around, he'd theoretically kill me. I think that's literally the only way. Or if I like forgot to turn on the trap. Maybe that. You're going a full minute without killing a horde? Well, yeah. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, like right here. There could be a zombie coming back around. The only way. And I still got Betty's over there. So maybe if I leave a zombie, I'll eventually get rid of that. Oh, I did buy it. What's up? Hey, Edson. How are you, man? I guess that's fine. I probably need to turn this down a little bit. Okay. Okay, now I can get my ammo. Maybe I can... I'm gonna try. Okay. There we go. Let's see, what's a good song? I'm gonna be picky. Ooh, this one's a banger. Okay. See, like, there's like a random zombie every once in a while. This song, it's cool. It's Disturbed and Lil Nas X. Jesus Christ. Let's try this one. No, I'm not good. Not that one. Let's try this one. No. Man, dude, you just had to be picky. No, you're disturbed. Dude, it was good. Um, let's do some corn remixes. Corn has really good remixes. Um, maybe. Maybe not. Dude, you just had to be picky. Fucking hell. Loud does not equal good music. Yes, it does. That's the recipe. That's all you need. Listen to the book. Did you like the book? Could you hear the book? It sounded like you guys could hear it. But yeah, I think I finished Fight Club, basically. I had like 30 minutes left, but it was honestly like the exact same as the movie. Like everything said in the book happened in the movie, basically. Yeah, you could hear it. Okay, cool. Do you want to listen to the other one, American Psycho? That one's long as shit, dude. That one's like 16 hours total. It's long as hell. I haven't even heard what the narrator sounds like. I should probably just see. It might be a bad narrator.
U.S. military involvement overseas.
Yeah, it's kind of grainy. I don't know.
April Fools. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Is
We'll see. What's your when it's done, you can end stream exactly. It's so long. It makes me wonder, like, what else could they add to the book? It's crazy. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Okay. Turn it up.
scrawled in blood red lettering on the side of the
Wait, hold on.
April Fools. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Is scrawled in blood red lettering on the side of the chemical bank near the corner of 11th and 1st, and is in print large enough to be seen from the back seat of the cab as it lurches forward in the traffic leaving Wall Street. And just as Timothy Price notices the words, a bus pulls up, the advertisement for Les Miserables on its side blocking his view. But Price, who is with Pierce and Pierce, and 26, doesn't seem to care, because he tells the driver he will give him $5 to turn up the radio. Be my baby.
Yeah, what's up, Dapper?
WYNN. And the driver, black, not American, does so. I'm resourceful, Price is saying. I'm creative, I'm young, unscrupulous, highly motivated, highly skilled. In essence, what I'm saying is that society cannot afford to lose me. I'm an asset. Price calms down, continues to stare out the cab's dirty window, probably at the word fear sprayed in red graffiti on the side of a McDonald's on 4th and 7th. I mean, the fact remains that no one gives a shit about their work. Everybody hates their job. I hate
Brain
my
dead
job.
decisions
You told
on
me
Moon.
yours.
No.
What do? Go back to Los Angeles? Not an alternative.
How
Transfer
so?
from UCLA to Stanford to put up with this.
I should have watched.
Thinking we're not making enough money? Like in a movie, another bus appears. Another poster for Les Miserables replaces the word. Not the same bus because someone has written the word.
Dude, I kind of don't like this narrator. I don't know. I don't know if I'm vibing with this. I don't like it. It sounds like, I don't know. I don't like his voice or something. It like sounds grainy. It's like the audio's wrong. Let's try this one. This is probably the same. No, it's still not that great. I don't know. Just fucking up my drops and resources and playing slow and dangerous. Uh, that's pretty good. You know, new PB. That's cool. Do you have like a stack of clays and everything? What I like to, or what I started to like to do is like, you don't? Oh no. I'd use like all three Gershes, and then on the last Gersh, you just like board up the windows like once on each side. I think that's pretty good. And then if that doesn't work, then you can use clays. The same thing with boarding. Everywhere I put them, they pop. Hmm. Well, you're supposed to put it like facing, you know, like I don't know. He ain't training in Spawn. Oh shit. Oh, I don't even know what to say. All right. Interesting. Well, yeah, put him against a wall. I don't know. Oh, you're in Biodome. Jesus Christ, that's so slow. No. Honestly, I mean, you can just spam. You can just spam so much in one of those mobile cooking games. The line, huh? The line keeps getting longer and shit. What? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Says me, but it's different, dude. Okay, okay. Oh, but I'm passionate about Moon, dude. It's different. Mm, yeah, I have no room to talk. All right, man. You keep trying in the biodome. Ugh, it's painful to me though. Okay, let me see. We can do. Shit, how do I find it? I have an audiobook on my computer somewhere. I'm going to do Spawn. Oh, you are going to? This is painful to everyone. Yeah, I'm sure no one likes this, honestly. Where do I have to stand to stop the one fucker from coming through the door behind me? Huh? Have to stand to stop the one fucker. I don't know what you mean. You love it? I like it, man. It feels consistent. Um, hold on. I gotta try and find this shit. So I don't think I liked the American Psycho. That was not it. Let's see. It's funny. Yeah, it's funny. Christ. Fuck. What's up? In my spawn, horde up. One zombie always comes up the stairs instead of through the hole. Oh, yeah, you can't really prevent that. Like, sometimes they'll come from, like, the PM63 room or the MPL room. And they just spawn that way, and then they go that way because it's faster. But yeah, you really can't prevent that. It's just like a rare thing that'll happen. Fuck, man, what is it called? The Yeah, yeah, here it is. Here it is. Okay.
Public toilet, and was just as filthy. The dank
Download.
concrete floor was the. This is Audible.
All right.
Harper Audio presents The Long Hard Road Out of Hell by Marilyn Manson with Neil Strauss. Read by James Patrick Cronin.
Okay.
Part 1. When I Was a Worm. 1. The Man That You Fear. Among all things that can be contemplated under the concavity of the heavens, nothing is seen that arouses the human spirit more, that ravishes the senses more, that horrifies more, that provokes more terror or admiration than the monsters, prodigies, and abominations through which we see the works of nature inverted.
Thanks. It is easy.
Pierre Boisteau, Histoire prodigieuse, 1561. Circle 1. Limbo. Hell to me was my grandfather's cellar. It stank like a public toilet, and was just as filthy. The
dank, concrete floor was littered with empty beer cans, and everything was coated with a film of grease that probably hadn't been wiped since my father was a boy. Accessible only by rickety wooden stairs fixed to a rough stone wall, the cellar was off limits to everybody except my grandfather. This was his world. Dangling unconcealed from the wall was a faded red enema bag, a sign of the misplaced confidence Jack Angus Warner had in the fact that even his grandchildren would not dare to trespass. To its right was a warped white medicine cabinet, inside of which were a dozen old boxes of generic mail-order condoms on the verge of disintegration, a full rusted can of feminine deodorant spray, a handful of the latex finger cots that doctors use for rectal exams, and a Friar Tuck toy that popped a boner when its head was pushed in. Behind the stairs was a shelf with about 10 paint cans, which, I later discovered, were each filled with 20 16mm porno films. Crowning it all was a small square window. It looked like stained glass, but it was actually stained with a gray grime. And gazing through it really
Nice.
felt like looking up out of the blackness of hell.
Can you hear it?
What intrigued
This
me
is
most in the cellar was
Marilyn
the workbench.
Manson's
It was all
autobiography.
done crudely made, as if it had been constructed centuries ago. It was covered with dark orange shag carpeting that looked like the hair on a Raggedy Ann doll, except it had been soiled from years of having dirty tools laid on it. A drawer had been awkwardly built into the bench, but it was always locked. On the rafters above was a cheap full-length mirror, the kind with a wooden frame meant to be nailed to the door. But it was nailed to the ceiling for whatever reason. I could only imagine why. This was where my cousin Chad and I began our daily and progressively more daring intrusions into my grandfather's secret life. I was a scrawny 13-year-old with freckles and a bowl cut courtesy of my mother's shears. He was a scrawny 12-year-old with freckles and buck teeth. We wanted nothing more than to become detectives, spies, or private investigators when we grew up. It was in trying to develop the requisite skills and stealth that we were first exposed to all this iniquity. At first, all we wanted to do was sneak downstairs and spy on grandfather without him knowing. But once we started discovering everything that was hidden there, our motives changed. Our after-school forays into the cellar became half teenage boys wanting to find pornography to jerk off to, and half a morbid fascination with our grandfather. Nearly every day, we made new and grotesque discoveries. I wasn't very tall, but if I balanced carefully on my grandfather's wooden chair, I could reach into the space between the mirror and the ceiling. There, I found a stack of black and white bestiality pictures. They weren't from magazines, just individually numbered photographs that looked like they had been hand-picked from a mail-order catalog. There were early 70s photos of women straddling giant horse dicks and sucking pigs' dicks, which looked like soft, fleshy corkscrews. I had seen Playboy and Penthouse before, but these photographs were in another class altogether. It wasn't just that they were obscene. They were surreal. All the women were beaming real, innocent, flower child smiles as they sucked and fucked these animals.
Jesus Christ.
There were also fetish magazines like Water Sports and Black Beauty stashed behind the mirror. Instead of stealing a whole magazine, we would take a razor blade and carefully cut out certain pages. Then we'd fold them into tiny squares and hide them underneath the large white rocks that framed my grandmother's gravel driveway. Years later, we went back to find them, and they were still there, but frayed, deteriorated, and covered with earthworms and slugs. One afternoon in the fall, as Chad and I sat around my grandmother's dining room table after a particularly uneventful day at school, we resolved to find out what was inside the locked workbench drawer. Always hell-bent on stuffing her brood with food, my grandmother, Beatrice, was force-feeding us meatloaf and Jell-O, which was mostly water. She came from a rich family and had tons of money in the bank, but she was so cheap that she'd try to make a single Jell-O package last for months. She used to wear knee-high hose rolled down around her ankles and odd gray wigs that obviously didn't fit. People always told me I resembled her because we were both skinny with the same narrow facial structure. Nothing in the kitchen had changed as long as I'd been eating her inedible food there. Above the table hung a yellowing picture of the Pope in a cheap brass frame. An imposing-looking family tree tracing the Warners back to Poland and Germany, where they were called the Wanamaker's. was plastered on the wall nearby. And crowning it all was a large, hollow wooden crucifix with a gold Jesus on top, a dead palm leaf wrapped around it, and a sliding top that concealed a candle and a vial of holy water. Under the kitchen table there was a heating vent that led to the workbench in the cellar. Through it, we could hear my grandfather coughing and hacking down there. He had his CB radio on, but he never talked into it. He just listened. He had been hospitalized with throat cancer when I was very young, and for as long as I could remember, I never heard his actual voice, just the jagged wheezing that he forced through his tracheostomy. We waited until we heard him leave the cellar, abandon our meatloaf, poured our jello into the heating vent, and ventured downstairs. We could hear our grandmother calling futilely after us. "Chad, Brian, clean the rest of your plates." We were lucky all she did was yell that afternoon. Typically, if she caught us stealing food, talking back, or goofing off, we were forced to kneel on a broomstick in the kitchen for anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour, which resulted in perpetually bruised and scabbed knees. Chad and I worked quickly and quietly. We knew what had to be done. Picking a rusted screwdriver off the floor, we pried the workbench drawer open wide enough so we could peek in. The first thing we saw was cellophane. Tons of it, wound around something. We couldn't make out what it was. Chad pushed the screwdriver deeper into the drawer. There was hair and lace. He wedged the screwdriver further, and I pulled until the drawer gave way. What we discovered were bustiers, bras, slips, and panties, and several tangled women's wigs with stiff, mottled hair. We began unwrapping the cellophane, but as soon as we saw what it concealed, we dropped the package to the floor. Neither of us wanted to touch it. It was a collection of dildos that had suction cups on the bottom. Maybe it was because I was so young, but they seemed enormous. And they were covered with a hardened dark orange slime, like the gelatinous crust that builds up around a turkey when it is cooked. We later deduced that it was aged Vaseline. I made Chad wrap the dildos up and put them back in the drawer. We'd done enough exploring for the day. Just as we were trying to force the drawer shut, the cellar doorknob turned. Chad and I froze for a moment. Then he grabbed my hand and dove under a plywood table that my grandfather had his toy train set up on. We were just in time to hear his footsteps near the bottom of the stairs. The floor was covered with train set paraphernalia, mostly pine needles and fake snow, which made me think of powdered donuts trampled into dirt. The pine needles were prickling our elbows. The smell was nauseating, and we were breathing heavily. But grandfather didn't seem to notice us or the half-open drawer. We heard him shuffling around the room, hacking through the hole in his throat. There was a click, and his toy trains began clattering around the large track. His black patent leather shoes appeared on the floor just in front of us. We couldn't even see as high as his knees, but we knew he was sitting. Slowly his feet began scraping against the ground, as if he were being violently rocked in his seat, and his hacking grew louder than the trains. I can't think of any way to describe the noise that issued from his useless larynx. The best analogy I can offer is an old, neglected lawnmower trying to sputter back to life. But coming from a human being,
I just got here, I think.
monstrous. After an uncomfortable 10 minutes passed, a voice called from the top of the stairs. "Judas Priest on a pony." It was my grandmother, and evidently she'd been yelling for some time. The train stopped. The feet stopped. "Jack, what are you doing down there?" she yelled. My grandfather barked at her through his tracheostomy, annoyed. "Jack, can
Hey,
you run
what's
to
up, Bubblegum?
Heidi's? We're out of pop again." My grandfather barked back, even more annoyed.
I think I
He didn't
paused
move
a
for
lot.
moments,
I
as
don't
if
think that's
debating
game
whether or
time.
not to help her. Then he slowly rose. We were safe. For the time being.
It shouldn't be 30.
After doing our best to conceal the damage we had done to the workbench drawer, Chad and I walked to the top of the stairs and into the breezeway, where we kept our toys. Toys, in this case, being a pair of BB guns. Besides spying on my grandfather, the house had two other attractions. The woods nearby, where we liked shooting at animals, and the girls in the neighborhood, who we were trying to have sex with but never succeeded until much later. Sometimes we'd go to the city park just past the woods and try to pick off little kids playing football. To this day, Chad still has a BB lodged beneath the skin in his chest, because when we couldn't find any other targets, we would to just shoot at each other. This time, we stuck close to the house and tried to knock birds out of trees. It was malicious, but we were young and didn't give a shit. That afternoon, I was out for blood, and unfortunately, a white rabbit crossed our path. The thrill of hitting it was incommensurate, but then I went to examine the damage. It was still alive and blood was pouring out of its eye, soaking in its white fur. Its mouth kept meekly opening and closing, taking in air in a last, desperate attempt at life. For the first time, I felt bad for an animal I had shot. I took a large, flat rock and ended its suffering with a loud, quick, and messy blow. I was very close to learning an even harsher lesson in killing animals. We ran back to the house, where my parents were waiting outside in a brown Cadillac Coupe de Ville, my father's pride and joy since landing a job as manager of a carpet store. He never came into the house for me unless it was absolutely unavoidable, and rarely even talked to his parents. He usually just waited outside uneasily, as if he were afraid of reliving whatever it was he had experienced in that old house as a child. Our duplex apartment, only a few minutes away, wasn't any less claustrophobic than Grandpa and Grandma Warner's place. Instead of leaving home after she married, my mom brought her mother and father home with her to Canton, Ohio. So they, the Wires, my mother was born Barb Wire, lived next door. Benign country folk. My dad called them hillbillies, from West Virginia. Her father was a mechanic, and her mother was an overweight, pill-popping housewife whose parents used to keep her locked in a closet. Chad fell ill, so I didn't go to my father's parents for about a week. Although I was disgusted and creeped out, my curiosity about my grandfather and his depravity still hadn't been satisfied. To kill time while waiting to resume the investigation, I played in our backyard with Alusha, who in some ways was my only real friend besides Chad. Alusha was an Alaskan Malamute, the size of a wolf and distinguishable by her mismatched eyes. One was green, the other was blue. Playing at home, however, was accompanied by its own set of paranoias, ever since my neighbor Mark had returned home on Thanksgiving break from military school. Mark was a roly-poly kid with a greasy blonde bowl cut, but I used to look up to him because he was 3 years older than me and much more wild. I'd often see him in his backyard throwing stones at his German Shepherd or thrusting sticks up its ass. We started hanging out when I was 8 or 9, mostly because he had cable television and I liked watching Flipper. The television room was in his basement, where there was also a dumbwaiter for dirty laundry from upstairs. After watching Flipper, Mark would invent games like Prison, which consisted of squeezing into the dumbwaiter and pretending like we were in jail. This was no ordinary jail. The guards were so strict that they didn't let the prisoners have anything, even clothes. When we were naked in the dumbwaiter, Mark would run his hands all over my skin and try to squeeze and caress my dick. After this happened a few times, I broke down and told my mother. She went straight to his parents, who, though they branded me a liar, soon sent him to military school. From then on, our families were bitter enemies, and I always felt that Mark blamed me for tattling on him and causing him to be sent away. Since he had returned, he hadn't said a word to me. He just glared maliciously at me through his window or over his fence, and I lived in fear that he'd try to exact some kind of revenge on me, my parents, or my dog. So it was somewhat of a relief to be back at my grandparents' the next week, playing detective again with Chad. This time we were determined to solve the mystery of my grandfather once and for all. After forcing down half a plateful of my grandmother's cooking, we excused ourselves and headed for the cellar. We could hear the trains running from the top of the stairwell. He was down there. Holding our breath, we peered into the room. His back was to us, and we could see the blue and gray flannel shirt that he always wore, with the neck stretched out, revealing a yellow and brown ring around the collar and a sweat-stained undershirt. A white band of elastic, also blackened with dirt, clung to his throat, holding the metal catheter tube in place over his Adam's apple. A slow, tense wave of fear shuddered through our bodies. This was it. We crept down the creaky stairs as quietly as we could, hoping the trains would cover up the noise. At the bottom, we turned around and hid in the stale-smelling alcove behind the staircase, trying not to spit or scream as cobwebs clung to our faces. From our hiding place, we could see the train set. There were 2 tracks, and both had trains running on them, clanking along the haphazardly built rails and letting off a noxious electrical smell, as if the metal of the track were burning. My grandfather sat near the black transformer that housed the train's controls. The back of his neck always reminded me of foreskin. The flesh hung wrinkled off the bone, old and leathery like a lizard's, and completely red. The rest of his skin was gray-white, like the color of bird shit, except for his nose, which had reddened and deteriorated from years of drinking. His hands were hardened and calloused from a lifetime of work, his nails dark and brittle like beetle wings. Grandfather wasn't paying attention to the trains circling furiously around him. His pants were down around his knees, a magazine was spread over his legs, and he was hacking and moving his right hand rapidly in his lap. At the same time, with his left hand, he was wiping phlegm from around his tracheostomy with a yellow-crusted handkerchief. We knew what he was doing, and we wanted to leave right away. But we had trapped ourselves behind the stairs and were too scared to come out into the open. Suddenly, the hacking sputtered to a halt and Grandfather twisted around in his chair, staring straight at the stairwell. Our hearts froze. He stood up, pants sliding to his ankles, and we pressed against the mildewed wall. We couldn't see what he was doing anymore. My heart stabbed at my chest like a broken bottle, and I was too petrified even to scream. 1,000 perverted and violent things he was about to do to us flashed through my mind, though it would have taken nothing more than for him to touch me and I would have dropped dead with fright. The hacking, jacking, and shuffling of feet began again, and we let our breath out. It was safe to peer around the staircase. We didn't really want to, but we had to. After several excruciatingly slow minutes, a gruesome noise leapt from his throat, like the sound a car engine makes when someone turns the key in the ignition when it's already on. I turned my head away, too late to keep from imagining the white pus squeezing out of his yellow, wrinkled penis like the insides of a squashed cockroach. When I looked again, he had lowered his handkerchief, the same one he'd been using to wipe away his phlegm, and was sopping up his mess. We waited until he left and then clambered back up the stairs, vowing never to set foot in that cellar again. If Grandfather knew we were down there or noticed the broken workbench drawer, he didn't say anything to us. During the ride home, we told my parents what happened. I had the feeling that my mother believed most, if not all of it, and that my father already knew from having grown up there. Though Dad didn't utter a word, my mother told us that years ago, when my grandfather still worked as a trucker, he was in an accident. When the doctors undressed him at the hospital, they found women's clothes underneath his own. It was a family scandal that no one was supposed to talk about, and we were sworn to secrecy. They were in utter denial of it, and still are to this day. Chad must have told his mother what we had seen because he wasn't allowed to hang out with me for years afterward. When we pulled into our driveway, I walked around back to play with Alusha. She was lying in the grass near the fence, vomiting and convulsing. By the time the vet arrived, Alusha was dead and I was in tears. The vet said someone had poisoned her. I had a funny feeling I knew who that someone was. 2. For those about to rock, we suspend you. Brian Warner was just average. He's always been really skinny like a twig. I would go over to his house and we'd listen to records together. Stuff like Queensryche, Iron Maiden, lots of Judas Priest. I was more into it than he was. I didn't think he really had anything going for him musically, and maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just got lucky. Neil Rubel, Heritage Christian School, class of 1987. Brian Warner and I were in the same class at a Christian school in Canton, Ohio. Both Brian and I rejected the religious pressure of our education quite strongly. He, of course, promotes himself as a Satanist. I've rejected the whole idea of God and Satan, first by being an agnostic, and then recently by becoming a witch. Kelsey Voss, Heritage Christian School, class of 1987. I'd like to ask Marilyn Manson, did I influence you in any way to this lifestyle? I keep thinking, wow, did I do something I should have done differently? Carolyn Cole, former principal, Heritage Christian School. Jerry, I sometimes believe we're heading very fast for Armageddon right now. Ronald Reagan speaking to the Reverend Jerry Falwell. end of the world didn't come when it was supposed to. I was brainwashed to believe in seminars every Friday at Heritage Christian School that all the signs were there. You will know the beast has risen up out of the ground because there will be heard everywhere a great gnashing of teeth. Miss Price would warn in her sternest, most ominous voice to rows of cowering sixth graders. And everyone, children and parents alike, will suffer. Those that don't receive the mark, the number of his name, will be decapitated before their families and neighbors. At this point, Miss Price would pause, dip into her pile of flashcards of the apocalypse, and hold up an enlarged photocopy of a UPC symbol, but with the number at the bottom manipulated to read 666. This was how we knew the apocalypse was around the corner. The UPC code was the mark of the beast spoken about in Revelation, we were taught, and the machines being installed in supermarkets to read them would be used to control people's minds. Soon, they warned, this satanic price code would replace money, and everyone would have to get the mark of the beast on their hands in order to purchase anything. If you do deny Christ, Ms. Price would continue, and take this tattoo on your hand or forehead, you will be allowed to live. But you will have lost eternal, and here she'd hold up a card showing Jesus descending from heaven, life. For other seminars, she had a card with a newspaper clipping detailing John Hinckley Jr.'s then recent attempt to assassinate Ronald Wilson Reagan. She would hold it up and read from Revelation 13. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. The fact that there were 6 letters in Reagan's first, middle, and last names was one more sign that this was our final hour, that the Antichrist was here on earth, and that we must prepare for the coming of Christ and the rapture. My teachers explained all of this not as if it was an opinion open to interpretation, but as if it were an undeniable fact ordained by the Bible. They didn't need proof, they had faith. And this practically filled them with glee in anticipation of the coming apocalypse, because they were going to be saved, dead but in heaven and free from suffering. It was then that I began having nightmares. Nightmares that continue to this day. I was thoroughly terrified by the idea of the end of the world and the Antichrist. So I became obsessed with it, watching movies like The Exorcist and The Omen and reading prophetic books like Centuries by Nostradamus, 1984 by George Orwell, and the novelized version of the film A Thief in the Night, which described very graphically people getting their heads cut off because they hadn't received 666 tattoos on their forehead. Combined with the weekly harangues at Christian school, it all made the apocalypse seem so real, so tangible, so close that I was constantly haunted by dreams and worries about what would happen if I found out who the Antichrist was. Would I risk my life to save everyone else? What if I already had the mark of the beast somewhere on me, underneath my scalp or on my ass where I couldn't see it? What if the Antichrist was me? I was filled with fear and confusion at a time when, even without the influence of Christian school, I was already in turmoil because I was going through puberty. Sure evidence of this is that despite Miss Price's terrifying seminars detailing the world's impending doom, I found something sexy about her. Watching her preside over class like a Siamese cat, with her pursed lips, perfectly combed hair, silk blouses concealing a fuck-me body and stick-in-the-ass walk, I could tell there was something alive and human and passionate waiting to burst out of that repressed Christian facade. Circle 2. The Lustful. I hated her for giving me nightmares my entire teenage years, but I think I hated her even more for the wet dreams she inspired. I was an Episcopalian, which is basically Diet Catholic. Same great dogma, but now with less rules. And the school was non-denominational. But that didn't stop Miss Price. Sometimes she'd start her Bible class by asking, "Are there any Catholics in the room?" When no one answered, she'd lay into Catholics and Episcopalians, lecturing us about how they misinterpreted the Bible and were worshipping false idols by praying to the Pope and the Virgin Mary. I would sit there, mute and rejected, unsure whether to resent her or my
I
parents
durst
for
to
raising
stop
me as an
the other
Episcopalian.
tunnel from collapsing.
Further personal humiliation came
Whoa.
during Friday assemblies, when guest speakers
Yeah. Like, yeah, you're debating if you should hack it or not. Yeah, definitely should hack it, man. Did you go tunnel 6 or tunnel 11? Let me pause this. Why do I need to? Well, if you want to get drops from QEDs later on, it's probably necessary. Okay, that's paused. Trapped Astra in 6. Yeah, yeah. Also, you can get like free stamina. Eventually, with QEDs. So you like throw QEDs by stamina up, and then you have a chance to kill the horde or get stamina up. So yeah, it's pretty good to have it. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
But I was too petrified to stand on stage in front of the entire school, and too embarrassed to admit that I was morally, spiritually, and religiously behind everybody else. The only place I excelled was the roller skating rink, and even that soon became inextricably linked with the apocalypse. My dream was to become a champion roller skater, and to that end I nagged my parents into squandering the money they had been saving for a weekend getaway on professional skates that cost over $400. My regular roller skating partner was Lisa, a sickly, perpetually congested girl, but nonetheless one of my first big crushes. She came from a strict religious family. Her mother was a secretary for Reverend Ernest Angley, one of the more notorious televangelist faith healers of the time. Our pseudo-dates after skating practice usually began with making suicides at the rink's soda fountain, discolored combinations of Coke, 7-Up, Sunkist, and root beer, and ended with a trip to Reverend Angley's ultra-opulent church. The Reverend was one of the scariest people I'd ever met. His perfectly straight teeth gleamed like bathroom tiles. A toupee sat clumped on top of his head like a hat made from wet hair caught in a bathtub drain, and he always wore a powder blue suit with a mint green tie. Everything about him reeked of artificiality, from his plastic, over-manicured appearance to his name, which was supposed to evoke the phrase, Ernest Angel. Every week he called a variety of crippled people to the stage and supposedly healed them in front of millions of TV viewers. He would poke his finger in a deaf person's ear or a blind person's eye, yelling, "Evil spirits come out," or "Say baby," and then wiggle his finger until the person on stage passed out. His sermons were similar to those at school, with the Reverend painting the imminent apocalypse in all its horror. Except here, there were people screaming, passing out, and speaking in tongues all around me. At one point in the service, everyone would throw money at the stage. It would rain hundreds of quarters, silver dollars, and wadded-up dollar bills as the Reverend went right on testifying about the firmament and the fury. Along the walls of the church were numbered lithographs he sold depicting macabre scenes like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse riding through a small town, not unlike Canton at sunset, leaving a trail of slit throats behind them. The services were 3 to 5 hours long, and if I fell asleep, they'd reprimand me and take me to a separate room where they held special youth seminars. Here, they'd chastise me and about a dozen other kids about sex, drugs, rock, and the material world, until we were ready to throw up. It was a lot like brainwashing. We'd be tired, and they purposely wouldn't give us any food so that we were hungry and vulnerable. Lisa and her mother were completely devoted to the church, mainly because Lisa was half-deaf when she was born, and supposedly the Reverend had wiggled his finger in her ear and restored her hearing during a service. Because she was a churchgoer and her daughter had been blessed by a miracle of God, Lisa's mother constantly condescended to me, as if she and her family were better and more righteous. Every time they dropped me off at home after services, I imagined Lisa's mother making her wash her hands because they had touched mine. I was always distressed by the whole experience, but I went to church with them anyway because it was my only chance to be with Lisa outside of the skating rink. Our relationship, however, soon went awry. Occasionally, something will happen that will change your opinion of someone irrevocably, that will shatter the ideal you've built up around a person and force you to see them for the fallible and human creature they really are. This happened when we were heading home after church one day, goofing off in the back seat of her mother's car. Lisa was making fun of how skinny I was, and I put my hand over her mouth to shut her up. As she began to laugh, she spewed a huge wad of thick, lime green snot into my hand. It didn't seem real, which made it even more revolting. When I pulled away, a long string of it hung between my fingers and her face like apple taffy. Lisa, her mother, and I were all equally horrified and embarrassed. I couldn't get rid of the feeling of her mucus stretched out and webbed between my fingers. In my mind, she had debased herself and shown me her true nature, proven herself to be a monster behind a mask, much like I imagined Reverend Angley to be. She wasn't any better than me, as her mom would have me believe. I didn't say another word to her. Not then, or ever. Disillusion had begun to set in at Christian school as well. One day in 4th grade, I brought in a picture that Grandma Wire had taken on an airplane flight from West Virginia to Ohio, and in the photo there appeared to be an angel in the clouds. It was one of my favorite possessions, and I was excited to share it with my teachers, because I still believed everything they taught me about heaven and wanted to show them that my grandmother had seen it. But they said it was a hoax, scolded me, and sent me home for being blasphemous. It was my most honest attempt to fit in with their idea of Christianity, to prove my connection with their beliefs, and I was punished for it. It confirmed what I had already known from the beginning, that I wouldn't be saved like everybody else. I knew it every day when I left for school, trembling with fear that the world would end. I wouldn't go to heaven, and I'd never see my parents again. But after a year passed, then another, and the world and Ms. Price and Brian Warner and the prostitutes who were born again were still there, I felt cheated and lied to. Gradually, I began to resent Christian school and doubt everything I was told. It became clear that the suffering they were praying to be released from was a suffering they had imposed on themselves, and now us. The beast they lived in fear of was really themselves. It was man, not some mythological demon, that was going to destroy man in the end. And this beast had been created out of their fear. The seeds of who I am now had been planted. Fools aren't born, I wrote in my notebook one day during ethics class. They are watered and grown like weeds by institutions such as Christianity. During dinner that night, I confessed it all to my parents. Listen, I explained, I want to go to public school because I don't belong here. Everything I like, they're against. But they wouldn't have any of it. Not because they wanted me to have a religious education, but because they wanted me to have a good one. The public school in our neighborhood, Glen Oak East, sucked, and I was determined to go there. So rebellion set in. At Christian Heritage School, it didn't take much to rebel. The place was built on rules and conformity. There were strange dress codes. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we had to wear blue pants, a white button-down shirt, and, if we wanted, something red. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, we had to wear dark green pants and either a white or yellow shirt. If our hair touched our ears, it had to be cut. Everything was regimented and ritualistic, and no one was allowed to stand out as better than or different from anyone else. It wasn't very useful preparation for the real world, turning all these graduates loose every year with the expectation that life will be fair and everyone will be treated equally. Beginning at age 12, I embarked on an ever-escalating campaign to get kicked out of school. It started, innocently enough, with candy. I've always felt a kinship with Willy Wonka. Even at that age, I could tell that he was a flawed hero, an icon for the forbidden. The forbidden in this case was chocolate, a metaphor for indulgence and anything you're not supposed to have, be it sex, drugs, alcohol, or pornography. Whenever they showed Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory on the Star Channel or in our rundown local movie theater, I would watch it obsessively while eating bags and bags of candy. At school, candy and sweets, except for the Little Debbie snack cakes on the lunchroom menu, were contraband. So I would go to Ben Franklin's 5 and 10, a neighborhood store that looked like an old soda shop, and load up on Pop Rocks, Zots, Lick'em Sticks, and those pill-like pastel tabs that are glued to white paper and impossible to eat without digesting small shreds of paper as well. Circle 3. The gluttonous. Looking back on it, I gravitated toward candies that were the most like drugs. Most of them weren't just sweets, they also produced a chemical reaction. They would fizz in your mouth or make your teeth black. So I became a candy pusher, peddling the stuff during lunchtime for as much as I wanted because no one else had access to sweets during school. I made a fortune, at least $15 in quarters and dimes in the first month. Then someone narked on me. I had to turn in all my candy and the money I had made to the authorities. Unfortunately, I wasn't kicked out of school, just suspended. My second project was a magazine. In the spirit of Mad and Cracked, it was called Stupid. The mascot was, not unlike myself, a buck-toothed, big-nosed kid with acne who wore a baseball cap. I sold it for 25 cents, which was pure profit because I copied the pages for free at the carpet bar.
Yeah,
My
I
dad
know, right?
worked. The machine
Cool.
was cheap and worn down, with an acrid, carbon-like odor, and it never failed to smear all 6 pages of the magazine. In a school starved for smut and dirty jokes, however, Stupid quickly
Yeah,
caught
on
on.
Moon though, that's not
Until
fair,
I was
man.
busted again. The principal, Carolyn Cole, a tall, slouched, prissy woman with glasses and curly brown hair piled on top of her bird-like face, called me into her office, where a room full of administrators were waiting. She thrust the magazine into my hands and demanded that I explain the cartoons about Mexicans, scatology, and especially the Kuwatch Sex Aid Adventure Kit, which was advertised as including a whip, 2 oversized groin grinders, a fishing rod, nipple tassels, metal shop goggles, fishnet stockings, and a bronzed dog dick necklace. As would happen many times later
Save
in
a
life,
zombie movie to
it kept
spawn and then
interrogating me
hack
about
it.
my work, not understanding whether it was supposed to be art, entertainment, or comedy, and asking me to explain myself. So I exploded and, in exasperation, threw the papers up in the air. Before the last one had fluttered to the ground, Mrs. Cole, red in the face, ordered me to grab my ankles. From the corner of the room, she picked up a paddle, which had been so sadistically designed by a friend in shop class that it had holes in it to minimize wind resistance. I was given 3 hard, fast Christian whacks. By then, I was truly lost. During Friday seminars, the girls kept their purses under the wooden chairs they sat in. When they bowed their heads, I would drop to the floor and steal their lunch money. If I discovered any love letters or notes, I'd purloin them as well, and in the interest of fairness and free speech, give them to the people that they were about. If I was lucky, they caused fights, tension, and terror. I had already been listening to rock and roll for years, but as my penultimate project, I decided to start making money off it. The person who lent me my first rock album was Keith Cost, a big, dopey, oafish kid who looked like he was 30 but was actually in 3rd grade. After listening to Kiss's Love Gun and playing with the toy pop gun that came with it, I became a card-carrying member of the Kiss Army, and the proud owner of countless Kiss dolls, comics, t-shirts, and lunchboxes, none of which I was allowed to bring to school. My dad even took me to see their concert, my first, in 1979. About 10 different teenagers asked him for his autograph because he was disguised as Gene Simmons from the Dressed to Kill album cover, complete with green suit, black wig, and white makeup. The person who irrevocably entrenched me in rock and roll and the lifestyle that accompanies it was Neil Rubel. He smoked cigarettes, had an actual mustache, and had allegedly lost his virginity. So naturally, I idolized him. Half friend, half bully, he opened the floodgates to Dio, Black Sabbath, Rainbow, basically anything with Ronnie James Dio in it. My other unflappable source of album recommendations was Christian school. As Neil was turning me on to heavy metal, they were conducting seminars on backward masking. They would bring in Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, and Alice Cooper records and play them loudly on the PA system. Different teachers would take turns at the record player, spinning the albums backward with an index finger and explaining the hidden messages. Of course, the most extreme music with the most satanic messages was exactly what I wanted to listen to, chiefly because it was forbidden. They would hold up photographs of the bands to frighten us, but all that ever accomplished was to make me decide that I wanted long hair and an earring just like the rockers in the pictures. At the top of my Christian school teachers' enemies list was Queen. They were especially against We Are the Champions because it was an anthem for homosexuals and played backwards Freddie Mercury blasphemed My Sweet Satan. Regardless of the fact that they had already taught us that Robert Plant said the exact same thing in Stairway to Heaven, once they had planted the notion that Freddie Mercury said My Sweet Satan, we heard it every time. Also, Also in their satanic album collection was Electric Light Orchestra, David Bowie, Adam Ant, and anything else with gay themes that would give them another opportunity to align homosexuality with wrongdoing. Soon, the wood panels and high rafters of my basement bedroom were covered with pictures from Hit Parader, Circus, and Cream. Every morning, I woke up staring at Kiss, Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, David Bowie, Motley Crue, Rush, and Black Sabbath. Their hidden messages had reached me. The fantasy element of much of this music soon drew me to Dungeons and Dragons. If every cigarette you smoke takes 7 minutes off of your life, every game of Dungeons and Dragons you play delays the loss of your virginity by 7 hours. I was such a loser that I used to walk around school with 20-sided dice in my pockets and design my own modules like Maze of Terror, Castle Tenenmouse, and Caves of Kostra, a phrase that, much later in life, became slang for the sensation of having snorted too much coke. Naturally, none of the kids in school liked me because I played Dungeons and Dragons, I liked heavy metal, and I wasn't going to their youth group rallies and engaging in social activities like burning rock albums. I didn't fit in any better with the kids from public school, who used to kick my ass on a daily basis for being a sissy from private school. And I hadn't been roller skating much since Lisa slimed me. My only other source of friends was a study and play group for the children of parents who had come in contact with Agent Orange during Vietnam. My father, Hugh, was a helicopter mechanic and a member of the Ranch Hands, the covert group responsible for dumping the hazardous herbicide all over Vietnam. So, from the day I was born until the end of my teenage years, the government brought my father and me to a research center for yearly physical and psychological studies in search of adverse effects. I don't think there were any, though my enemies might disagree. One of the side effects the chemical had on my father was that because he went public with information on Agent Orange, resulting in a front-page story on him in the Akron Beacon Journal, the government severely audited his taxes for the next 4 years. Because I wasn't deformed, I didn't fit in with the other children in the government study group or at the regular retreats for kids whose parents were suing the government for exposure to the chemical. The other children had prosthetic limbs, physical irregularities, and degenerative diseases. And not only was I comparatively normal, but my father was the one who had actually sprayed the stuff on their fathers, most of whom were American infantry soldiers. In an effort to accelerate my delinquency and feed my growing addiction to money, I graduated from peddling candy and magazines to music. The only other kids in my neighborhood who went to Heritage Christian School were 2 skinny all-American Latter-day Saint brothers with matching buzz cuts. The older brother, Jay, and I had nothing in common. He was only interested in the Bible. I was only interested in rock music and sex. The younger brother, Tim, was more rebellious. So just as Neil Rubel had turned me on to rock music, I introduced Tim to heavy metal and bullied him the rest of the time. He wasn't allowed to listen to music in his house, so I sold him a cheap black tape recorder with big rectangular push buttons and a carrying handle on the end. Next, he needed some music to hide under his bed with the cassette deck. So I began making regular bicycle rides to a place called Quonset Hut, which didn't allow minors in the door since it was a head shop as well as a record store. I looked exactly my age, 15, but no one stopped me. It didn't matter anyway because the pipes, roach clips, and bongs there were a complete mystery to me. When Tim started buying the tapes at the jacked up prices I told them they had cost me, I realized that there were at least 100 other potential customers at school. I started buying all the albums played during backward masking seminars and selling them to school kids, from 3rd graders to upperclassmen. A Wasp album purchased for $7 at Quonset Hut was worth $20 at Heritage Christian School. Instead of squandering the profits on tapes for myself, I later decided to just steal back the albums I had sold. Circle 4. The Avaricious. Since there was an honor system at school, none of the lockers were locked. And since no one was allowed to listen to rock and roll, if anyone told on me, they'd be incriminating themselves as well. So during class, I'd ask for a hall pass and steal the cassettes out of the lockers. It was a perfect system, but it didn't last long. Tim decided that even if he was to be punished himself, it was worth turning me in. Once again, I found myself face to face with Mrs. Cole and a bevy of administrators and disciplinarians in the principal's office. But this time, I didn't have to explain the music. They already thought they knew what it was all about. They had caught me buying rock tapes, selling them, and stealing them. They knew I was continuing to make magazines and branching out into cassette tapes, full of prank calls and dirty songs about masturbation and flatulence recorded with my cousin Chad under the name Big Bird and the Uglies. And I had already been punished in the principal's office twice in the past few months. The first time was for accidentally hitting my music teacher, Mrs. Burdick, in the crotch with a slingshot I had made out of a heavy-duty rubber band, a wooden ruler, and, as ammunition, melted chunks of Crayola crayons stolen from art class. The second was for fulfilling Mrs. Burdick's homework assignment of bringing in an album for the class to sing by showing up with AC/DC's Highway to Hell. But all of that still did not add up to an expulsion. My final desperate caper involved revisiting the dreaded basement of my grandfather and stealing a dildo from his secret workbench drawer. I wore gloves so I wouldn't get any of the crusted Vaseline on me. After school the next day, Neil Rubel and I snuck into Ms. Price's classroom and pried open her desk drawer. It contained her own secrets, which were just as taboo to Christian school as my grandfather's were to suburbia. Semi-erotic romance novels. There was also a handheld vanity mirror, which made sense since Ms. Price was always very concerned about her appearance. At the time, Chad and I regularly attempted to get the attention of two sisters who lived near my grandparents by throwing rocks at cars and trying to cause accidents, so they'd come running outside. In the same sick, twisted way, putting a dildo in Ms. Price's drawer was the only outlet I had for expressing my latent, frustrated lust for her. To our disappointment, no one said a word about it in school the next day. But I was definitely the chief suspect, which I discovered when Mrs. Cole called my parents into school. She didn't mention the dildo. Instead, she lectured them on disciplining and instilling the fear of God in the juvenile delinquent they had raised. That's when I realized that I would never be expelled. Half the kids at Heritage Christian School were from lower-income families, and the school received a pittance from the state to enroll them. I was among the children who could pay, and they wanted the money, even if it meant dealing with my dildos, heavy metal cassettes, candy, dirty magazines, and smut-filled recordings. I realized that if I ever wanted to get out of Christian school, I would have to exercise my own free will to walk away. And 2 months into 10th grade, I did just that. 3. Teen Dabbler. I know some new tricks, said the Cat in the Hat. A lot of good tricks. I will show them to you. Your mother will not mind at all if I do. Dr. Seuss, The Cat in the Hat. I lay on my bed, hands clasped on the back of my neck beneath my long brown hair, and listened to the hum of the washing machine in my parents' basement. It was my last night in Canton, Ohio, and I had decided to spend it alone, reflecting on the past 3 years of public school. Everything was packed for the move to Fort Lauderdale. Records, posters, books, t-shirts, journals, photographs, love letters, and hate letters. Christian school had prepared me well for public school. It defined the taboos, then held them away at arm's length, leaving me reaching for them in vain. As soon as I switched schools, it was all there for the taking. Sex, drugs, rock, the occult. I didn't even have to look for them. They found me. I've always believed that a person is smart. It's people that are stupid. And few things bear this out better than war, organized religion, bureaucracy, and high school, where the majority mercilessly rules. When I looked back on my first days there, all I saw was an insecurity and doubt so overwhelming that a single pimple was capable of throwing my life out of balance. Not until my final days did I have self-confidence and self-respect, even a measure of individuality. That last night in Canton, I knew that Brian Warner was dying. I was being given a chance to be reborn, for better or worse, somewhere new. But what I couldn't figure out was whether high school had corrupted me or enlightened me. Maybe it was both, and corruption and enlightenment were inseparable. The inauguration of the worm. By the end of my second week in public school, I knew I was doomed. Not only was I starting 2 months into sophomore year, after most friendships had already formed, but after my 8th day in class, I was forced to take another 2 weeks off. I developed an allergic reaction to an antibiotic I was taking for the flu. My hands and feet blew up like balloons, a red rash broke out across my neck, and I had trouble breathing because my lungs were so swollen. The doctors told me I could have died. At that point, I had made one friend and one enemy at school. The friend was Jennifer, who was cute but fish-faced with naturally big lips that were swollen even larger by her braces. I met her on the bus to school, and she became my first girlfriend. My enemy was John Crowell, the epitome of suburban cool. He was a big, stocky burnout, perpetually clad in a denim jacket, an Iron Maiden t-shirt, and blue jeans with a big-handled comb in the back pocket and a crotch area faded white from being worn too tight. When he walked down the halls, the other kids would trip over one another to get out of his way. He also happened to be Jennifer's ex-boyfriend, which put me at the top of his ass-kicking list. The first week I was in the hospital, Jennifer came to visit me nearly every day. I'd talk her into the closet, where it was dark and she couldn't see my rash, and make out with her mercilessly. Until then, I hadn't gotten very far with women. There was Jill Tucker, a blonde-haired minister's daughter with crooked buck teeth whom I kissed in the playground at Christian school. But that was in 4th grade. 3 years later, I fell in mad, desperate love with Michelle Gill, a cute, flat-nosed girl with feathered brown hair and a wide mouth that probably went on to give good blowjobs in high school. But my chances with her went up in flames on a Christian school fundraiser hike, during which she tried to teach me how to French kiss. I understood neither the point nor the technique, and consequently became a laughingstock after she told everyone in school. Despite my utter lack of experience, I was determined to lose my virginity to Jennifer in that closet. But try as I might, all she let me do was grope her flat chest. By my 2nd week in the hospital, she had grown bored and dumped me. Hospitals and bad experiences with women, sexuality, and private parts were completely familiar to me by that point in my life. When I was 4, my mother took me to the hospital to get my urethra enlarged because my urinary tract wasn't wide enough for me to piss through. I'll never forget it, because the doctor took a long, razor-sharp drill and stuck it into the end of my dick. For months afterward,
Yeah,
it
70.
felt like I was pissing gasoline. Pneumonia marred my elementary
man.
school years, sending me to the hospital for 3 long stretches. And in 9th grade, I wound up in the hospital again after I feathered my hair, snapped on my ELO belt buckle, slipped into a pink button-down shirt, and decided to head to the roller rink after a long absence. A girl whose frizzy hair, big nose, and thickly painted eyeliner stand out more in my memory than her name, asked me to couple skate with her. When we were finished, a huge black guy with thick
Fog,
glasses
I know.
known in the neighborhood as Frog walked toward us. He pushed her aside and, without saying a word, punched me solidly in the face. I crumpled, and he looked down at me and spat, "You danced with my girlfriend." I sat there stunned, mouth bleeding and front tooth dangling off a red string from my gums. Now that I look back on it, I shouldn't have been so surprised. I was a sissy. I would have hit me too. I didn't even like that girl, but she almost cost me my career as a singer. In the emergency room, they told me that the damage was permanent. To this day, I still have TMJ, temporomandibular joint syndrome, a disorder that gives me headaches and a tight, sore jaw. Stress and drugs don't help it much. Frog somehow found my number the next day, called to apologize, and then asked if I wanted to work out with him sometime. I declined. The idea of working up a sweat lifting weights with some guy who had just kicked my ass and the prospect of having to shower with him afterward didn't seem too appealing that afternoon. The next time I ended up in the emergency room was because of Jennifer. Back in school, after 2 weeks in the hospital, I roamed the halls alone and humiliated. No one wanted to make friends with a squirrely, long-haired guy with a rash-covered neck poking out of his Judas Priest jersey. Making matters worse were my long earlobes, which hung conspicuously below my hair like misplaced scrotum sacs. But one morning, as I was leaving homeroom, John Crowell stopped me. It turned out we had something in common, our hatred of Jennifer. So we formed an alliance against her and began devising ways of tormenting her. One night I picked up John and my cousin Chad in my baby blue Ford Galaxy 500 and drove to an all-night grocery store, where we stole 20 rolls of toilet paper. We threw them in the back seat of the car and sped to Jennifer's house. Creeping into her yard, we began TPing her house, hanging toilet paper everywhere we could think of. I walked up to her window to paint some sort of obscenity on it, but as I was trying to think of something suitably offensive, someone switched the light on. I sprinted away, reaching a gargantuan oak tree just as Chad was jumping off a branch. He dropped directly on top of me, and I collapsed onto the ground. Chad and John had to drag me away with a dislocated shoulder, a chin gushing blood, and a jaw problem that, they told me in the emergency room later, was even worse than before. Back in school, I had so many pressing reasons to want to get laid, to spite Jennifer, to be on equal terms with John, who had supposedly fucked Jennifer among many others, and to stop everyone else from making fun of me for being a virgin. I even joined the school band to meet girls. I started out playing macho instruments like bass and snare drums, but I ended up on the last instrument anybody who feels insecure about himself should be playing: the triangle. Finally, toward the end of 10th grade, John came up with a foolproof plan to get me laid. Tina Potts. Tina was even more fish-faced than Jennifer, had bigger lips and a more severe overbite. One of the poorer girls in school, she had a slouched, sunken posture that advertised her insecurity and internal misery, as if she had been abused as a child. All she had going for her were big tits, tight jeans that showed off her bovine ass, and, according to John, she fucked, which was good enough for me. So I began talking to Tina. But because I was hopelessly obsessed with my social standing, I only spoke to her after school when nobody else was around. After a few weeks, I worked up the nerve to ask her to meet me in the park. In preparation, Chad and I went to my grandparents' house, stole one of the decrepit generic condoms from the cabinet in the cellar, and emptied half a bottle of Jim Beam from my grandmother's cupboard into my Kiss thermos. I knew it wasn't Tina I needed to get intoxicated. It was me. By the time we arrived at Tina's, which was about half an hour away, the thermos was empty and I was nearly falling over drunk. Chad continued home and I rang her doorbell. We walked together to the park and sat down on the side of a hill. Instantly, we began making out, and within minutes I had my hand down her pants. The first thing that went through my mind was how hairy she was. Maybe she didn't have a mother to teach her about shaving her bikini line. The next thing that went through my mind as I was fingering her and squeezing her tits was that I was on the verge of coming in my pants because I was so close to getting laid. To keep from losing it, I suggested that we take a walk. We ambled downhill to a baseball diamond, and underneath a tree just behind home plate, I maneuvered her to the ground, not even realizing the significance of where we were. I wrestled with her tight pants, eventually peeling them off her ass, then pulled my pants down to my knees and tore open the faded package of grandfather's crusty rubber as if it were a Cracker Jack prize. Placing myself between her yawning legs, I began to slide inside her. Just the thrill of penetration was enough to make me orgasm, and before I was even in all the way, it was over. It was literally a pump and a dump. To preserve what little was left of my dignity, I pretended I hadn't prematurely ejaculated. "Tina," I squeaked, "maybe we shouldn't be doing this. It's so soon." She didn't protest. She just stood up and put her pants on wordlessly. On the way home, I kept smelling my hand, which seemed permanently stained with the odor of high school girl pussy. In her mind, we hadn't even had sex. But for me and my friends, I was no longer a desperate boy. I was a desperate man. I didn't talk much to Tina after that, but I soon got a taste of my own medicine, courtesy of the richest and most popular girl in school, Mary Beth Kroger. After staring wantonly at her for 3 years, I summoned all my courage and asked her out to a party when we were seniors. To my amazement, she accepted. We ended up at my house drinking beer, with me sitting next to her uncomfortable and too scared to make a move because she seemed like a complete prude. But my ideal of Mary Beth Kroger quickly disintegrated as she tore off her clothes, jumped on top of me, and without even bothering to use a condom, fucked me like a wild animal astride a high-speed rowing machine. The next day in school, Mary Beth put her prissy facade back on and proceeded to ignore me just as she always had. All I got out of it was deep scratch marks all over my back, which I proudly displayed to my friends, who, in honor of A Nightmare on Elm Street's Freddy Krueger, renamed her Mary Beth Krueger. By this time, my first fuck, Tina, was 7 months pregnant. The father, ironically, was the person who had set me up with her, John Crowell. I didn't see much of John after
Oh
that,
man,
because he was stuck dealing with the consequences of
sad
not using a rubber.
face.
I sometimes wonder whether they ever married, settled down, and raised big
What
titty
happened?
burnouts together. Punishing the worm. Once Tina opened up the floodgates, I went on a rampage. Not a rampage of getting laid, but of trying to get laid. Circle 4. The Prodigal. After months of rejection and masturbation, I met a blonde cheerleader named Louise when I was drunk on Colt 45 during a high school football game in a farming community outside of Canton called Louisville. Though I didn't know it at the time, she was the Tina Potts of Louisville, the local slut. She had thick lips, a flat nose, and big smoldering eyes, as if she was part mulatto and part Susanna Hoffs of the Bangles. She also had a Shirley Temple quality to her, because she was short with curly hair, but she seemed more into lap dancing than tap dancing. She was the first girl to give me a blowjob, but unfortunately that wasn't all she gave me. Nearly every day I picked her up and brought her down to my bedroom while my parents were still at work.
2 waves, so
We
I
would
tried to
listen to
stall.
Rush's Moving Pictures or David Bowie's Scary
What's up?
Monsters.
But I high-fived the entire horde as I went by. Oh yeah, damn. That's disappointing. Shit.
Since I was able to wear them like badges of honor at school. She also swallowed, which gave me more bragging rights. One day she brought me a blue glitter bow tie that looked like something a Chippendale would wear. I think she wanted to try role-playing, but the only role-playing I was familiar with was Dungeons and Dragons. After a solid week of fucking, Louise stopped returning my calls. I was worried I had gotten her pregnant, because I hadn't used a condom every time. I had this image of her mother sending her away to a convent and putting her, our child, up for adoption. Or maybe Louise was going to make me pay child support for the rest of my life. There was also the possibility that she'd gotten an abortion. Something had gone wrong, she had died, and now her parents wanted to murder me. After I hadn't heard from her for several weeks, I decided to call her one more time, disguising my voice with a cloth over the telephone in case her parents answered. Fortunately, she picked up the phone. "I'm sorry I haven't called you in so long," she apologized. "I've been sick." "What kind of sick?" I panicked. "You don't have a fever, do you? Are you throwing up in the morning or anything like that?" It turned out that she was simply avoiding me because she was a slut, and having a boyfriend would ruin her reputation. Those weren't her words exactly, but that was basically what she meant. A few days later, during math class, my balls started itching. It continued all day, spreading throughout my pubic hair. When I returned home, I went straight to the bathroom, dropped my pants, and stood on the sink to examine myself. I instantly spotted 3 or 4 black scabs directly above my dick. I picked one off, and as I was looking at it, a little blood bubbled out. I still thought it was a piece of dead skin, but when I held it up closer to the light, I noticed that it had legs. And they were moving. I screamed in shock and disgust. Then I smashed it into the sink, but it didn't splatter like I thought it would. It crunched like a little shellfish.
Oh my god, man.
Not knowing any better, I brought it to my mother and asked her what it was. "Oh, well, you've got lice," she sighed good-naturedly. "Probably picked it up from the tanning bed." As shameful as this is to admit, I was going for indoor tans regularly at the time. I had a terrible complexion. My face was literally swollen with acne. And the dermatologist told me there was a new type of tanning bed that would dry out my skin and help my social life. My mother was clearly in denial that her young son had been fucking girls and getting crabs.
What are you
Even
watching?
my father, who always promised that the day I got laid we were going to celebrate with a bottle of champagne he had tucked away while working at Kmart, didn't really want to admit it. This was mainly because ever since I had discovered tits in
I don't know
junior
why I'm
high,
typing.
he had been wanting to take me to a prostitute to lose my virginity. So I just played along with the tanning bed story. My mother bought me medicine for body lice, but in the privacy of my bedroom, I shaved
W.
off all my pubic hair and took care of the crabs myself. At the time,
It's a little
shaving my body hair was
grotesque,
still unusual to
but
me.
it's entertaining.
As far as I know, I've never had another venereal disease since then. And to the best of my knowledge, my parents still think I'm a virgin. Charming the worm. John Crowell and I stood on top of the hill in front of his house, taking turns swigging out of a bottle of Mad Dog 2020 that we had conned an older kid into buying for us. We had been there for at least an hour, getting wasted and gazing out at the sleepy farmland around us, at the sky bruised and swollen with the threat of rain, and at the occasional automobile passing by on its way to civilization. We had fallen into a tipsy, self-satisfied daze when suddenly there was an explosion of gravel. Engulfed in a cloud of dust, a green GTO veered recklessly into the driveway and skidded to a halt. The door slowly opened and a black-booted foot struck the ground. A big head appeared above the door, with an enormous skull stretching the skin taut. His hair was curly and
Aw.
disheveled.
Yeah,
The
that
eyes
sucks,
sunk in
dude.
deep into his head blazed like
Jeez.
pinpoints in the center of two dark circles.
And get a
As he stepped
monster.
away,
Nice.
I noticed that, like Richard Ramirez, the
Fucking
Night
hell,
Stalker,
man.
his hands, feet, and torso were oversized.
It's like a
and
group
elongated.
presentation.
He wore a denim jacket emblazoned on the back with the universal symbol of rebellion, a pod leaf. With his right hand, he pulled a gun out of the
Ugh.
waistband of his pants. He raised
Jeez.
his
Good
arm
luck,
wildly
man.
into the air and squeezed down shot after shot, each kickback jerking his arm further in our direction. When the chamber was empty, he strode toward us.
Jesus Christ.
As I stood there stunned, he shoved me backward onto the ground, pushed John, and grabbed the bottle of Mad Dog, draining it in seconds and throwing
Yeah,
it in the
the
grass.
black history
Wiping
teacher.
his mouth on a denim sleeve, he
Damn.
muttered something that sounded like lyrics from Ozzy Osbourne's Suicide Solution and strode into the house. That's my brother, dude, John said, his face pale with fear moments ago, now glowing proudly. We followed his brother upstairs and watched as he slammed shut his bedroom door and locked it. John wasn't allowed to set foot in his brother's room under penalty of serious pain. But he knew what went on in there.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that like a
Heavy metal,
Overwatch
self-mutilation,
joke?
and conspicuous drug consumption. Like my grandfather's basement, the room
Is it
represented
Mercy?
both my fears
the
and my
porn
desires.
star? Oh.
And though I was frightened, I wanted nothing more than to see what was
Okay.
inside. In hopes
Okay.
that his brother would leave the house later that night, John and I walked outside to his barn, or at least the
I don't
one
think that's
skeleton
common
of what had once
knowledge.
been a barn, where we had stashed a bottle of Southern Comfort. You want to see something really cool? John asked. Sure, I nodded. I was always up for anything cool, especially if John deemed it so. But you gotta fucking promise not to say a word to fucking anyone. I promise. Promises aren't good enough, John snapped. I want you to swear on your fucking mother's... No, I want you to swear that if you ever tell, may your dick shrivel and grow putrid and wither away. I swear that if I tell anyone, may my dick wither and die. I said solemnly, knowing full well that I would need it in years to come. Wieners take all, John sneered, punching me painfully in the muscle beneath my shoulder. So let's go, Wiener. He led me to the back of the barn, and we climbed a ladder to a hayloft.
What's up?
The straw was splattered with
Mary
dried
Bell
blood.
Krishner?
Strewn around it were bird
No
carcasses,
clue, man.
snakes and lizards with half their bodies
I don't know any
missing,
porn
and
stars.
partially decomposed rabbits with maggots and beetles eating away at the flesh still left on their bones. This, announced John, gesturing to the giant pentagram drawn in dripping red on the floor, is where my brother holds his black masses. It was like something out of a bad horror movie, where a troubled teen dabbling in the black arts takes things too far. There were even blood-caked pictures of various teachers and ex-girlfriends nailed to the walls
Get
and
an-
covered with
get out an
spinach
hour
with
early?
thick, jagged strokes. As if he was taking on a starring role in
Yeah,
a
that's
movie,
pretty nice.
John
Damn.
turned to me and said, "Do you want to see something even scarier?" I was torn. Maybe I'd seen enough for one day. But I was
No, I
also
watch
curious
porn. I just don't
and
remember like
haunted by
porn
the
star
scent.
names.
John picked up off the floor a stained
I won't,
and
like,
tattered copy of
Watch
Necronomicon,
specific people.
a book of spells which he claimed contained black magic incantations from the Dark Ages.
I know like Mia Khalifa. That's
We
the only
walked
porn
back to
star I
the
know.
house, and John filled a backpack with place where his brother sold his soul to the devil. To get there, we had to climb through a sewer pipe that started near John's house and ran underneath the cemetery. We walked, crouched over in the sludgy, rat-infested water, with no entrance or exit in sight, constantly conscious of the fact that in the mud on
What?
all sides of the pipe
I don't believe
were
that.
dead bodies. I don't think I've ever been more terrified of the supernatural in my life. On that half-mile odyssey, every small noise produced a large, ominous echo, and I kept thinking I was hearing skeletons knocking on the outside of the pipe and undead creatures ripping through the metal, ready to grab me and bury me alive. When we finally reached the other side, we were covered from head to foot with a thin film of sewage, spider webs, and mud. We were in the middle of nowhere in a dark forest, after a half-mile of hacking
Play
through the
5? Man,
overgrowth,
you're mixing
a
it up,
huge
Dappet.
house
You're
loomed
crazy.
over us. Weeds had grown all around
You
it,
look at
as if
pics?
the forest
What?
was
That's
trying to
crazy.
reclaim the space, and every exposed patch of concrete
That's
was
like when I
covered with
did.
pentagrams,
That's what I did
upside-down
when I had like a
crosses,
DS.
renderings of Satan, heavy metal band logos, and words and phrases like cocksucker and fuck your mother. We cleared away the vines and dead leaves covering an open window, climbed inside, and searched the room with the beams of our flashlights. There were rats, cobwebs, broken glass, and old beer cans. In a corner,
Are you
the
serious?
dying fire let
That's
us know that
crazy.
someone had recently been here.
I don't
I
believe
turned
that.
around and John was gone. I called his name nervously. Up here, he yelled from the top of the stairs. Check this out. Though I was starting to panic, I followed him upstairs and through a cluttered doorway. The room
What?
looked inhabited. There was a piece
Yeah,
of yellow
DS,
mattress
like
on the
Nintendo
floor,
DS.
which was littered with hypodermic
They had like a
needles,
browser
a
on
red
'em.
spoon, and other drug paraphernalia. Lying around the mattress, like dried-out snake skins, were half a dozen used condoms, alongside disintegrating pages from gay porno magazines that had been smashed into the floor. We walked into the next room, which was completely empty except for a pentagram drawn on the south wall and surrounded
what's
by
that?
indecipherable runes. John
Full
pulled
thing.
out his
I always
copy
thought
of the
white
Necronomicon.
cum. It's like a prop,
What the
kinda.
fuck are you doing? I asked. Opening the
Really?
gates of
Yeah,
the
mine
house,
used to be
summoning
more
spirits
clear,
that
and
once
it got
lived in his
like
house. He said in as
it got
ominous
like
a
more
voice as
white
he
over
could muster.
time for some reason.
He traced a circle in
I
the
don't know.
dust on the floor with his finger. As he completed it, a sharp sound came from downstairs. We stood completely still, barely even breathing, and listened.
No,
to the
it's
darkness.
not.
Nothing, except for the sound of my
Brown.
pulse beating like a trip hammer in my neck.
That seems
John stepped
unhealthy.
into the middle of the circle and paged through the book to find the right incantation.
You're old, Neo.
Metallic
Yeah, I'm
crash,
old.
much louder than the previous sound, echoed from downstairs.
Yeah, as a teen, it probably
If
wasn't
whatever
that
we began
white.
to do had any powers, we weren't ready for them. The alcohol in our blood turned to adrenaline and we ran down the stairs.
Damn, I don't even know if I've had a wet
until we were
dream.
breathless, sweaty,
That's
and
crazy.
dry-mouthed. Dusk had fallen,
Yeah.
and a few raindrops splashed around us.
No, it's okay, dude.
We avoided the sewer pipe, stumbling the rest of the way home through the woods
Jeez.
as quickly as possible in complete
It probably
silence.
doesn't matter.
By the time we were
It
safely
might just
back
be
at
like a
John's
low
house,
sperm count.
his brother was hopelessly stoned, roaming the house dazed and red-eyed. The drugs had worn down his aggressive edge.
Damn,
He seemed
that's
almost
wild.
sedate, which wasn't any less
Oh,
frightening
man.
than when he was manic. A snow-white cat was cradled in his arms, and he kept stroking it. That cat's is familiar. John
Bring it
whispered.
at night. Are they like dreams as well?
Yeah, it's like a demon that's taken
Or
on
do you just like
animal
wake
while my
up
brother
and
was
realize
This
that
pure
can't be
white,
healthy? I don't
innocent
know.
cat instantly transformed into a malevolent, dangerous creature in my mind. John's brother set it on the ground, and it just sat there with its ears pinned back, staring straight at me through shining green eyes.
But are they actually dreams?
Suddenly its lips pulled back over its teeth and it began hissing at me. Man, that cat's gonna kill you. John said.
Damn,
in
I'm
a
like not
successful
paying
attempt
attention to this
frighten me
at
even
all.
more.
Alright. I've remembered a couple. Really? That's kinda cool. Huh. Okay.
When you go to sleep, she's gonna scratch your eyes out and then bite off your tongue when you try to scream.
Damn.
His brother looked us both over, glanced down at the cat, and said quietly,
I don't think I've actually had like a real one. I've had like dreams about stuff like that, but I don't think it
and that was
actually
it.
was a
We
wet
didn't
dream.
have to sneak behind his back or play detective. We were allowed to enter the forbidden John's spell to open the gates of hell had worked. Though it was new and exciting to me, the room was exactly what you'd expect from a rural wastoid with a penchant for Satan. There was a black light shining on a poster of the Grim Reaper on a horse, half a dozen Ozzy Osbourne photos, and red candles everywhere. In the back of the room stood a small altar draped in black velvet and surrounded by lit candles. But on top of it, instead of a skull or a pentagram or a sacrificed rabbit, there was a tall cylinder of yellowed glass with what looked like piss water inside. The gun sat threateningly on a table near the bed. "Want a smoke?" John's brother asked, lifting the cylinder off the altar. "Smoke what?" I asked, dumbly. I'd never even touched a bong or smoked pot before. "The wacky weed." John grinned devilishly at me. "That's alright, man. I don't do that stuff anymore." I lied unconvincingly. Unfortunately, I didn't have a choice. It soon became apparent that John and his brother were going to beat the shit out of me if I didn't smoke their drugs. John's brother lit up the bong, which was already filled with crumbled brown leaves, and took a Herculean puff, filling the room with sickly sweet smoke when he exhaled. I hacked and coughed through my first drags, but I soon felt it. Combined with the Mad Dog 2020, the Southern Comfort, the bottle of wine being passed around, and the Blizzard of Oz album playing in the room, it sent my head reeling. The fact that nobody liked me at school began to fade out of my mind like blue magic marker reminders scrawled on the back of a greasy fist. I sat there dizzily, cycling in and out, as John's brother began ranting. His face was flushed and twisted, and he was naming dozens of ancient spirits and demons he planned to conjure up in order to kill people. Teachers who had failed him, girlfriends who had dumped him, friends who had betrayed him, relatives who had
Jesus Christ,
him,
man.
employers who had fired him, basically anyone who had crossed his path since he was old enough to feel hatred. Pulling a switchblade out of his pocket, John's brother made a long slice along the surface of his thumb and let it drip into a small bowl filled with a crusty brown and white flecked powder. "Bad Angaru," he began chanting. "Ningishida. Thee I invoke, serpent of the deep. Thee I invoke, Ningishida, horned serpent of the deep. Thee I invoke, plumed serpent of the deep, Ningishida." He paused and took another toke, then rubbed the bloody powder against his lips, only vaguely aware of our presence. "I summon thee, creature of darkness, by the works of darkness. I summon thee, creature of hatred, by the works of hatred. I summon thee, creature of the wastes, by the rites of the waste. I summon thee, creature of pain, by the words of pain." If this was what pot was like, I didn't want to be on it. I just kept staring at the gun, hoping John's brother wouldn't pick it up. At the same time, I was trying not to let him know I was staring at the gun because I didn't want to draw attention to it. He was clearly deranged, and if he wasn't a murderer already, there seemed to be no reason why he couldn't be one by the end of the night. Minutes or hours elapsed. The bong kept coming around, but the water inside had been replaced with Southern Comfort in an attempt to get us even more fucked up. The Black Sabbath song Paranoid was playing on the stereo, or in my head. The cat was hissing at me, the room was spinning, John's brother was daring me to drink the Southern Comfort out of the bong, and John was chanting, "Chug it." Spineless worm that I was, I lifted the bong to my pot-parched lips, held my breath, and downed what may have been the foulest shot ever concocted. Then, I don't know what happened. I can only assume that I blacked out and became just another canvas for the various subtle cruelties of the Crowell brothers. I awoke to the sound of hissing at 5 p.m., which seemed like a late time for me to wake up back then. The cat was still stalking me. I felt my eyes. They were still there. Then I threw up. Then I threw up again. And again. But as I knelt, doubled over above the toilet, I realized that I had learned something from the previous night. That I could use black magic to turn the lowly lot life had given me around, to attain a position of power that other people would envy and accomplish things that other people couldn't. I also learned that I didn't like smoking pot, or the taste of bong water. The worm sheds its skin. The The first time I realized something was wrong with our family was when I was 6 and my father bought me a book about a giraffe that had been personalized so that I was a character in the story, going on adventures with the animal. The only problem was that my name was spelled brain all through the book, which made for a disturbing image of a giraffe with a brain clinging to its back. I don't think my father even realized the mistake, and he had supposedly named me. It was emblematic of the way he had always treated me, which is that he didn't treat me at all. He didn't care and wasn't around to care. If I wanted his attention, it was usually given to me with a belt doubled over to make a loud snapping sound when it connected with my backside. When he came home from work and I was laying around playing ColecoVision or drawing pictures, he would always find an excuse, like an unmown lawn or a full dishwasher, to blow up at me. I soon learned to look busy and responsible when he walked in, even if there was nothing to do. My mother always dismissed his violent outbursts as part of the same Vietnam War post-traumatic stress disorder that caused him to wake up in the middle of the night screaming and smashing things. As a teenager, whenever I brought friends home, he would ask them, "Have you ever sucked a sweeter dick than mine?" It was a trick question because whether they said yes or no, they still ended up with his dick in their mouth, at least in the comedic sense of the question. Occasionally, my father promised to take me places, but more often than not, something more pressing would come up at work. Only on a few memorable occasions did we do anything together. Usually, he took me on his motorcycle to a strip mine near our house, where, using a rifle he had removed from the corpse of a Viet Cong soldier, he taught me how to shoot. I inherited good aim from my father, which served me well, whether shooting BB guns at animals or throwing rocks at cops. I also inherited a bad temper with a short fuse, a headstrong ambition that can only be stopped by bullets or bouncers, a blunt sense of humor, an unquenchable appetite for tits, and an irregular heartbeat, which is only made worse by ingesting lots of drugs. Although I had so much in common with my father, I never wanted to admit it. Most of my childhood and adolescence was spent in fear of him. He constantly threatened to kick me out of the house and never failed to remind me that I was worthless and would never amount to anything. So I grew up a mama's boy, spoiled by her and ungrateful for it. In order to make sure I clung even closer to her side, my mother used to try to convince me that I was more sickly than I was, so she could keep me at home and care for me. When I first began breaking out in acne, my mother told me that it was an allergic reaction to egg whites, which gave her hives, and for a long time I believed her. She wanted me to be just like her, to be dependent on her, to never leave her. When I finally did at age 22, she sat in my room every day and cried until one afternoon she thought she saw Jesus in silhouette against the doorway. Taking her vision as a sign that I was being watched over, she stopped lamenting and began keeping as pets the rats she was supposed to be feeding my snake. In her own overprotective way, she replaced me with the sickliest rat, which she named Marilyn, and not only went on to give mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to the rodent, but now keeps it in a crudely constructed oxygen tent made from saran wrap to prolong its life. As a child, you accept whatever happens in your family as normal. But when puberty hits, the pendulum swings in the other direction, and acceptance turns into resentment. In 9th grade, I began feeling more and more isolated, friendless, and sexually frustrated. I used to sit at my desk in class with a pocket knife, making cuts up and down my forearm. I still have dozens of scars from
Yeah.
tattoos.
I
For the
never
most
actually
part, I
used the
didn't bother
sources.
to excel at school. Most of my education took place after class, when I escaped
Like,
into
I
film
knew how to
school,
cite things
immersed in
well in
role-playing
high
games,
school, and I
reading
kind of
books
forgot.
like the Jim Morrison bio, No One Here Gets Out Alive,
Yeah.
writing macabre poems and short stories, and listening to records. I began to appreciate music as a universal healer, an entryway to a place where I could be accepted, a place with no rules and no judgments. The person who had to bear the biggest brunt of my frustration was my mother. Perhaps my vitriolic outbursts against her were something else I inherited from my father. For a period, my parents had violent screaming matches because my father suspected her of cheating on him with an ex-cop turned private investigator. My father had always been by nature suspicious, and was never able to let go of his jealousy even for my mother's first boyfriend, Dick Reed, a scrawny guy whose ass my dad beat the day he met my mother at the age of 15. One one of
What's
their
up?
louder fights took place after my
If I
father went through
didn't
her
need to
purse,
cite, I could
pulled out
just
a wadded up
go at it
washcloth,
because
and
I know a
demanded an
lot
explanation for
of
it.
the info.
I
Yeah.
figured out what was so suspicious about the item, whether it was from a strange hotel
Yeah.
or it had been used to
I
mop up
totally
something.
understand that.
I remember the investigator in question coming by the
Just
house
barely
at
use the
times with
sources,
machine
right?
guns and
Can't you
Soldier
do
of
that?
Fortune magazines, which impressed me because I was still interested in a career in espionage. Hate and anger are infectious, however, and I soon began resenting my mother because I thought she was breaking up the marriage. I used to sit on my bed and cry thinking about what would happen if my parents split up. I was afraid I'd have to choose between them,
Ugh.
and because I was scared of my father,
Yeah.
moving away and living in poverty with my
I
mother.
hope you do okay,
In my
man.
room, along
It
with my
sounds
Kiss
bad.
posters, hand-drawn cartoons, and rock albums, I also had a collection of glass Avon cologne bottles that my grandmother had given me. Each one was shaped like a different card.
Yeah, whenever I
and
wrote
think
like
it was the
research papers, I
Excalibur
would just
that sent
act
my
like a
mother
prick
to
and
the
just be
hospital
like,
one night.
obviously this
She'd
is
come home
true.
late and wouldn't tell me
I
what
don't
she had
need to
done.
say anything about
Suspecting
this.
her of cheating, I lost the temper my father had handed down to me and threw the bottle at her face, opening up a bloody gash over her lip and scattering cheap perfume and shards of blue glass across my floor. She still has a scar, which has served as her constant reminder never to have another child. Circle 5. The Wrathful. In altercations
She
that followed
has
her
read
hater,
all the
spit on
English
her, and tried
language
to
stuff
choke her.
about this Roman
She never
figure.
retaliated. She just
Ooh.
cried, and I
Damn.
never felt sorry for her.
Yeah, so she's
The
a
anger I had
pro.
pent up for being sent to Christian school,
Well, that's not good.
however, began to dissipate later in public school. My mother would let me stay home sick if, say, I couldn't comb my hair flat and didn't want any girls to see me, or if someone at school wanted to beat me senseless. I began to appreciate her for it. But that, too, was only a phase. As I lay in my bed that last night in Canton, I hated my parents more than I had ever hated them before. I was finally beginning to fit in Canton, and now I had to live on the outskirts of frat boy Fort Lauderdale because my father had gotten a new and boring job as a furniture salesman. I'd made it through the darkest places, from haunted houses to high school gyms. I'd had bad drugs, worse sex, and no self-esteem. It was all over and behind me, and now I had to start all over again. I wasn't excited to move. I was bitter and angry. Not just at my parents, but at the world.
Huh? He also handed that paper in.
4.
Wait, what?
The road to hell is paved with good rejection letters.
Wait, what's up? Whole thing about how she has read all. Oh no, that's the old thing. When I took the class with Pops, he had to use 10 sources. He used all 10, but 8 of them he just threw the citations in random spots. Yeah. And in the paper, like 3 different assignments. Yeah, I think he told me that. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah. It was that paper. It's fucking ridiculous.
I was somewhat lonely, and I soon developed disagreeable mannerisms which made me unpopular throughout my school days. I had the lonely child's habit
Yeah, I
of making up
heard.
stories and holding conversations with imaginary
He went to
persons.
like Arizona.
And I think from the very start,
It's
my
fucked.
literary ambitions were mixed up with the feeling of being isolated and undervalued. I knew that I had a facility with words and a power of facing unpleasant facts, and I felt that this created a sort of private world in which I could get my own back for my failure in everyday life. George Orwell, Why I Write. Circle 5, The Sullen.
He thought. Wait, what?
January
Because
20th,
he can't find a program.
1988. From Brian Warner, 3450
Oh.
Banks Road, number 207, Margate, Florida, 33063.
Damn.
To
Well, that's not good.
John Glazer, editor, Night Terrors Magazine, 1007 Union Street, Schenectady, New York.
Every once in a while, a zombie will come down there.
Dear
Very
John
strange.
Glazer, enclosed is my previously unpublished story, All in the Family. It is being submitted only to your magazine at the time. I would appreciate your consideration for
I gotta
a
turn
possible
this shit
publication
down,
of the
man.
above-mentioned story. I thank you
It's
for
like
your
too
time,
fucking loud.
and will be looking forward to your reply. Sincerely, Brian Warner. All in the Family by Brian Warner. was one of those small portable ones often used in schools or libraries. Teddy didn't even realize the irony of his action. Angie was in fact the one
This
who
part is
bought it
so
for him.
cheesy. I
He
don't want to
wiped the
listen to
hair,
that.
and she stepped over Angie and raised. I hear
No.
the weeping of an abandoned infant.
No.
June 5th, 1988. From Brian Warner, 3450 Banks Road, number 207, Margate, Florida, 33063. To John Glazer, editor, Night Terrors Magazine, 1007 Union Street, Schenectady, New York, 12308. Dear John Glazer, I received my first copy of Night Terrors in the mail 2 weeks ago and have now read the entire issue. I enjoyed it, particularly the story by Clive Barker. I haven't heard from you and wonder whether you received the poems that were included with my subscription request. I am more eager now than before to be published in Night Terrors Magazine. I feel that it is the perfect place for my work. Please respond soon and let me know if you received my last submission, or if you'd like me to send it again. Sincerely, Brian Warner. July 8th, 1988. From Night Terrors Magazine, 1007 Union Street, Schenectady, New York, 12308. To Brian Warner, 3450 Banks Road, number 207, Margate, Florida, 33063. Hey Brian, nice to hear from you. Thanks for the nice words about NT. Yes, I read your poems and enjoyed them, but did not think they were right for NT. I'm sorry, I must have forgotten to respond to them. But please, submit again soon. I'm really enjoying your work. Till then, John Glazer, editor. 5. I wasn't born with enough middle fingers. Come on, babies, grease your lips, put on your hats and swing your hips. Don't forget to bring your whips. We're going to the Freakers Ball. Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show. Freakers Ball. When you have friends, you form a band. When you're lonely, you write. So that's how I spent my first months in Fort Lauderdale. As my father worked at Levitt's Furniture, supposedly a big opportunity for him, I sat alone at home and brought my most twisted fantasies to life in poems, stories, and novellas. I sent them everywhere, from Penthouse to the Horror Show to the American Atheist. Every morning I rushed to the door as soon as I heard
Ooh,
the
what's up,
bell.
Lixie? Hey, man.
But all he carried in his bag was disappointment. Either nothing or a rejection letter.
Don't joke. I'll
Only
try,
one
man.
story. Moon
It's
on
honestly
the
pretty
Water,
hard to choke.
about an alcoholic writer with a cat named Jimi Hendrix and a well that swallows
Every once in a while,
everyone
there'll be like a
loves
random
was ever
zombie that comes
published
the other way.
in a small journal called
That's the
The
only
Writer's
thing.
Block. Disappointment followed me like a ball and chain that first year in Florida. The more work I did, the less it paid off. I was leading a pathetic life, living with my parents and attending Broward Community College, where I studied journalism and theater because it was all that interested me. For extra money, I became the night manager of a local Specs, a record chain where I soon found an opportunity to revert to the type of behavior that had gotten me into trouble in Christian school. There were 2 cute girls who worked at the store. The one that liked me, of course, was heavily medicated and obsessed with killing herself. The one I liked was Eden, named after the Garden of Earthly Delights, but she refused to share any of those earthly delights with me. In a callow attempt to be cool, I made a deal with them. They could smoke pot in the back of the store if they agreed to steal cassettes from me. Since there was a security guard who searched our bags whenever we left the premises, I bought the girls 16-ounce soft drink cups from Sbarro's and instructed them to fill the containers with as many cassettes by the Cramps, The Cure, Skinny Puppy, and so on as would fit. The week Jane's Addiction's Nothing's Shocking came out, I had Eden steal it and then unsuccessfully tried to coax her into coming with me to their concert at Woody's on the Beach. My first article in my college newspaper, The Observer, was a review of that show, headlined, Jane's Addiction Returns to Shock Crowd at Woody's. Little did I know that there was a word in that headline that would go on to be used several thousand times to describe my music.
No QR. Yeah, no. I lost like, I went down like 3 times by like 40.
I would be in a Los Angeles
I just
hotel
never
room
restarted.
trying to keep Jane's Addiction's guitarist, Dave Navarro, from
What's up,
giving
man?
me a blowjob as we sniffed drugs together. If memory serves me correctly, Dave ended up hanging out in the room of my bassist, Twiggy Ramirez, who had ordered 2 expensive prostitutes and was busy fucking them to the beat of ZZ Top's Eliminator. What I regretted most when I was fired from the record store
Hi, Bombi.
shirking, they didn't catch me stealing.
34, very
Get
nice.
to go out with Eden. Once again,
How do you like the camp?
time and fame
I think the
were on
camp
my
is so
side.
fun.
And a year and a half later, I ran into her after a Marilyn Manson and the Spooky Kids concert. She didn't even know I was in the band until she saw me on stage.
Neo
And then all
Geo,
of a sudden,
yeah,
she
what's up?
wanted to go out with me. So you can believe that I
Rack
fucked her
rocks.
and didn't call her afterwards. After getting fired, I delved into rock criticism, working for a local freebie entertainment guide called Tonight Today. The newsprint magazine was run by a creepy, burned-out hippie named Richard Kent, who never paid me a cent. He was completely bald.
Isn't that your
except for a
name?
patch of gray hair he kept in a ponytail, and he wore thick black glasses. He constantly walked around the office with his neck bobbing back and forth, as if he were a fat parrot in search of something to say.
Oh, your foot.
Whenever I asked him a question about an article or a
That's
deadline,
cool.
he'd stare blankly at me for minutes. I never knew what he was thinking.
You just change your
I
name.
always hoped it wasn't about molesting me.
It was like an
I
alt.
conned my way into a glossy startup magazine, 25th Parallel, by telling the owners, 2 lovers named Paul and Richard, that I had a degree in journalism and had written for numerous national
Oh,
publications.
interesting. I didn't know that. Okay.
They bought my
Cool.
lies and hired me as a senior editor. I always tried to picture Paul and Richard having sex, but it was an impossible image to conjure. Paul, a small, chubby Italian from New York, looked like a funhouse mirror version of Richard, who was gaunt and tall with terrible acne and monstrous teeth that looked like they were part of a Halloween costume.
Yeah,
One of the
sex.
things that creeped me out most about them was a picture Paul kept over his desk of Slash, passed out
I'll
naked
turn
in
it
the
up again, I
bathtub.
guess.
I always wondered about the circumstances under which the photo had been taken. Paul and Richard were a hopeless pair. They would sit around the office depressed, destitute, and in tears. The only reason the magazine came out month after month was because they made money selling the records they received for free in the mail. Like most people who don't pay for their music, they didn't appreciate it. I wrote non-stop for the entertainment section, but the piece that I was happiest with wasn't about rock. It was about a subject that combined my aspirations in journalism and horror writing. 25th Parallel, April 1990. We always hurt the ones we love. A trip into the world of B&D by Brian Warner. The cloying scent of stale sex and leather instantly accosts my senses as I stumble into Mistress Barbara's dungeon. After being blindfolded and escorted here by her personal slave, I spend a few moments adjusting my vision to the dim lighting in this living room gone torture chamber. Carelessly, I stuff the adhesive eye patches in my shirt pocket. Once I finally focus, the carnal coexistence of this Fort Lauderdale apartment
It's
becomes quite apparent.
pretty
The short,
explicit, I
corpulent
guess.
woman who calls herself Mistress Barbara is, in fact, a B&D. That's bondage and discipline for those of you who thought that the missionary position was still the standard. Specialist, and her house of ill repute is closer than you might think. Whatever someone's fantasy is, I fulfill it, she asserts, gesturing to a room full of painful, though prurient, blue movie props and other pornographic paraphernalia. In commercial sessions, I use instruments of torture on people. I do genital torture, body piercing, and bondage. I tie them in positions that are extremely uncomfortable, and I leave them there for long periods of time. If it's a good session and they've been a responsive slave, I will allow them to masturbate afterwards. On the wall opposite the door is a row of full-length mirrors, and to either side of them are her work tools. I follow her to the rack on the right where she points out 2 jockey helmets, riding gear, electric shock equipment used for dog training, several flea collars, a pair of spurs, and
Yeah,
cuffs
right.
designed for shackling legs, wrists, and thumbs. I don't always apply them to wrists.
Yeah, he's like
ankles, and
interviewing a
thumbs, however.
BDSM girl.
She laughs. Continuing down the wall are a plethora of clamps and accompanying weights that are used for stretching the more tender parts of the body. Below that, she identifies a set of familiar-looking utensils as
Yeah.
escargot tongs. These are wonderful for genital torture, she beams, picking up the tongs fondly and
No,
snapping them
it's
in the
not an
air
erotic
like some
audiobook.
metallic lobster. And besides, when
He just
somebody
talks
meets
about
those
sex a
snails
lot.
again, they always think of me. Reader warning. 25th Parallel recommends that you do not try this at home, or at Joe's Stone Crab for that matter. Below that are 30 or so rubber, leather, and metal
Yeah,
hooks,
pretty much.
ranging in size from
This is
1 to 4 inches in
Marilyn
diameter.
Manson's autobiography.
Apparently, these were invented by the Chinese to promote sexual endurance. I think they look like pirate earrings myself, but hey, what does an average sex life with a little jello on holidays kind of guy like me know? Farther down, she shows me a small leather and chain parachute. It looks like something for a child's action figure. I can imagine it now. Authentic bondage accessory for teenage pervert Ninja Turtles. She explains that this device is used to stretch the genitals. I don't think you will find this one at Toys R Us. Stranger still, there is a magnifying glass below the Freudian nightmare paratrooper gear. She pulls it from its peg and quips, "This is so the males I deal with can get a good look at what they have, and they can see with their eyes how they view it mentally." Stashed at the bottom of the wall.
Yeah, I know he
collection of
was.
spiked
It's
slave
crazy.
collars, leather bras, masks,
He talks about it in the
earrings,
book.
nipple penis tassels.
It's hilarious. He self-incriminates
The lighter
himself.
points out, "I make the men
He
dance
literally
with these
talks
on,
about
and
it.
the tassels and all have to swing in the same direction." In addition to that treasury of ribald playthings,
That's probably
there is
like
also
2
a
hours
horse's
in.
tail, complete with fastening butt plug for the Mr. Ed aficionado, and a real ball
Okay.
and
I'll
chain
see if
which she claims to have
Rack
purchased
rocks.
at a garage sale. Across the room, on the other wall,
That's the end.
is where Mistress Barbara keeps her more
So base.
dangerous weapons, so to speak. Of course, there is a slew of chains, as well as an English birch cane, several paddles, wicker, oak, rubber, leather, and plastic, a yardstick, a ruler, a Dutch boy paint stirrer, a medieval spiked flail that she has nicknamed Ball Breaker, a few cat-o'-nine tails, and enough whips to make Indiana Jones salivate uncontrollably. Furthermore, the drawers that line the floorboard contain things like electronic muscle stimulators, disposable enemas, candles, rubber gloves, condoms — she uses both traditional dry and natural lube Trojans — fake blood, plaster of Paris, saran wrap, a soldering iron, plastic garbage ties, icy hot, feathers, furs, brushes, baby powder, vitamin E lotion, Vaseline, an entire drawer full of marital aids, in various colors, shapes, and sizes, more lingerie than Victoria's Secret and Fredericks of Hollywood combined, and a box of sparklers. Being the naive layman that I am, I ask what the sparklers are used for. I wish I hadn't. On birthdays and the 4th of July, I put one of these in the end of their penis and light it. She confesses without a hint of sarcasm. Most of these things are props, but most men love to dress up like women. They come here to be feminine. Carefully, I find a seat on the black fur comforter that covers her full-size platform bed. Below it, where most normal folks might stash, say, a Monopoly game or maybe even their kiss dolls, I notice a caged sleeping cell. Although Mistress Barbara has only been practicing bondage and discipline commercially. That's not commercial as we know it. This practice is very illegal. For 3 years, she has been doing it privately for 45 of her 57 years. Her introduction to the whip me, beat me, jab safety pins through my sex organ world of B&D came at the ripe and uncertain age of 12. I was living in California, and there was a man who was 21 that came to my house all the time. She recalls lighting a cigarette. One day he was teasing me with his bullwhip and he made me mad. So I took the bullwhip from him and made him take off his clothes and drive back to town naked. From that day on, she has been abusing men for their pleasure. However, she never actually lost her virginity until she was 16. Thereafter, she continued to practice her trade privately, moving to Florida in 1980. Finally, she realized that if she advertised, she could do the same things to strangers for more money. Now, at $200 a session, which can last anywhere from 12 minutes to 13 hours, she earns roughly $25,000 a year, tax-free. Her customers, who are between 19 and 74, locate her through a personal ad that reads, "Sincere, mature, dominant woman has slave quarters available for short and long-term stays. Generally, her clientele are businessmen with families," she claims. "I believe the higher the executive, the higher the pressure, and the more they do these things," she decides. "I see faces and I recognize them from campaign posters.
Aw,
I find
alright,
that
thanks,
it's not
Lixie.
unusual that I've had firemen, police officers, attorneys, judges, airline pilots, and football players." Laughing, she adds, "I get most of my calls
The
after the
length of
3-day
his
holidays
stream.
when these men are at home with their wives, and they're
Yeah,
not
this stream is
accustomed
gonna
to
be
spending that
long
much
if I
time
can
with
make
their
it long.
families. So I
If I
get
don't
some
get really
pretty frantic
tired.
calls that they've been bad boys and that they need to be spanked." Not only does she provide services for sexually depraved clients, her personal live-in slaves give her everything they own. Presently, the peon of this V-Girl's bawdy house is a gaunt,
15-hour
middle-aged gentleman
torture.
named Stan.
Right.
Despite the fact that he is a good 2 feet taller than Mistress Barbara, her tyrannical demeanor causes him to cower beneath her like a maimed cat. As my photographer, Mark Sirota, prepares some additional lighting, she orders Stan to undress for the picture. The slave scuttles out of the room obediently. Turning back to me, she explains, "You can't be a good dominatrix without understanding submission.
Man,
The
this
game
is
that we
long.
play is,
It's longer than I
I
thought.
play as though I am in control, and I'm forcing them to do these things. But in reality, it's what they want to receive. They make no decisions, not even what to wear or when to speak. I totally control their lives. I am everything to them. These are people who have not been able to run their lives. They've made such a mess of their lives and have never been satisfied with any woman. So I just take everything over. They don't even have to think." Apparently, men like Stan live with her and cater to her every desire, whether it is sexual or otherwise. In return for her care, he gives her a nominal amount of money each week that she uses to pay his bills. She becomes a mother of sorts. What they don't know is that she saves most of their cash and returns it to them when they decide to move on. She likes to give them a fresh start. Stan finally returns. I am a little more than surprised by his appearance. Aside from the fact that he is totally naked, his body hair has been shaved entirely, and he is wearing 4 or 5, I don't get close enough to get an exact count, of those attractive metal hoops that I described some 27 paragraphs ago. They jangle as he walks into the room. Sheepishly, he crawls onto Mistress Barbara's black leather chiropractor's chair, where she proceeds to crucify him against the wall. After he is secured at the neck, wrists, and ankles, she casually applies surgical hemostats to his nipples. "Does that hurt?" she asks coyly. "Well," he begins, but before he can finish, she grabs his denigrated
Hey, Hannah.
genitals and
How are you?
squeezes, with the ease of any Publix produce shopper. "Get a little more uncomfortable," she commands, and her battered boy toy responds quickly, stretching his legs sideways at an awkward angle. As pancake-sized red welts form around Stan's mangled
Homeless
breasts,
soon.
I ask him how
Oh
it feels.
no.
Slowly and carefully, he
That's not
mumbles,
good. What happened?
"Restrained. I feel something, but it's hard to pin a certain emotion on it." Stan is not an articulate person, and he always understates everything. The groin-gouging guru interjects. "I've always treated men in this fashion. I've always felt that men should be kept in cages and stables like dogs and horses,
You don't want to talk
and
about
taken
it?
out only when you want to play with them.
That's
It's very
fair.
convenient." The camera begins to flash, and Stan winces
Fair
from
enough.
the paparazzi as Mistress Barbara answers
I'm
the
sorry.
door. It's Bob, her part-time slave. He carries in a large box that she says is filled with black market transvestite videos. Bob is a retired grandfather who serves Mistress Barbara with his wife's
And your
reluctant permission.
parents aren't
My wife
in the picture?
accepts this, but she's not into it, Bob explains while fidgeting with the change in his pocket. She knows it's a big fantasy of mine, and I enjoy it. As long as she knows where I'm at,
Yeah, you'll
and that the
definitely.
people are sane and discreet,
That's gonna be really
it's
hard.
okay. I would never lie to or cheat on my wife. I don't go with other women, and there's no real hanky-panky going on here. Whether it's with Bob, Stan, or any of the others,
Yeah.
Mistress Barbara leads a hedonistic life. She spends her
Very
free time
sorry.
sailing, flying, or she
You could
wants,
probably
and she
figure it
never has
out
to
still.
worry about sexual satisfaction.
Oh, fuck.
She has them trained for that. Stan's not allowed to have an erection unless I say. He has learned to function on command. She represents everything a woman is about, while at the same time
Can you work?
contradicting what we believe is normal behavior. Besides that, she has never been arrested, and she makes a hell of a lot of money. I decide that it's time to head back into apple pie and no sex until marriage America.
Really
So I
upset.
don my adhesive eye patches and follow her into the humid afternoon sunlight. As we trod forward by Braille, in search of the car, she concludes by whispering, "They think I'm wonderful. Somebody else might think I'm the biggest jerk.
But can you work?
So why not be where you have adoration?" I soon met a woman who would torture me in ways much more subtle and painful than anything Mistress
Nobody would
Barbara
hire
could
me.
devise with her hellish instruments of sadism. Her name was Rochelle.
Yeah,
I was 19 and she was 22.
kind of
when we
relatable.
met at
I can't
Reunion
really
Club,
find a job.
a local club that, though I was underage, let me in because I was a journalist. She was so beautiful, she was painful to look at, because I knew I could never have her. She was a model, with red hair in a Betty Page cut, a gently curving body, and a face stretched perfectly over well-defined cheekbones.
You could try to go into
As we
like the
talked,
government,
Rochelle explained that she had just broken up with her boyfriend, who was still living with her, but
or
tried
like going to
find
the military.
someplace.
I wonder if you could go into the
Once
military.
I realized she was on the rebound, a slow flush of confidence began to creep over me. She was leaving for Paris for the entire summer in a month, which gave me just enough time to pursue
Yeah.
and miraculously catch her. The letters we exchanged across the Atlantic were as steamy
You're
as they
probably
were
fine.
inspirational. I was smitten. When she returned, our relationship resumed even more passionately than before. In desperate need of her affection, or just to get laid, one night I paged her. My phone rang minutes later and I picked it up. "Why are you paging this number?" asked a hostile man's voice. "This is my girlfriend's number," I told him belligerently. "It's also my fiancé's number." He
Maybe
fired
look
back.
around Reddit,
And
see
at
if
that
anyone
moment, I
else is
felt
in
my
like a
heart
similar
freeze
situation to you.
and
That's what I like to do.
each shard dropping painfully through
Reddit's
my
good.
insides. "Did you know," I stammered, "that she's been sleeping with me?"
You could try and like get an apprenticeship somewhere. That might be
He
good.
was in shock, like I was. I walked around for months in a heartbroken daze. Just as I was beginning to pull myself back together, she called. "I don't know how to tell you this," she said, "but I'm pregnant." "Why are you telling me?" I asked as coldly as I could. "I don't know if it's yours or his." "Well, I guess we're just going to have to assume that it's his," I snapped back, hanging up before she could say anything else. 2 years later, I ran into her at a local diner. She looked the same. Drop-dead
Wow,
gorgeous,
really?
but modeling hadn't worked out for her. She had become a police officer and looked like every man's fantasy
It's seconds per
dominatrix,
whore,
including
but yeah,
uniform,
dumb.
cap, and nightstick.
Right?
"You should
Dumb
meet my
date.
son," she said. "He looks just like you." My
don't have
face
a birth
blanched and
certificate.
My jaw dropped open in the process of trying to exclaim, "What?"
I mean,
I pictured child support
you
payments,
might be
weekend
okay without a
spent
birth certificate.
babysitting,
I don't know how to
a
get that
husband
back.
plotting brutal revenge. After savoring my shock, she pulled her dagger out of my chest just as swiftly and cruelly as she had plunged it in. "But I know it's not yours. I had a blood test." As a result of discovering that Rochelle had betrayed me and was engaged to someone else, I promised myself that I would
Yeah,
try
maybe
to close
that
myself
works.
off emotionally to the world and trust no one. I didn't want to get carried away by my feelings again. I needed to stop being victimized by my own weaknesses and insecurities about other people, especially women. Rochelle left me with a scar deeper than any I've since inflicted on myself. It was partly out of anger and revenge that I wanted to get famous and make her regret dumping me. Another reason was that I was frustrated with music journalism. The problem wasn't the magazines or my writing, but the musicians themselves. Each successive interview I did, the more disillusioned I became. Nobody had anything to say. I felt like I should be answering the questions instead of asking them.
Not feeling
I
it.
wanted to be on the other side of the pen.
What the
I
fuck?
interviewed Debbie Harry, Malcolm McLaren, and the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I wrote promotional biographies for Yngwie Malmsteen
Damn.
and other
Yeah,
metal
that's not good. I
assholes.
don't know.
I even published an
Huh.
article on Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails with no premonition that we were about to begin a relationship that, like a long stay in Mistress Barbara's dungeon, would be strewn with unforeseeable peaks of pleasure and pain. When I first saw Trent, he was sulking in the corner during sound check as his dreadlocked tour manager Sean Bevan hovered protectively over him. Once we started talking, he thawed and became affable. But I was just another journalist. Talking to me was as good a way as any for him to kill time before a show in a city where he knew no one. The next time Trent Reznor came to town, I was his opening act. Part 2. Deformography. 6. The Spooky Kids. He threw up his hands in exasperation. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm trying to use a little verbal shock treatment to make you see how crazy you both sound. You were talking about a goddamn pen name coming to life. Stephen King. The Dark Half. Marilyn Manson was the perfect story protagonist for a frustrated writer like myself. He was a character who, because of his contempt for the world around him, and more so himself, does everything he can to trick people into liking him. And then, once he wins their confidence, he uses it to destroy them. He would have been in a longish short story about 60 pages. The title would have been The Payback, and it would have been rejected by 17 magazines. Today, it would be in the garage of my parents' house in Florida, faded and mildewed with all the other stories. But it was too good an idea to rot. The year was 1989, and Miami's Two Live crew were beginning to make headlines because store owners across the country were getting arrested for selling their album, classified as obscenity, to minors. Pundits and celebrities were rushing to aid the band to prove that their lyrics were not titillation but art. A culturally significant chain of events had been set in motion simply because of dirty nursery rhymes like Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet with her legs gapped open wide. Up came a spider, looked up inside her, and said that pussy's wide. At the time, I was reading books about philosophy, hypnosis, criminal psychology.
No, I got 67 yesterday.
Along
I
with
got
a few occult and true crime
267.
paperbacks. On top of that, I was completely bored.
Yeah, I know,
Sitting
it's been
around
forever.
watching Wonder Years reruns and talk
Let me
shows
see.
and realizing how stupid Americans were. All of this inspired me to create my own science
Yeah,
project
still.
and see if a white band that wasn't rap could get away with acts far more offensive and illicit than Two Live Crew's dirty rhymes.
It's interesting.
As a performer, I wanted to be the loudest, most persistent alarm clock I could be. Because there didn't seem like any other way to snap society out of its Christianity.
Yeah, so it's just
and
70
mediate
times
its
whatever the hordes are.
Circle 6. Heretics. Since nobody was publishing my poetry, I convinced Jack Kearney, the owner of Squeeze, a small club in the middle of a mall, to start an open mic night. This way I could
Yeah, it's gonna
at least
take,
get exposure for my writing.
I think like 17 hours.
Every Monday, I stood awkward and vulnerable behind the microphone on the small stage and recited a handful of poems and prose pieces to a meager crowd. All the bizarre characters who attended told me my poetry sucked.
17 hours
But I had a
left.
good voice and
Not
chose my
left,
band.
sorry.
I told them to
Probably
fuck
like
off.
15.
But inside, I knew that no one really likes poetry anyway, and that their advice was right. If only because no one else I interviewed or listened to was
Yeah, I
writing
know.
songs with any intelligence. I had always dreamt of making music because it was such an important part of my life. But until then, I never had the confidence or the faith in my abilities to pursue it seriously. All I needed were a few resilient souls to go through hell with me. The Kitchen Club was the epicenter of South Beach.
Yeah, it takes like
Miami's
more than
burgeoning
twice as long.
underground
It's
industrial
crazy.
scene, and a regular haunt of mine from the time it opened that year, tucked inside a sleazy hotel populated by prostitutes, drug addicts, and vagrants. There was a pool in the back with water filthy from being used as a combination bathtub laundromat by alcoholics who had pissed and shat themselves. I would go to the hotel on Friday night, rent a room, and by the end of the weekend, find myself alone and miserable, puking in the bathtub from ingesting too much trucker speed and too many screwdrivers. One Friday, I arrived at the club with a friend from theater class, Brian Tatunik. I was decked out in a navy blue trench coat with Jesus Saves painted on the back, striped stockings, and combat boots. At the time, I thought I looked cool, but in retrospect, I looked like an asshole. Jesus Saves? As we walked in, we noticed a blonde guy leaning against a pillar with a flock of seagulls haircut hanging in his face. He was smoking a cigarette and laughing. I thought he was laughing at me, but when I passed by, he didn't even turn his head. He was just staring into space, cackling like a madman. As Leibach's Yugoslavian military march version of Life is Life blasted out of the sound system, I spotted a girl with black hair and huge breasts, which, when they were on a goth girl like her, we called Dracula biscuits. Shouting over the music, I explained to her that I had a hotel room and tried to convince her to come up with me. But for the 99th time that summer, I was denied because she had come to the club with a date, which turned out to be Laughing Boy. She brought me to his pillar, and I asked him what he was laughing about. His response came in the form of a tutorial on the proper ways to commit suicide, which included essential details like the exact angle to hold the shotgun at and what type of ammunition to use. The whole time he had a strange way of laughing at everything he said. He'd just start cackling, and within that cackle he'd repeat what he had just said. A word like 12 gauge or cerebral cortex, so that both you and he knew what was so funny. His name was Stephen, but he explained in the ensuing seminar if anyone called him Steve, it pissed him off. If anyone spelled his name with a V instead of a PH, it pissed him off too. The subject of names didn't change until Ministry's Stigmata came on, and the goths and pseudo-punks stopped dancing and started violently slamming. Much of the commotion was instigated by an effeminate, Crispin Glover-looking guy with purple hair, a mini-skirt, and a leopard skin leotard. He would eventually become our second bassist. Completely oblivious to the activity around him, Stephen told me that if I liked Ministry, I should listen to Big Black. He then delved into a detailed analysis of Steve Albini's guitar playing, the techniques he used and the tones he produced, followed by a dissertation on Albini's methods of production and the lyrical content of his album, Songs About Fucking. I didn't get laid that night, which pissed me off, though it was nothing new. But I did exchange numbers with Stephen. He called me the next week and said he wanted to make me a cassette of Songs About Fucking and bring me something else he thought I'd be extremely interested in. He wouldn't say what it was. He just wanted to come over and give it to me. Instead of Big Black, he brought me a tape of a band called Rape Man, and he spent several hours extemporizing on the lineage between the two bands, rocking back and forth autistically all the while. I later learned he had a problem with hyperactivity as a child, which his parents had treated with Ritalin. Now that he wasn't on medication, he often turned into a babbling blur that was dizzying to watch. His mystery surprise was a rusty can of spiced sardines that had expired in June 1986. He never offered an explanation for it, and I never figured one out. Maybe he thought I was going to pull an Andy Warhol and make silkscreens of it. We began spending a lot of time together, hanging out at my poetry readings and going to concerts by shitty South Florida bands that I thought were halfway decent at the time. After a show one night, we came back to my house and pawed through poems I wanted to turn into songs and lyrical scraps I had written. I was hoping he played an instrument, since he seemed to know everything there was to know about all things electrical, mechanical, and pharmaceutical. So I asked. The answer came in the form of a long-winded monologue about how his brother was a jazz musician and played a variety of reed, keyboard, and percussion instruments. Eventually he confessed, "I can play drums, drums, sort of, sort of, But my vision didn't include drums. I wanted to start a rock band that used a drum machine, which seemed somewhat novel at the time since only industrial, dance, and hip-hop bands use drum machines. "Just buy a keyboard and we'll start a band," I told him. Stephen didn't end up in the first incarnation of the group. Neither did the next person I found that I liked. I was at a record store in Coral Square Mall buying Judas Priest and Mission UK tapes as birthday presents for my cousin Chad. A well-tanned store employee who looked like an exotic Middle Eastern skeleton with an afro bigger than Brian May's walked over and tried to foist Love and Rockets albums on me. His name tag identified him as Geordie White. One of his co-workers, a girl named Lynn, had given blowjobs and much more to most of the South Florida scene, excluding me, but including Geordie, though he denies it to this day. Almost a year later, Jordy and I would form a joke band called Mrs. Scabtree and perform a song about Lynn's legacy to the music scene. It was called Herpes. Jordy sang it dressed like Diana Ross, and I played drums using a chamber pot as a stool. Jordy would go on to play in my band as Twiggy Ramirez. But for now, Jordy was just a friendly freak in a Bauhaus t-shirt trying to find someone who understood him. The next time I ran into Jordy at the mall, he was playing bass in a death metal outfit called Ambugalard. So I didn't even bother trying to persuade him to quit. I just asked if he could recommend a good bass player, but he insisted that there weren't any in South Florida. And he was right. I ended up talking Brian Tunick, my friend from theater class, into playing bass with us. I knew this was wrong from the start, because he had been talking about forming his own band for some time, and had no intention of including me. He may have thought he was doing me a favor when he joined Marilyn Manson and the Spooky Kids as part of the rhythm section, instead of as the frontman that he wanted to be. But it wasn't much of a favor, because he was a bad bassist, a fat hairdresser, a wannabe vegetarian, and a devotee of Boy George, which placed him at the bottom end of the aggressivity meter.
Nice. Okay.
He lasted 2 shows before we kicked him out. He wound up forming Collapsing Lungs, a bad, watered-down industrial metal band with songs like Who Put a Hole in My Rubber. They thought they were God's gift to South Florida, especially after they got signed to Atlantic Records. But I cursed them. Now they're God's gift to the unemployment line, though I can't entirely take credit for their downfall. Bad musicianship and industrial metal songs about saving sea turtles didn't help their career any. I found the next piece of the band at a drunken house party. An intoxicated, pie-faced twit with greasy brown hair and long monkey arms flopped onto the couch next to me, pretending he was gay and talking about the drapes. He introduced himself as Scott Puteski. He seemed to know a lot of technical information about music making, and even better, he owned a 4-track cassette recorder. I had a concept, but no musical skills whatsoever, and I was easily impressed. Scott was the first real musician I had come in contact with, so I asked him to join the band and later rechristened him Daisy Berkowitz. He immediately proved to be a fuck-up when I called him the day after the party and his abrasive mother rasped nasally at me, "Sorry, Scott isn't here. He's in jail." I thought she was kidding, but it turned out he had been picked up for drunk driving on the way home from the party. Scott had been in several local rock and new wave bands before, and almost everyone he worked with wanted to kill him because he was very pretentious and had deluded himself into thinking that he was much more talented than he actually was. Some people talk better than they play, but Scott did neither well. He always knew just what to do to annoy people. He'd tell girls, "You look great from the waist down," and think it was a compliment. I would have performed using my own name, but I needed a secret identity in order to write about my music in 25th Parallel. So I carefully chose a pseudonym, a moniker with a magical ring to it.
Yeah, I know, right?
Pocus or
It's so fucking safe. It's crazy.
The words Marilyn Manson seemed like an apt symbol for modern-day America, and the minute I wrote it on paper for the first time, I knew.
But it's
that was
also
what I
really
wanted to
fucking
become.
slow.
All the hypocrites in my life, from Ms. Price to Mary Beth Kroger, had helped me to realize that everybody has a light and a dark side, and neither can exist without the other. I remember reading Paradise Lost in high school and being struck by the fact that after Satan and his angel companions rebelled against heaven, God reacted to the outrage by creating man so that he could have a less powerful creature companion in his image. In other words, in John Milton's opinion at least, man's existence is not just a result of God's benevolence, but also of Satan's evil. As a bipedal animal, man by nature, whether you call it instinct or original sin, gravitates toward his evil side, which may be one of the reasons people always ask me about the darker half of my name, but never about Marilyn Monroe. Although she remains a symbol of beauty and glamour, Marilyn Monroe had a dark side just as Charles Manson has a good, intelligent side. The balance between good and evil, and the choices we make between them, are probably the single most important aspects shaping our personalities and humanity. I could elaborate further, but it's all on the internet. Try the alt-life's only worth living if you can post it online later newsgroup. All I'll add is that the first article written on Marilyn Manson was by Brian Warner, and he completely misunderstood what I was trying to do. At the time, Charles Manson had been resurrected as a news item and television special in the name of Nielsen ratings. In high school, I had bought his Lie album, which featured him singing bizarre, almost comical original songs like Garbage Dump and Mechanical Man, which I incorporated into one of my own poems, My Monkey. I had a little monkey. I sent him to the country and I fed him on gingerbread. Along came a choo-choo, knocked my monkey cuckoo, and now my monkey's dead. At least he looks that way. But then again, don't we all? What I make is what I am. I can't be forever. Mechanical Man was the beginning of my identification with Manson. He was a gifted philosopher, more powerful intellectually than those who condemned him. But at the same time, his intelligence, perhaps even more so than the actions he had others carry out for him, made him seem eccentric and crazy, because extremes, whether good or bad, don't fit into society's definition of normality. Though Mechanical Man was a nursery rhyme on the surface, it also worked as a metaphor for AIDS, the latest manifestation of man's age-old habit of destroying himself with his own ignorance, be it of science, religion, sex, or drugs. After we turned 4 or 5 of my poems and ideas into songs, we felt we were ready for South Florida to see our ugly faces, which we strategically covered with makeup. Unfortunately, Steven still hadn't bought a keyboard, so we found an acne-faced nerd named Perry to fill in. Another problem was that among the many neuroses that Christian school had instilled in me was a crippling stage fright. In 4th grade, the drama teacher chose me to portray Jesus in a school play. For the crucifixion scene, he wanted me to wear a loincloth. Forgetting the cruelty kids were capable of, I borrowed an old, frayed terry cloth towel from my father and wore it without underwear. After dying on the cross, I walked backstage, where several older kids yanked the towel off me, started whipping me with it, and chased me through the hall. It was your classic preteen nightmare come to life, running down a corridor naked in front of all the girls you like and all the boys who hate you. Oddly, I got over my fear of exposing myself on stage, but I never got over my resentment of Jesus for traumatizing me. Our first show was at Churchill's Hideaway in Miami. 20 people showed up, though now that we're famous, at least 21 claim to have been there. Brian, the fat hairdresser, name changed to our trademark starlet serial killer combination of Olivia Newton-Bundy, played bass. Perry, the pimplehead, who renamed himself Zsa Zsa Speck, without realizing the pun on his speckled complexion, played keyboards, and Scott, the fascist of the 4-track, Daisy Berkowitz, played guitar. We used Scott's Yamaha RX-8 drum machine, which, like Scott, would one day leave us, although the drum machine was never heard from again. Being very literal-minded, I wore a Marilyn Monroe t-shirt, but I added a Manson-style swastika to her forehead. Droplets of blood had leaked through the shirt, staining Marilyn Monroe's left eye, a result of my having had a potentially cancerous mole recently removed from beneath my nipple in the same spot where Jesus was wounded. Although the doctor warned me not to touch the area around the incision, as soon as I returned home, I stretched the skin around it as tautly as I could. The results were my first new hobbies as Marilyn Manson: scarification and body modification, which I further pursued with a plastic surgeon who clipped my drooping earlobes down to human size. Circle 7. The violent against themselves. The stage at Churchill's consisted of several pieces of plywood over rows of bricks, and the PA was basically a pair of Walkman headphones snapped apart and scotch-taped to the wall on either side of the stage. We opened with one of my favorite poems, The Telephone. I am awakened by the incessant ringing of the telephone, I began, my croak turning to a growl as I wondered whether there was enough chaos on stage to hold the audience's attention. I still have dreams caked in the corners of my eyes, and my mouth is dry and tastes shitty. Again, the ringing. Slowly I bustle out of bed, the remnants of an erection still lingering in my shorts like a bothersome guest. Again, the ringing. Carefully I abscond to the bathroom so as to not display my manhood to others. There I make the perfunctory morning faces, which always seem to precede my daily contribution to the once blue toilet water that I always enjoy making green. Again, the ringing. I shake twice price like most others, as I am annoyed by the dribble that always seems to remain, causing a small acreage of wetness on the front of my briefs. I slowly, languidly, lazily, crazily stumble into the den where my father smokes all the time. Cigars in his easy chair. Oh, the stench. The song went on, the concert went on, and I lost track of what I was doing until afterward, when I rushed into the club bathroom and threw up in the toilet. I thought it had been a terrible show for watcher and performer alike, but a funny thing happened as I leaned over my putrid amalgamation of pizza, beer, and pills. I heard applause, and suddenly I felt something rise inside me that wasn't vomit. It was a sense of pride, accomplishment, and self-satisfaction strong enough to eclipse my withering self-image and my punching bag past. It was the first time in my life I felt that way, and I wanted to feel like that again. I wanted to be applauded. I wanted to be hissed. I wanted to make people pissed. Few stories in my life are without an anticlimax, and this one came as I was driving back to Fort Lauderdale at 3 a.m. that night in my mom's red Fiero. On the overpass arching above the crime-ridden ghetto of Little Havana, the digital radio blinked out in my car. I pulled over to the shoulder to see what was wrong and discovered that I couldn't restart the car. The alternator belt had snapped, and less than an hour after having found my true calling, I was stuck foraging for a phone by myself in Little Havana, where the chances of a makeup-streaked clown named Marilyn Manson not getting beat up were pretty slim. The only good that came out of the experience was that, since the tow truck didn't arrive until 10 a.m., I got used to not sleeping after a concert early in my career. Our first real show took place at the Reunion Room. I booked it by telling the manager and DJ, Tim, "Listen, I got this band and we're going to play here and we want $500. Normally bands were paid $50 to $150, but Tim agreed to my price. That was lesson number 1 in music industry manipulation. If you act like a rock star, you will be treated like
Nice. That's pretty good.
After the show,
Are you still
I kicked
camping?
Pimplehead and the fat guy out of the band, and they no doubt went off to make sandwiches, squeeze zits, and starred in the sitcom Pimplehead and the Fat Guy, which lasted for 2 episodes. We then lured Brad Stewart, the Crispin Glover lookalike from the Kitchen Club, away from a rival
Oh, okay.
band, Insanity Assassin.
One down, yeah.
Which featured
That's
Joey
pretty good,
Bowman
man.
on bass, and on vocals Nick Rage, a short, stubby guy who had somehow tricked himself into thinking he was a tall, skinny, attractive guy. It wasn't hard to convince Brad to play bass with us, even though he had played guitar with Insanity Assassin, since we had similar
Yeah,
musical
one down,
goals
one camping.
and better stage names.
Camping's
Became
sketchy in the
Kitchen
20s.
We let Steven join the band as Madonna Wayne Gacy, even though he didn't have a keyboard. Instead, he played with toy soldiers on stage. For better, but ultimately for worse, one more character ended up in our freak show. Her name was Nancy.
Are you playing a
She was
remix?
psychotic in all the wrong ways. She knew my girlfriend Teresa, who was one of the first people I met after Rochelle had made a fool of me. I was seeking a motherly figure instead of a model's figure, and I found it at a Saigon Kick concert at the Button South. Teresa came from the same factory as Tina Potts, Jennifer, and most of the other girls I ended up with in Ohio. She had a slight
Oh, that's good. That's
tiny
good.
hands and a blonde
Nice.
bob not unlike Steven's. The two were perpetually mistaken
Nice.
for twins. I had seen Nancy once before when I worked at the record store, a hippo goth-looking foolish in a black wedding gown. When Teresa introduced me to her a year later, Nancy had lost 50 pounds and had an "I'm skinny and I'm gonna pay back the world for all the times when I was fat and didn't get fucked" attitude. She had shoulder-length black curly hair, floppy tits that hung out of a slutty tank top, Hispanic features, a pale face, and a permanent stench that was half flowery, half noxious. Once I told her about the performance art ideas I had for future shows, there was no escaping her. She pushed herself into the band.
Wait, what?
like a
Original
tiger
box
working its way
batch?
through an elephant's skin. Any idea
First
I had
time
that
I've done
involved
this in
her,
months.
no matter how extreme or
Whoa.
she immediately volunteered for. The fish was
Dang.
willing, and I was desperate.
Very nice,
And
man.
also, since she seemed like somebody other people would dislike as much as they disliked me, I gave in. Our antics
Yeah, no
quickly
box
grew from
patch, right?
tame to depraved.
Kind of what I thought you meant.
The first time we performed together,
I'm
because it
glad.
took
What
me
made
out
you
to
decide
drag
to
a
not do
scantily-clad
remix?
woman around the stage by a leather leash.
Yeah.
Soon afterward, Nancy
RNG is
asked me to
not
punch
so
her in
bad
the
on this
face,
map though.
so
It's like
I
super
began
minimal,
giving her
honestly.
progressively crueler beatings each show.
Aw, that's
Circle 7.
cool. Very
Violent
nice.
against their neighbors. It must have caused some brain damage because she began to fall in love with me, even though I was going out with Teresa, who was good friends with Nancy's boyfriend, Carl, a tall, goofy, well-meaning klutz with big hips and a soft, girlish figure. This lame, real-world situation was made even worse when Nancy and I began to explore sexuality as well as pain and dominance on stage. I made out with her and sucked her tits, and she got on her knees and caressed whatever she found down there. Without fucking, we took it as far as we could without getting in trouble with my girlfriend, her boyfriend, or the law. During one concert, we put her in a cage, and as the band played People Who Died by the Jim Carroll Band, I revved up a chainsaw and tried to grind through the metal. But the chain flew off the blade, smacked me across the eyes, and made a huge gash in my forehead, sending blood streaking down my face. I barely made it through the rest of the show because all I could see was red. Like any good performance art, there was a message behind the violence. Most of the time, I wasn't interested in inflicting pain on myself and others unless it was in a way that would make people think about the way they act, the society they live in, or the things they take for granted. Sometimes, as a concrete lesson in making assumptions, I'd toss into the audience dozens of Ziploc bags, half of them filled with chocolate chip cookies, the other half with cat turds. I was also interested in the danger and menace of seemingly innocent children's movies, books, and objects, like metal lunchboxes, which were banned in Florida because the state was worried kids would use them to beat each other senseless. During Lunchbox, I regularly set a metal lunchbox on fire, took off all my clothes, and danced around it, trying to exorcise its demons. In an attempt to reiterate the lesson of Willy Wonka in my own style during other shows, I hung a donkey piñata over the crowd and put a stick on the edge of the stage. Then I would warn, "Please don't break this open. I beg you not to." Human psychology being what it is, kids in the crowd would invariably grab the stick and smash the piñata apart, forcing everyone to suffer the consequence, which in this case was a shower of cow brains, chicken livers, and pig intestines from a disemboweled donkey. People would slam dance and slip on this mass of now spoiled meat, cracking their heads open in a total intestinal freakout. The outrageous stunts, however, came later, after a disastrous trip to Manhattan, during which I wrote my first real song. A girl with a pretentious name like Asia, who I had met while she was working at a McDonald's in Fort Lauderdale, was spending the summer in New York and offered to fly me up for a weekend. Although I was going out with Teresa, I accepted, mainly because I didn't like Asia and just wanted a free trip to New York. I thought that maybe I could find a record executive to sign our band, so I brought along a crude demo tape. I was never happy with our demos, which Scott always recorded, because we sounded like a tinny industrial band,
No.
and I imagined us playing rawer, more immediate punk rock. Manhattan turned out to be a disaster. I discovered that Asia had lied to me about her name and age. She had used her sister's ID to get a job at McDonald's because she was too young. I got pissed. It wasn't that big a deal, but it was another case of a girl deceiving me, and stormed out of her apartment. In the street, by a coincidence or not, I ran into two club rats from South Florida, Andrew and Susie, a couple of dubious sexuality. I always thought they looked sharp and stylish in clubs, but seeing them for the first time in daylight that afternoon, I realized that they used makeup and darkness to practice gothic deception. In the afternoon sun, they looked like decomposing corpses, and seemed at least 10 years older than me. In their hotel room, the cable system had public access channels, a completely new phenomenon to me. I spent hours flipping through the stations, watching Pat Robertson preach about society's evils, and then ask people to call him with their credit card number. On the adjacent channel, a guy was greasing up his cock with Vaseline and asking people to call and give him their credit card number. I grabbed a hotel notepad and started writing down phrases. Cash in hand and dick on screen, who said God was ever clean? I imagined Pat Robertson finishing his more righteous-than-thou patter, then calling 1-900 Vaseline. Bible belt round Anglo waist, sinners in their place. Yeah, right, great. If you're so good, explain the shit stains on your face. Thus, Cake and Sodomy was born. I had written other songs I thought were good, but Cake and Sodomy was more than just a good song. As an anthem for a hypocritical America slobbering on the tit of Christianity, it was a blueprint for our future message. If televangelists were going to make the world seem so wicked, I was going to give them something real to cry about. And years later, they did. The same person who inspired Cake and Sodomy, Pat Robertson, went on to quote the song's lyrics and misinterpret them for his flock on the 700 Club. When I came back from New York, my real troubles began. Teresa was supposed to pick me up at the airport, but she never showed up, and nobody answered the phone at her house. So I called Carl and Nancy, since they live near the airport. "Do you know where the fuck Teresa is?" I asked. "I had a shitty time in New York. I'm stuck at the airport with no fucking money, and all I want to do is go home and go to sleep." "Teresa's out with Carl," Nancy said, the cold tone of her voice betraying a hint of the jealousy that I also felt. Nancy offered to pick me up and drive me home. When we arrived, she followed me inside. I just wanted to pass out, but I didn't want to be mean after she had rescued me. I collapsed onto the bed, and she collapsed on top of me, coming onto me heavier, all puns intended, than she ever had before. She rammed her tongue down my throat and grabbed my dick. I was very apprehensive, mostly because I didn't want to get caught. By now, I had begun to feel removed from the everyday world of morality. Guilt had become more a fear of getting caught than any sense of right or wrong. I ended up letting her give me a blowjob, because Teresa never went down on me. But, as on stage, I wouldn't let her fuck me. When Teresa and Carl showed up at my house less than 15 minutes later, we were sitting on the bed, innocently watching television. Carl instinctively walked up to Nancy and kissed her on the mouth, unaware that minutes ago that very orifice had received several million of my sperm. At the time, I thought it was funny and appropriately vengeful, but I didn't realize that this solitary act of fellatio would be the beginning of a 6-month reign of full-on gothic terror. 7. Dirty Rockstar. The urge towards love, pushed to its limit, is an urge towards death. Marquis de Sade. The place is Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The date is July 4th, 1990. The thing in the palm of a hand stretched out in front of me is a tab of acid. And in a moment, it will obliterate all these facts. Teresa, my girlfriend, has done acid before. Nancy, the psycho, has done it. I haven't. I let it sit in my mouth until it annoys me, then swallow it and return to packing up the remains of Marilyn Manson and the Spooky Kids' first backyard performance, confident that my willpower is stronger than whatever this tiny square of paper has in store for me. Andrew and Susie, the couple who gave me the tab, smile conspiratorially. I wink back, unsure of what they're trying to communicate. Minutes pass and nothing happens. I lie in the grass and focus on figuring out whether the acid is working. If my body seems different, if my perception has changed, if my thoughts are warping. "Do you feel it yet?" comes a voice, breathing sticky and sickly on my ear. I open my eyes to see Nancy grinning masochistically through her black hair. "No, I don't," I say briskly, trying to get rid of her, especially since my girlfriend is around. "I need to talk to you," she insists. "Fine. I'm just starting to realize some things. About us. I mean, Teresa's my friend, and Carl... I don't care about Carl anymore. But we need to tell them how we feel about each other. Because I love you. And I know you love me, even if you don't know it. It doesn't have to be forever. I know how you are about things like that. I don't want this to get in the way of our band. Our band. And the chemistry we have on stage. But we can try it. I mean, love... As soon as she says love that last time, her face appears lit up against the grassy background, like a billboard advertising self-deception. The word love seems to hang suspended in the air for that moment, masking the rest of her sentence. It's all very subtle, but I realize then that I'm going on a trip, and there's no way back. "Did you feel that? The difference?" I ask, confused. "Yes, of course," she says eagerly, as if we're on the same wavelength. I do need somebody on my wavelength because I think I'm about to freak out. But I don't want it to be her. Oh God, I don't want it to be her. I stand up and start to look for Teresa, walking through the house, slightly disoriented. Everyone is huddled in corners, talking in small groups, each cluster of people smiling at me and beckoning me to join them. I keep walking. The house seems endless. I explore about 100 rooms, not sure whether they're all the same one or not, before giving up, confident that my girlfriend is having a good time somewhere that I'm not. I re-emerge in the backyard, but it's not the same backyard. It's dark, it's empty, and something feels wrong. I'm not sure how long I've been inside. I step outside and wander around. Intricate designs, like sketchy pencil drawings, appear in the air, only to be erased moments later. I trip out on them for a while before I realize it's raining. It doesn't really matter. I feel so light and uncorporeal that the rain seems to be dropping through me, penetrating the layers of light my body is emanating. Nancy comes up to me and tries to touch me and understand. Now I'm definitely freaking out. With Nancy in tow, filling the air with the store-bought scent of dead flowers, I walk downhill to a small man-made creek. Everywhere there are gray-skinned toads, jumping on the rocks and in the grass. Each step I take, I squish several of them, squeezing out gray-blue blood. Their entrails stick to my shoe, discolored, dead and yellow like blades of grass trapped under the metal rails of lawn furniture. I'm driving myself crazy trying not to kill these things, who have kids and parents and lives to get back to. Nancy is trying to relate to me, and I'm trying to pretend like I'm paying attention, but all I can think about are the dead toads. I feel pretty confident that this is what a bad trip feels like, because if this is a good trip, then Timothy Leary has a lot of explaining to do. I sit down on a rock and try to collect myself, to tell myself that this is all just a drug thinking for me, that the real Marilyn Manson will be back in a moment. Or is this right now the real Marilyn Manson and the other one just a shallow representation? My mind is spinning, like the wheel of a slot machine around my consciousness. Some images I recognize.
Thanks.
The creepy stairs
What?
to my old basement room, Nancy playing dead in a cage, Miss Price's flashcards. Others I don't. A leering police officer wearing a Baptist church cap, photographs of a blood-drenched pussy, a scab-covered woman torturously tied up, a mob of kids tearing up an American flag. Suddenly the wheel stops on one image. It bobbles up and down blurrily in my mind several times before I can make it out. It's a face, large and expressionless. Its skin is pasty and yellowish, as if jaundiced from hepatitis. Its lips are completely black, and around each eye a thick black figure, like a rune, has been drawn. Slowly it dawns on me that the face is mine. My face is lying on a table near a bed. I reach to touch it, and notice that my arms are stippled with the tattoos I've been thinking about getting. My face is paper. It is on the cover of a big, important magazine, and that is why the phone is ringing. I pick it up and notice that I am not anywhere I recognize. Someone who identifies herself as Tracy is trying to tell me that she saw the magazine with my face, and it makes her excited. I am supposed to know this person, because she apologizes for not having been in touch for so long. She wants to see me perform tonight at a big auditorium I've never heard of. I tell her I'll take care of it because I am glad that she wants to come, but disappointed it is only because she saw my paper face.
Yeah, he's like talking about his
I
acid trip.
roll over in a bed that is not mine and go to sleep. The cops are here. Someone is yelling at me, and I open my eyes. I hope that maybe it's morning and this is over, but I'm still sitting on a rock surrounded by dead toads, Nancy, and a guy shouting that the police are busting the party. I can't figure out which of these things is worse. I've always been paranoid about the police because even when I'm not doing anything illegal, I'm thinking about doing something illegal. So whenever I'm around a cop, I get uncomfortable and nervous, worried that I'm going to say the wrong thing or look so guilty that they'll arrest me anyway. Being completely out of my mind on drugs doesn't help the situation any. We start running away. The rain has stopped and everything is wet and soft under my feet, so I feel like I'm sinking into the ground instead of running. Utterly acid-addled, the situation grows to enormous proportions in my mind, and I feel like I'm fleeing for my life. My entire future depends on not getting caught. We arrive and stop dead in front of a Chevrolet covered from hood to trunk with fresh, dripping blood. I'm in too deep. What the fuck is going on? I ask everyone around me. What is this? What's happening? Somebody? Nancy reaches out to me and I push her away and find Teresa. She takes me into her car, dark, factory-scented and claustrophobic, and tries to soothe me, telling me that the other car is just painted red, and the red looks like blood because of the wet rain on it. But I'm completely paranoid. Dead toads, cops, a bloody car. I see the connection. Everyone's against me. I can hear myself screaming, but I don't know what I'm saying. I try to get out of the car. I do it by punching the windshield, putting my fist through the supposedly shatterproof glass. The cracks in the glass spiderweb around my hand, and my bleeding knuckles look like a row of open sewer pipes gushing waste. Then we sit, and Teresa whispers things in my ear and tells me she knows what I'm feeling. I believe her, and I think she believes herself too. We enter that acid mind meld, where we don't have to talk anymore to know what each other is thinking, and I begin to calm down. We return to the party. People are still there, though there are less of them, and there's no evidence that the cops have ever been there. Just as I'm beginning to cross the border from bad drug experience to tolerable one, someone, not realizing I'm tripping my balls off, tries to push me in the pool as a joke. It doesn't take a math major to figure out that acid plus swimming pool equals certain death. So I panic and start flailing. Soon we're locked in a fist fight, and I'm tearing at him like he's a doll I'm trying to mutilate. I punch him in the face with my raw, skinless knuckles and don't even feel the pain. After he stumbles out of range, I notice everyone staring at me slack-jawed. Listen, let's just go over to my house, I say to the people around me. We pile into the car. It's me, my girlfriend, Nancy, and her boyfriend. The exact 4 ingredients necessary in a recipe for personal misery. Back at my parents' townhouse, we make our way to my room, where we find Steven, my keyboardless keyboardist, lying on the bed like gasoline waiting for a match. He tries to interest us in the video he is watching, Slaughterhouse 5, the kind of strange, disconnected head trip film you don't want to think about when you're on acid. Carl instantly gets engrossed in the movie, the television globe playing on his open, drooling jaw. Without saying a word, Nancy stands up hastily, annoyingly,
Yeah.
and marches to the bathroom. I'm sitting on the bed with my girlfriend, my mind flashing in the same way the movie is flickering on Carl. Steven is babbling about how the special effects in the movie were done. From the bathroom, I hear a spastic scratching sound, like the claws of dozens of rats skittering around the bathtub. In a rare moment of lucidity, I realize that the sound is of a pencil writing furiously on paper. The sound grows louder and louder, drowning out the TV, Steven, and everything else in the room. And I know that Nancy is writing something that is going to completely make me miserable and ruin my life. The louder the sound surges, the more crazy and twisted I imagine the words getting. Nancy emerges from the bathroom in a blaze of vindictive glory and hands me the note. No one else seems to notice. This is between us. I look into the television to gather my strength. I'm staring at it so hard that I can't even focus on the picture anymore. In fact, it doesn't even look like a TV. It looks like a strobe light.
Lol. Yeah,
I turn
lonely.
away and look at Nancy,
Fucked up.
but I don't see Nancy. I see a beautiful, pouty woman with long, blow-dried blonde hair and an alien sex-fiend t-shirt hiding her curves. It must be the woman from the telephone. Tracy. Instead of pencil scratching, I hear David Bowie. I will be king, and you will be queen. I have Tracy's fingers in one hand and a bottle of Jack Daniels in the other. We're standing on a balcony at a party, which seems to be in my honor. I never knew you were all this, she purrs, apologizing for something in the past I'm unaware of. I thought you were something different. There are lights and flashbulbs, Bowie is singing, we could be heroes just for one day, and everybody is smiling ingratiatingly at us. She seems to be as famous as I seem to be. I spent my adolescence masturbating to that bitch. A roadie. Mine? Cackles in my face. Who? I ask. That? What's that? Tracy Lords, you lucky fucker. On the floor beneath us, there is a tall, slouched man with long black hair and a face painted white. He is wearing platform boots, torn fishnet stockings, black leather shorts, and a shredded black t-shirt. He looks just like me, or a parody of me. I wonder if he is me. A fat girl with metal rods
This
and boobs
is
stuck
the
through
Marilyn
half of her
Manson
face and lipstick
autobiography.
smeared over the rest, notices me staring at the tall man. She comes upstairs, pushes past a stocky bodyguard. Mine? And
Porno. It's not a porno.
explains, you want to know who that guy is? Nobody really knows his name. He's totally homeless. He makes his money hooking and then spends it trying to look like you. He always comes in here and dances to your records. I listen to the music again. The DJ has put on Sweet Dreams by the Eurythmics, but it's slower, darker, meaner. And the voice singing is mine. I need to get away from this surreal scene, away from all these people who are treating me like I'm some sort of star they can suck a little brightness out of. Tracy takes my hand and leads me away, moving like Mercury through the admiring rubble. We step behind a white, gauzy curtain to an empty VIP room full of untouched deli sandwiches and sit down. There is something in my hands. A piece of paper. I try to focus on the thick, smudged lines. Dear, lovely Brian, it begins. I want to kick my boyfriend out, and I want you to move in with me. You said last week that you weren't happy with the way things were going with Teresa. Fuck, it's from Nancy. I will make you so happy. I know I can. No one will take care of you like I will. No one will fuck you like I will. I have so much to give you. I put it down. I can't deal with it right now. Not while I'm on this trip. Will I ever get off this trip? Nancy is standing in the bathroom doorway looking at me, her bare midriff slightly distended below her tight navy t-shirt. Her thumb is thrust into the waistband of her jeans, and she is biting her lower lip. She doesn't look sexy. She looks freakish and misshapen, like a Joel Peter Witkin photograph. I stand up and walk over to her. Teresa and Carl sit on my bed watching the movie, completely oblivious to us and Steven's freakish chatter. The breeze blows in cool and logical from the open window of my bathroom, which is pitch black, though the lights in my head strobe on. I grope for the porcelain edge of the bathtub and sit down, trying to still my spinning head and remember what I was going to say to Nancy. I can hear music now, far too big and loud for my bathroom. I feel myself blacking out and try to fight it. The music grows louder in my head. This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. The music is not just in my head anymore. It's the Talking Heads, once in a lifetime, and it's all over me, vibrating against my back. I'm lying on the floor, blinking open my eyes and trying to regain consciousness. And you may ask yourself, well, how did I get here? She, Tracy, is leaning over me, pulling my shirt over butterflied lacerations I never knew I had. Her other hand is working on the buttons of my pants. Her mouth is hot and syrupy, and I can taste cigarettes and Jack Daniels. She begins to do things with that mouth and those tiny hands and pomegranate red nails that millions of men have watched on second-generation videotapes for years. Films I was never interested in, despite my fascination with her life. She lowers my pants and, with arms perfectly crossed, pulls off her top. She hikes up her skirt, not to remove it, but to show that she's not wearing any underwear. I'm transfixed. She doesn't seem dirty, as if she's playing a role in a porno movie, even when she's giving me head. She is delicate, protective, and angelic, a feather suspended in midair above an inferno of debasement and carnography. I'm drunk, and for that split second, I'm also in love. Through the thin lace curtain separating our tangle of tongue, fingernail, and flesh from the rest of the club, I can see the bodyguard silhouetted against the strobing light, guarding the gate like St. Peter. Once in a lifetime. I am thrusting into her now, and she screams.
Jesus Christ,
I grab
man.
her hair, but
It's so erotic.
tresses of yellow, I get something short, clumped, and stiff that tears out in my hands. My arms are shorn of tattoos, and the moans, muffled by my hand, reverberate against the silence. Shit. I'm fucking Nancy. What am I doing? This is not the kind of mistake you can get away with. Fucking a psycho is as good as killing one. There are consequences, repercussions, prices to pay. In strobing flashes, I see Nancy's face gazing up at me as she sits on the bathtub, her legs opening and squeezing shut, foaming wet like the jaws of a ravenous dog. With every flash, her face grows more and more distorted, more twisted and inhuman, more demonic. That's the right word. My body keeps moving, fucking her hard, but my mind is screaming for it to stop. This is it. I'm fucked. I'm screwing the devil. I've sold my soul. Circle 7. The violent against God. And you may ask yourself, where does that highway go? Someone bites the cartilage of my ear. I think it is Tracy because I like it. She grabs my choker.
I know.
Toward hers.
I couldn't if I tried.
Hot and moist on my ear, whispers, I want you to come inside me. The music stops. The flashing stops, and I come inside Nancy like a bouquet of milk-white lilies exploding in a funeral hole. Her face is dead and emotionless. Her eyes are like burned-out flash bulbs. Is that where the flashing was coming from? And you may ask yourself, am I right? Am I wrong? And you may tell yourself, my God, what have I done? 8. To all the people who didn't die. Maldoror was virtuous during his first years. Virtuous and happy. Later he became aware that he was born evil. Strange fatality. He concealed his character as best he could for many years, but in the end, because such concentration was unusual to him, every day the blood would mount to his head until the strain reached a point where he could no longer bear to live such a life, and he gave himself over resolutely to a career of evil. Sweet atmosphere. Who could have realized that whenever he embraced a young child with rosy cheeks, he longed to slice off those cheeks with a razor, and he would have done it many times had he not been restrained by the thought of justice with his long funeral procession of punishments. Comte de l'Autremont, Maldoror. For weeks after the trip, I was depressed and terrorized, stalked and successfully captured by Nancy. I let her make creative decisions for the band, and even worse, fucked her all the time behind Teresa's back. The sex was good, but I didn't want it. Somehow, every direction I turned, she was there, and every time she was there, she wanted to get naked. I was completely possessed. She had me doing things I knew I shouldn't, like taking acid again. This time, it was before a performance. I had gotten a call from Bob Slade, a punk rock DJ in Miami with a monkey-style bowl haircut.
Yeah.
We didn't have a manager at the time, so
Exactly.
I was mishandling our business affairs. Listen, he said in his nasal, obnoxious radio voice. We need you guys to open up for 9 Inch Nails at Club New. Club New was a Guido bar in Miami that we all hated. Though we only had 7 songs, Brad was still learning to play bass, and Steven hadn't bought a keyboard yet. I agreed. It was too good an opportunity to pass up just because we sucked. Before the show, Nancy handed me a tab of acid. As if the 4th of July had just been a bad dream that had nothing to do with drugs, I stuck it under my tongue without a second thought, until afterwards. On stage, I wore a short orange dress and dragged Nancy around by her usual leash and collar. For some reason, I didn't freak out on the acid. Nancy did. She cried and screamed throughout the show, begging me to beat her harder and harder until welts rose up on her pale, anemic back. I was frightened by what I saw myself doing, but excited too, mainly because the crowd seemed to be getting so much enjoyment out of our psychedelic, sadomasochistic drama. After the show, which I don't even think Trent Reznor watched, I ran into him backstage. Remember me? I asked, trying to pretend like I wasn't tripping, though my ultra-dilated eyes probably gave it away. I interviewed you for 25th Parallel. He politely pretended he remembered me, and I gave him a tape and scurried away before I could say anything too stupid. Crazed on drugs and still under the spell of Nancy, I stumbled to a backstage hospitality area, most likely 9 Inch Nails' dressing room, where I found her waiting for me. We had sex, and I saw the devil in her eyes again. wasn't scared. We were already well acquainted by then. When we were finished, we lowered our dresses and walked into the hall, where we ran into Nancy's boyfriend, Carl, and my girlfriend, Teresa. It was a strange moment of recognition that seemed frozen in time. We stared at them and felt like they looked guilty. They stared at us and felt like we looked guilty. Nobody said anything about it. We all just knew, or thought we knew. Something had been bothering me about Teresa anyway. From the beginning of our relationship, there was an element of mystery about
That's
her.
Bonds.
As if there was a skeleton she kept locked in the dark closet of her mind. She lived in a tiny house with her mother, who slept on a couch in the living room.
Yeah, that was
and
weird.
Her brother, a walking contradiction.
That's the first time there's been like
He was
multiple.
a perpetually drunk, pickup truck driving redneck who was also into hip-hop and b-boy culture. Theoretically, this meant he should be beating himself up. It was never much fun sleeping over at Teresa's, because her brother used to get violent and punch holes in her door, and her dog had fleas, so I'd stay up half the night itching. Although it would have been better for both of us if we had just broken up, I was too insecure and too afraid of standing up on my own.
I don't think I did anything different either.
It wasn't about sex, it was about support. She paid for everything, gave me advice, treated me like a child, and tolerated my mental abuse. She was sweet, plain, and nurturing, which was what I was looking for after my experience with Rochelle, who was cold-hearted, gorgeous, and manipulative. But when I visited Teresa at her home on Mother's Day, her eyes, which were always ringed with darkness, looked blacker and more clouded than usual. I asked her what was wrong, and after trying to circumvent the question, she admitted that she had gotten pregnant in high school, carried the child to term, and then put him up for adoption. After she said this, I started looking at her differently, noticing the stretch marks on her hips and the maternal way she treated everyone. I felt like I was fucking my own mother when I slept with her. Though I was deceiving her about Nancy, I still couldn't help being hypocritical and feeling spiteful that, like every woman I had gone out with to that point, from pretentious Asia to two-timing Rochelle, Teresa had lied to me and betrayed me. To this day, I still have a complex that every girl I meet has a kid or is going to try to have a kid with me. Usually, I'm right. I also started noticing that Teresa and Nancy were connected by some sort of balance that kept their collective weight in equilibrium. As Teresa grew fatter, Nancy kept getting skinnier. Part of the reason I fell under the influence of Nancy's spell was that she saw the holes spreading in my armor and worked her way inside like the corrosive rust that she was. When I came down off the acid that morning after the 9 Inch Nails show, I also came down off Nancy's spell. It was as if I had been on one long trip since the 4th of July. I fell asleep angry and confused, trying to figure out what had been wrong with me for the past few months. She called me up late that afternoon, just after I had woken up with the chorus of the worst song I would ever write. She is not my girlfriend, I'm not who you think I am, in my head, and gave me her usual shit about kicking Carl out of the house and moving me in. But this time I didn't take it. No, there's no way, I exploded. You know, this is total bullshit. First of all, this whole thing with the band isn't going to work out. I want you out. But it's my band too, she insisted. No, it's my band. It never was your band. You weren't even in the band. You're an extra, a prop, and I appreciate what you've done for us on stage, but it's time to move on. But what about us? I mean, will we still... No, that's over too. Whatever we had, it was a mistake, and I want to end it right now. Teresa is and will remain my girlfriend. I'm sorry if I sound like an asshole. I'm just trying to be final about this. That's when she flipped out. Worse than when she was tripping the night before. She screamed and cried herself hoarse, threatening me with everything she had. The conversation ended with me trying to convince her not to tell
don't
Teresa
fuck crazy.
or Carl about us. She agreed. But hours later, Teresa called. Listen to this, she said, putting the receiver next to her answering machine. There was a message from Nancy, but she was yelling so frantically into the receiver that it was difficult to make it all out. It went something like, "You bitch, what the fuck did you... I told you, never fucking kill you. If I see you, limb, spread your ugly, fucking, blood all over the walls, click." From there, all hell broke loose. Nancy called clubs and canceled Marilyn Manson and the Spooky Kids shows. She showed up at our concerts, threatened people in the audience, and even climbed on stage and attacked the girl who replaced her, Missy. She called every person I knew and told them what an asshole I was, and she started leaving obscene messages and packages for me. One morning I found a necklace she had borrowed from me lying on my doorstep, but it had been smashed to bits, covered with something resembling blood, and sealed ritualistically in a mason jar with some kind of hair. It was like a curse that John Crowell's brother would have attempted. Never in my life had anyone ever made me so violently angry before. She was ruining my life when we were sleeping together, and now that we weren't, she was destroying it even more thoroughly. Every night when I came home, there was a new death threat waiting for me. I already had so many strong feelings about Nancy: repugnance, fear, lust, annoyance, exasperation, and the knowledge that any girl who likes me must be crazy. But now, they were all superseded by deep, dark, vitriolic hate, which throbbed scaldingly through my veins every time her name came up. I finally called her and laid it on the line. Not only are you not going to be in the band anymore, but if you don't leave town, I'm going to have you killed. I wasn't exaggerating. I was infuriated. I had nothing to lose, and I was so emotionally wrapped up in the situation that I had no perspective. It wasn't just Nancy who was like John Crowell. It was me, because I was losing my own identity and my hatred for the people I thought were trying to destroy it. My respect for human life had long since dulled. I had realized this just weeks before when I was leaving the reunion room and witnessed a head-on collision as I was crossing the street. A middle-aged man stumbled out of one car, a blue Chevrolet Celebrity, with his hand on his forehead screaming for help. He staggered around the street, disoriented and in shock, and then let go of his forehead. The flap of skin covering the top of his head fell over his face, and he collapsed in a growing pool of his own blood, trembling and convulsing as death seized and finally stilled him. When I walked to the other side of the street, where the other car had crashed, there was a woman whose skull had been split open. She was clearly in pain, but she was calm and lucid, as if she had accepted the fact that her world was about to end. As I walked by, she slowly turned her head toward me and begged for me to hold her. "Please, somebody hold me," she pleaded, shivering. "Where am I? Don't tell my sister."
Tragic comedy or
Hold me.
comedic tragedy.
I could see the
Yeah.
humanity and desperation well up in her brown eyes. She just wanted some kind of physical, nurturing
Can be
contact
fucked up.
as she died. But I kept walking. I wasn't part of it and didn't want to be part of it. I felt disconnected, as if I were watching a movie. I knew I was being an asshole, but I wondered, would she or anybody have stopped for me? Or would they have been too concerned with themselves, worried that I'd bleed on their clothes, make them late to a meeting, or infect them with HIV, hepatitis, or something worse? With Nancy, while I didn't think it was right to take a human life, I didn't think it was right to deny myself the chance of causing someone to die either, especially someone whose existence meant so little to the world and to herself. At the time, taking someone's life seemed like a necessary growing and learning experience, like losing your virginity or having a child. I began mapping out different ways I could carry out my threat to Nancy with the least possible risk to myself. Was there someone I knew who was so desperate that they'd kill her for $50? Or could I do it myself? Perhaps push her in a lake and pretend it was an accident. Maybe I could sneak into her apartment and poison her food. This was the first time I had ever seriously considered murder. I wasn't sure what to do. So I called the one person who I knew was an expert, Steven, our keyboardist, who we had started calling Pogo at this point, because neither Madonna nor Gacy seemed to fit his personality, and Pogo was John Wayne Gacy's clown nickname. I asked Pogo everything there was to know about murder and the disposal of bodies. I wasn't going to accept any other alternative. She had to die. In my mind, I built her into a symbol, a representation of everyone who had ever tried to possess me or control my mind, whether it be through Christianity or sex, and I wanted revenge, compensation for the boy they had warped and destroyed. Pogo and I went about this task very meticulously. We plotted the perfect murder, with not only no evidence that we had been involved, but no evidence evidence that there had even been a murder. We followed her, cased out her house, and figured out her routine before coming up with the solution. Arson. That Thursday night, Pogo and I put on all black, which wasn't that much different from how we usually dressed, filled a shoulder bag with kerosene, matches, and rags, and drank some courage and squeeze. Before leaving the club, I phoned Nancy to make sure she was home. As soon as she answered, I hung up. We were on. She lived in an area of town called New River, underneath a bridge that sheltered much of Fort Lauderdale's homeless population. As Pogo and I neared her house, a black vagrant chased after us. "Hey, what is this, Halloween?" he yelled as he approached, the fetid stench of his breath signaling his arrival. He had a large gold-colored ring across his knuckles that spelled out his name, Hollywood, and he kept telling us about the drugs he had for sale. The fact that he looked like Frog, the kid who had beaten me up at the roller skating rink, only served to compound the hate I felt at that moment and add to my determination to kill this girl. But Hollywood kept following us, all the way to Nancy's door. Pogo and I looked at each other. We didn't anticipate there being a witness in this deserted neighborhood. The look we gave each other was a question mark. Do we kill him too, or do we abandon the plan for tonight? We decided to walk around the block and pretend Nancy's building wasn't our destination. But he kept trailing us and trying to get us to buy crack. If I had known better at the time, I probably would have taken him up on the offer. As we neared Nancy's house a second time, we heard sirens. 2 fire engines whizzed by, followed by a police car and an ambulance. We were so tightly wound that we fled in the opposite direction, leaving Hollywood, Nancy, and New River alive and unscathed. I'll always wonder if Hollywood was some kind of messenger, a portent of the better things I had to accomplish. Because after that night, I became too paranoid to kill Nancy, too scared of getting caught and sent to prison. I woke up to the fact that I had told too many people of my hatred for her, and even the best plan Pogo and I could come up with wasn't good enough to protect us from chance events like passing police cars. So I set about harming Nancy in a way
Taking him
that
on
could
the
never be
offer.
traced back to me. In every
Yeah,
malicious
probably.
moment of my waking
Honestly,
day, I visualized her destruction, her misery,
just to get
her
him away.
disappearance from Fort Lauderdale and my life. I walked down the streets enveloped in a cloud of hatred. For a curse, Satan and the Necronomicon weren't necessary. The power was within me. And the next afternoon, after telling Carl, the only friend she had left, that she was breaking up with him, Nancy disappeared. Instead of holding this against me, Carl began emulating me. Perhaps it was his way of denying I had been sleeping with his girlfriend. Teresa stupidly forgave me because she knew how crazy Nancy was. It would have been a happy ending, but I started feeling uncomfortable about the amount of time Teresa and Carl were spending together. One afternoon, I showed Teresa a demo tape cover I had designed with a gnarled, twisting tree that looked like something from The Wizard of Oz. Days later, a concert poster Carl drew for another band appeared plastered all over town with the exact same tree on it. I was furious with Teresa for giving my idea away to Carl, exacerbated by the fact that I was just bored with her in general, and disgusted by Carl's sycophantic behavior. I made sure they were both at our next concert and performed a song about Carl, Thingmaker. One long rant about how I was sick of his trying to look and act like me, and especially sick of his stealing from me. But the stealing didn't stop there, because he and Teresa soon started dating, an abomination which continues to this day. Frustrated and betrayed on the day I turned 21, I went to get my first tattoos. A goat's head on one arm and on the other, the same tree he had plagiarized from me. It was my way of copywriting it. Though I heard rumors about Nancy, I didn't see her again until 4 years later at Squeeze. At first, I thought about making peace with her. She was alone, and every time she passed me, she'd slam her body against mine violently without saying a word. My jealous girlfriend, who was probably in elementary school when everything with Nancy had happened, got upset. "I'm going to fucking kick her ass if she does that again," she said after Nancy rammed into us for the 4th time that night. When Nancy passed by again, my girlfriend blocked her path and yelled in her face, "What's your problem, you ugly bitch?" Nancy took a bottle and smashed it over her head. My girlfriend must have had experience in the matter because my claw ring off my finger and punched Nancy in the face 5 times with it, fucking her up so badly that I'd be surprised if she didn't have permanent damage. Because I had some kind of clout at that point, the bouncers kicked Nancy out of the club. Hatred welled up again, and I wanted to do something heinous and more permanent to her, but I couldn't find out where she lived. Nancy's replacement, Missy, not only filled in the gap Nancy left on stage, but the gap Nancy was trying to fill in my life. I met Missy in the midst of the Nancy psychodrama, outside an Amugalard concert at Button South, a heavy metal palace where it's probably still cool to like Slaughter and Skid Row. Brad and I were passing out flyers promoting a show of ours. It was a good way to meet girls because if they liked you, they knew where to find you. But that's not what happened with Missy.
So fucked.
We exchanged phone numbers right away, and 2 nights later we were sitting on the beach drinking 40-ounce bottles of Colt 45. I talked about my aspirations for the band. She listened patiently, as she would for years to come. I was too insecure to break up with Teresa at first, and Missy and I became friends. I didn't have a car, a job, or much of a life, so she would pick me up at home and we'd see a matinee while Teresa was still at the restaurant where she worked. As our friendship began to grow into a relationship that winter, I asked Missy if she wanted to be in a show. From our earliest concerts, we had named the back corner of the stage Pogo's Playhouse, and there he had all kinds of homemade gadgets, contraptions, and instruments of torture, most notably a large rectangular lion's cage that he used as a stand for the keyboard he had mastered playing in less time than it took for him to save up to buy it. For Missy's debut, we put her in the cage and filled it with chickens. She looked great, a pale, topless 18-year-old with long black hair and white underpants camouflaged by the flying feathers of half a dozen chickens. Circle 8. Fraud. Panders and seducers. When people realized that Nancy had left the band, freaks from all over Florida wanted to get in on the act. So we let them. Sometimes we enlisted them merely as part of a provocative and hopefully discomforting spectacle, like when, inspired by the John Waters movie Pink Flamingos, we had 2 naked fat ladies making out in a playpen. Other times we made sure that the spectacle came attached to an idea. During one concert, we had a girl on stage with rollers in her hair and a pillow stuffed under her shirt to make her look pregnant. She stood in front of an ironing board, and as we sang, she pressed the wrinkles out of a Nazi flag. As the show progressed, she sat spread-eagled on the ironing board and pretended to perform an abortion on herself. Then she wrapped a fake fetus in the swastika flag and offered it ritualistically to a glowing television set in front of her. If we didn't drive home our point about the fascism of television and the way the American nuclear family sacrifices its children to this cheap, mind-numbing babysitter, at least we looked good trying. Not every show went according to plan. For one of our first performances in Tampa, we bought a giant canister filled with some 500 crickets that I wanted to cover myself with. But when I opened the can, they had all died. The stench was one of the most rancid things I had ever inhaled, and the odor clung to my hands as strongly as the smell of Tina Potts' pussy had. I threw up instantly, and in response, half a dozen people in the audience, including our future bassist, Jordy White,
Yeah,
said,
unlucky.
even if I hadn't begun the concert with a message in mind, I ended with one. Disgust is contagious. Animal rights activists hounded us as incessantly then as they do now. But outside of that accidental cricket massacre, we never killed any animals, only effigies of animals. In one of our more cartoonish moments, we spent a week building a giant life-sized cow out of paper mache and chicken wire. In a cross between Willy Wonka, Apocalypse Now, and one of my grandfather's bestiality magazines, I stuck my fist up the cow's ass and pulled out gallons of chocolate syrup, covering the crowd with it as Pogo played a sample of Marlon Brando ranting from Last Tango in Paris. Until you go right up into the ass of death, right up in his ass, do you find the womb of fear. And then, maybe, to antagonize the animal rights people even more, we'd buy mechanical cats and pigs that move in
I
response
know,
to
right?
sound and hang garbage bags filled with intestines over the stage.
So
So that once
cinematic.
the toys started moving spastic and lifelike in response to the music and the gore came tumbling down, activists committing acts of cruelty to the activists themselves. Only human rights were violated during our shows. Against ourselves, against the girls we caged, and against the fans. But nobody seemed to care about that. Each concert was a new adventure in performance art. Since clubs liked to book us on holidays, we always tried to do something special those nights. For our first set on New Year's Eve, I wore a tuxedo and a top hat. For the second set, a girl named Terry disguised herself as me, wearing a black wig, a tuxedo, a top hat, and a very realistic strap-on dildo. When she walked on stage, everybody thought it was me with my dick hanging out of my pants, which was nothing new by that point. As the band began its version of Cake and Sodomy, I crept around her and gave her a blowjob, so that it seemed like I was sucking my own dick. Maybe that's where the rumor that I surgically removed my ribs so that I could give myself fellatio started. On February 14th, Missy and I tried to get arrested at a local club so we could spend Valentine's Day together in jail. The club was owned by a mafia type who was perpetually slouched under the weight of his gold jewelry, and whose employees had police records longer than our set list. There were cops all over the club that night, so I brought Missy out topless in a mask. This time I was on the receiving end of a blowjob. I taunted the cops, challenging them to arrest me, as she violated several Florida laws. But we weren't arrested. The palms of the police were greased too well. Offstage, Missy continued to be a perfect collaborator. She would go on to become the girl who punched out Nancy at Squeeze. We had begun going out in December, and I was determined to turn over a new leaf and be faithful for once, especially since, unlike every other relationship I had up to that point, this one began with the stable foundation of a friendship. In addition, I was older, and felt obliged to raise her and mold her as if she were a protege. Our relationship began around the time of the Gainesville murders.
Yeah, I
College
guess.
students were stabbed, so I took a bunch of photos of Missy lying naked covered in blood, as if she had been brutally butchered. We shot Polaroids of her tits, her pussy, her mouth, all carved up, drenched in blood and jaundiced. Sometimes I covered her head with a black plastic bag to make it look like she had been asphyxiated, or concealed her head with a black cloth and put gory makeup on her neck so that she seemed decapitated. We left our photographs in restaurants and on buses where people could find them and do whatever their consciences dictated. The only problem was that we were never able to see the results of our hard work. So we came up with a new prank when we noticed that people were setting up nativity scenes on their lawns for Christmas. Despite my animosity toward organized religion, I've always liked Christmas, probably because my parents raised me in a very secular household. The most religious thing they ever did was send me to Christian school, and I never associated Christmas with the birth of Christ. It just meant hanging shit on a tree, getting presents, and watching the streets grow chaotic with lights and decorations. But just because I liked the holiday didn't mean I'd let it get in the way of a good joke. Several days before Christmas, Missy and I drove to Albertson's grocery store, which, between the hours of 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., was frequented chiefly by teenagers looking for supplies for various pranks. Though I could afford whatever I wanted, I stole things anyway, because I felt the need to show my superiority over the uptight assholes working there. Besides, I've always believed that shoplifting should be punishable by the death penalty, because it's so easy that if you're stupid enough to get caught, you deserve to die. That night, we ripped off a handful of wire clippers and flashlights. In Missy's hatchback car, we drove around the neighborhood, stopping in front of every lawn with a nativity scene, and stealing two things: baby Jesus and the Black Wise Man. Our intention was to sabotage so many nativity scenes in a single neighborhood that people would think it was a conspiracy. Then we planned to send a ransom note from a phony black militant group to each house, declaring, "We feel that America has falsely illuminated and plasticized the
Damn.
wisdom of the black
Yeah.
man with its racist propaganda about his so-called white Christmas." The only kink in our plan was that nobody paid attention. There wasn't a word about it in the newspapers. The following Christmas, we decided to do something more blasphemous, and bought a bag of big salted hams at Albertsons. Unfortunately, they were too big to steal, but I've always been prepared to pay a price for my art. We unwrapped them and returned to the same homes, replacing the baby Jesus with the spoiling meat. It made for a beautiful image, especially when, with our remaining hams, We sabotaged nativity scenes at local churches, and, as a symbolic coup de grace, left pig meat in the manger of the precinct police station. Few enterprises in South Florida were free from our pranks, especially places frequented by children, like Toys R Us and Disney World. One day, Missy, Jordy, and I were at Disney World with some new toys we had bought at a magic shop. A fireball shooter that propelled flames from our palms, and a razor blade attached to a tube filled with blood, so that we could create fake wounds. We were all tripping on acid and hallucinating that everyone in the amusement park was affiliated with the Secret Service. They all seemed to be talking into their wrists, reporting our every movement to headquarters, though in actuality, they were probably trying to steer their kids away from us. We were convinced they all knew we were on LSD, which was confirmed in our minds when we went on the haunted house ride, and in the middle, the cars stalled and a voice announced, "Please make sure there are no spooks in your doom buggy." A seemingly deliberate reference to the Marilyn Manson and the Spooky Kids song, Dune Buggy. When the buggy jolted to a start again, they said, or we imagined the announcement, "Enjoy the rest of your trip." Afterwards, we stopped at a petting zoo, and while Jordy tried to communicate with the chickens, I stared fascinated for a full hour into a giant, mud-covered, pulsating pink pig pussy. Not unlike the one I would ride years later in the Sweet Dreams video. In one of the park's plastic fantasy worlds, there were a dozen families sitting around picnic tables, happy and content as they gnawed on giant turkey legs. It was a barbaric celebration of carnivorousness, given an ironic twist.
Yeah, only
pigeons
75.
and seagulls flying overhead, oblivious to the carnage being perpetrated against their fellow fowl. I'm not a vegetarian,
I haven't
but the whole
paused either.
gleefully brutal spectacle seemed wrong and disgusting. So I walked over to a set of twins who were dressed alike, looking like something out of Children of the Damned. As they sat there, tearing at their turkey bones, I stood in front
For
of them,
real.
raised my sunglasses to reveal my mismatched eyes, gave them as baneful a grin as I could muster in my state, and pulled out my razor and sliced my arm. I let the blood run off my wrist and drip down onto the discarded ticket stubs and popcorn kernels on the ground. They dropped their meat and ran away screaming as I walked away exhilarated by my success, because there's nothing like the feeling of knowing that you've made a difference in someone's life, even if that difference is a lifetime of nightmares and a fortune in therapy bills. Driving back to Fort Lauderdale the next day, we passed the reunion room, and on the same corner where I had seen the car crash, there was a pro-life demonstrator, a skeletal, gray-haired man in a short-sleeved work shirt with a wife-beater underneath and blue work pants. Every afternoon, he marched up and down the block like an old factory worker on strike, but instead of a sign demanding more health benefits, his was emblazoned with pictures of aborted fetuses. Anyone who would listen was given a long, loud sermon on how we're all going to hell for killing the unborn. Still flushed with mischief from the day before, and looking as hideous, pale, and unclean as corpses, we pulled up near him and called him to the car. Excited that maybe he'd actually found someone to discuss his views on damnation with, he approached us. When he was close enough to see through the open window clearly, I held out my hand. "I talked to the devil today and he told me to tell you hello," I growled, shooting a fireball in his direction. It burst in his face, and he let out an ungodly scream, threw his sign in the air, and ran. I didn't see him on the corner much after that, but I think I actually did him a favor since he probably became a folk hero at his local church. Everyone knows that, like Job, you have to be pretty fucking holy and righteous to merit the devil's attention. Jordy and I had grown close by then, though he still wasn't a member of the band. The bond that united us was music, a love of havoc-wreaking and a mutual obsession with old kids' toys, particularly Star Wars, Charlie's Angels, and Kiss paraphernalia. I had spoken to Jordy a few times at the mall, but we first became friends when I was at a concert with Pogo. I was carrying one of the metal lunchboxes from my collection, and Jordy scampered over and said, "I know someone who has more of those. If you want, I'll take you to him. He's got tons of lunchboxes." We exchanged phone numbers, and the next day he drove me to a store run by a corpulent cutthroat named John Jacobus. It was a paradise of Star Wars figures, Muhammad Ali dolls, rusty wind-up monkeys with clapping cymbals. and in particular, Nazi World War II paraphernalia, which was probably what he made most of his money from. He just looked at you, assessed the degree of desperation in your eyes, and then offered you the highest price he knew you'd accept. He was a professional, and he lured me back to the store every week with the promise that he would bring in his treasure trove of lunchboxes, which, like the end of a rainbow, he was never able to find, if it existed at all.
Yeah.
Jordy and I also discovered that we had a crush on the same girl, a hot brunette who looked like the kind of person who should be working at the mall. And in fact, she did, at the Piercing Pagoda. But she wouldn't even acknowledge our humanity, no matter what part of our body we asked her to pierce. So I fell back on my usual deviant way of getting a girl's attention. Malicious, asinine behavior. Every day for nearly a month, Jordy and I met at a payphone around the corner from the pagoda, where we could see her but she couldn't see us. At first, the calls were harmless, but they quickly grew meaner. "We're watching you," we'd threaten her at the height of our spite-masked lust. "You better not leave work tonight because we're going to rape you in the parking lot and then crush you underneath your own car."
Jesus Christ.
I knew what she must have felt like, because Nancy used to leave similar messages for me. Circle 8. Fraud. Hypocrites. Jordy was miserable in Ambougalard because he was the only one in the band with any stage presence or any ambition to be more than just a version of Metallica. I always told him I wanted him to be a spooky kid, and he always said he was more into what my band was doing than what his was. But I had all the musicians I needed, and he was stuck in Ambougalard, whose members had started to turn against him because he was too much like us. So we had to content ourselves with side projects like Satan on Fire, a fake Christian death metal act with songs like Mosh for Jesus. Our goal was to infiltrate the Christian community, a fantasy I still harbor, but the local Christian club would never book us. Perhaps because he couldn't be in Marilyn Manson and the Spooky Kids, Jordy ended up instigating the mayhem at our most notorious shows. We played at a club called Weekends in Boca Raton, the Florida equivalent of Beverly Hills, and the show was filled with rich Boca girls, conservative jocks, and a rebel faction of lame surfer types. While we were playing, Jordy clambered on stage and pulled down his pants, which was normal behavior for him. Though he didn't mind that all his life people had told him he looked like a girl, sometimes he felt the need to prove that he wasn't. The only strange thing was that he didn't try to light his pubic hair on fire, as he usually does when his pants are down in public and he's not having sex. Since he was standing next to me and I had a free hand, I started jacking him off. The Boca snobs were aghast, and from that day on, there was a rumor that we were gay lovers. It was a rumor we did our best to encourage and spread. Jordy brought his 10-year-old brother to another show, and in order to sneak him into the club, we pretended he was part of
Terrible.
the band and stuck him in Pogo's keyboard cage. Behind him, Missy was tied to a cross, wearing only a black mask and a pint of blood. I thought of the scene as a painting depicting the idea that it was only through such horror and brutality that mankind could be born with any hope of innocence and redemption. Christianity's crucifixion seemed no different than the pagan sacrifice, in which people thought they could better their own condition by shedding someone else's blood, a concept that particularly appealed to me in the aftermath of my Nancy death wish. At the end of the show, Jordy's brother was so overcome by the desire to try his own hand at performance art that he ran out of the cage and mooned the crowd. That show started another legend that has persisted to this day, that we have naked kids on stage. On a more helpful day, Jordy introduced us to our first manager, John Tovar, who also mishandled Ambougalard. He was a huge, sweaty, cigar-chomping Cuban, constantly clad in a black suit and black tie with cheap cologne drowning his body odor. He looked like a cross between Fidel Castro and Jabba the Hutt. As if nature hadn't already shortchanged him, he was also a narcoleptic and would fall asleep during soundcheck directly in front of the speaker. We took advantage of the opportunity to conduct valuable medical research and experiment with different words to wake him, yelling in his ear that he was a piece of shit or the building was on fire. But he wouldn't stop snoring and heaving his mountainous gut. Only the words vanilla milkshake
thanks, man.
and Lou Graham would rouse him, and he'd open his thick, heavy-veined eyelids, slowly roll his medicine ball eyes skyward, and snap back to normal. Then he'd usually pull me aside and whisper some kind of well-meaning advice like, "You guys need to, tone it down a little bit so we can play at the Slammy Awards. Maybe you can do a show with them Boogalard, the Boogie Boys." The Slammies were Florida's Hard Rock Awards. The closest we got to satisfying his wish was shortening our name to Marilyn Manson, retiring our drum machine, and holding auditions for a human drummer. The only person who showed up to try out was a hobbling little guy named Freddie Streethorst, and our guitarist, Scott Puteski, insisted that we hire him since they had played together in a sissy pop band called India Loves You. Like most everyone in our band, Freddie soon had several nicknames.
Sure, I
On
guess.
stage he was known as Sarah Lee Lucas, but we called him Freddie the Wheel. The name came from one of our first groupies,
What is that?
Jessica, who went on to form Jack and Jill, a band that I renamed Jack Off Jill, and took under my wing briefly, performing with them a few times. When Freddie was a teenager, he had an accident, and while he was in the hospital, the muscles in his leg atrophied to the point where the limb deformed. As part of his rehabilitation, he learned to play drums. Freddie was a good guy, and I never treated him any differently than anyone else, but I always felt bad pushing him to play better.
Okay.
He was a shitty drummer, and everyone knew it except Scott. Jessica, however,
Oh, he means
had
Kino.
qualms about mocking him. She decided that Freddie had a wheel for a foot and should henceforth be known as Freddie the Wheel. She realized this, of course, after having had sex with him. So
Yeah.
she was in no position to mock anyone because she had bowed down before the wheel and, in fact, gotten caught beneath it. In the end, Freddie wound up going out with Shanna, a Susie Sue wannabe I had dated briefly before meeting Teresa. Our relationship didn't last long because I had the flu, and she'd come over to take care of me and have sex. Daylight was not a good time to get intimate with her because she was among South Florida's many practitioners of gothic deception. It wasn't just that the makeup hiding the potholes on her face flaked away in the sun. I also noticed a mysterious white ring around her vagina. I was never able to decide whether it was a venereal disease, some form of mucus, a yeast infection, the skin from the top of a pudding, or a glazed donut that someone may have accidentally left there after intercourse. Discovering it was as appalling and disturbing an experience as my childhood run-in with Lisa's snot, and I stopped seeing her. Scott Puteski, a pussy vulture who had already tried to prey on Teresa, went on to fall in love with
Yeah.
her, but was denied when Freddie stole her away
Surprised
like a
he's
little hobbit,
listening
and
to it.
indeed went on to become Lord of the Ring. Like a used car that keeps breaking down with new problems every time an old one is fixed, the band was beginning to come together when we started having problems with our bassist, Brad. The longer he played with us, the more people came up to me and complained. "That guy's a fucking junkie." I always stuck up for him because I was completely naive and had never done any drugs besides pills, pot, acid, and maybe glue. Brad was insecure to begin with and was always trying to impress everyone around him. So whenever he mentioned drugs, I just thought he was trying to be cool. Brad was stupid, and unlike Scott, knew it. I liked him, so I usually ended up loaning him money and babysitting him. Eventually I found someone to mother him, a rich older lawyer named Janine. I had slept with her a few times, and even though she bought me anything I wanted, decided that Brad needed her more than I did. Within 2 months they were living together, but whenever I stopped by in the afternoon to visit him while Janine was at work, he seemed uneasy, as if he didn't want me there. One afternoon he was acting stranger than usual, trying to get me out of the apartment. Naturally, I didn't want to leave because I was curious about what he was hiding. After I spent 15 minutes watching him play on
International Neo Geo. Yeah, there's so many like
two black
people
girls
that aren't
emerged
English
giggling
speaking.
from the closet in a cloud of smoke and carrying short glass tubes. As they talked, it dawned on me that the tubes were crack pipes, the girls were prostitutes, and Brad was a junkie. Here was another person I thought I knew, but later realized had a secret life. Once I was aware that he was a heroin addict, the signs were obvious. He looked like shit, went through wild mood swings, was incredibly paranoid, drank heavily, missed shows, lost weight daily, showed up late for practice, never had any energy, and always borrowed money. He and his previous girlfriend Trish thought they were Sid and Nancy, but I never understood that their tribute went that far. Every time I looked at him now, all I felt was hatred and disgust. My
Hello.
entire message and everything I'd begun striving to be as a person ran in direct opposition to Brad. I wanted to be strong and independent, to think for myself and help other people think for themselves. I couldn't, and still can't, tolerate someone who's a fucking weakling living out of a spoon and a needle. One night, Janine called and woke me up. Brad's dead, she kept screaming. I should have stopped him. He's dead. He's finally done it to himself. He's dead. What should I do? Help me. I rushed to the house, but I was too late. An ambulance was already leaving. Janine was on the phone with her lawyers because whenever someone overdoses and medics find hypodermic needles and drug paraphernalia, they're obligated to call the police. I stayed with Janine that night until we found out Brad had been resuscitated and then promptly arrested. We talked for hours about it. I felt sorry for Brad because he was a creative, good-natured guy and I loved writing songs with him. But he was also a junkie and a fuck-up. And part of me wished he really had fatally overdosed, for his own and our peace of mind. By then, his life was heroin. Playing bass was just a way of killing time between shots. When I saw Brad again, I sat him down and for the first time realized how important this band really was to me, and how much I would not tolerate anyone fucking it up. This was not a game anymore. Listen, I told him. You've had your final chance. Clean up your act or you're out of the band. Brad broke down and started crying, apologizing in broken sobs for his behavior and promising not to shoot dope anymore. Because I didn't have any previous experience with junkies, I believed him. I believed him the second and the third times, too. He hit the one weak spot still left in my cold black heart. Pity. A word that over the course of the arduous year to come would be excised from my vocabulary. Months later, we drove to Orlando for an important showcase for several record labels interested in signing us. The night before, I had gotten another panicked phone call from Janine, who was scared because Brad was on heroin again and had sucked some guy's dick that night. I confronted Brad, and he was in denial about his drug use, but he wouldn't stop bragging about how he had finally fulfilled his fantasy of sucking a guy off. A promiscuous shampoo boy who worked at the salon where he went to get his hair dyed, which was somewhat ironic since Brad's dreadlocks were always dirty and smelly. On stage, Brad seemed out of it, but I had more important things on my mind than his track-marked arms. After
Yeah.
he disappeared, but again, I had more
Interesting.
important things on my mind because we were staying with these cute girls. Normally, I would have been concerned, but I was sick of babysitting him. At 3 in the morning, he burst into the house with 3 strippers who none of us knew. He was still wearing his outfit from the show, a sleeveless purple 70s shirt with silver stars on it, small glittering women's shorts over red tights with guns on them and combat boots, and he was beyond wasted. His eyes were darting from side to side so quickly that they were a blur, and he was fidgeting manically with his lip ring as he babbled incoherently about something that seemed important to him. Up close, the strippers had bruised and discolored legs, arms, and necks, as if they were running out of veins to shoot up into. Their teeth were gapped and gnarled in their mouth like melting white candles on a stale fudge cake. As they teetered nastily around the room, offering everyone heroin, Valium, and whatever else was collecting lint in their pockets, Brad seemed to be collapsing into himself, shriveling on the couch and becoming so disoriented that he didn't even know his own name. Sweat was dripping off his face and landing in droplets on his clothes. For a second, he seemed to come to his senses. He looked me straight in the eye, then toppled onto the floor, passed out. His face was pale green from the hair dye that had seeped with his sweat into the oily creases of his forehead, and his unpainted fingernails were now swirled purple and blue. The strippers, probably used to this situation, fled the house. At first, I tried to wake Brad up, helping everyone roll him around, slap him, and dump buckets of water on him. But what I really wanted to do was kick him in the ribs. I was overwhelmed by hatred for him and the cliché his life had become. I had once loved Brad like a little brother, which made it easier to hate him. Not only are love and hate such closely related emotions, but it's a lot easier to hate someone you've cared about than someone you never have. We stepped away from his motionless rainbow body and talked, not about how we could help him, but about how we could hurt him. I suggested turning him over and letting him choke on his own puke, coroner couldn't tell he had been moved, Brad's death would be attributed to his own stupidity. We sat, locked in debate, trying to determine whether we would get arrested and charged with manslaughter. Though I still felt a tinge of pity, I thought of his death as an assisted suicide. In actual fact, I felt as if he had already committed suicide, because the Brad I met at the kitchen club when I first conceived of the band years ago was dead. A stranger to both of us. But I didn't want him to jeopardize the band in death as he had in life. In the end, it was only the fear of being caught that kept us from killing him. It was a monstrous way of thinking, but I couldn't help it. I was becoming the cold, emotionally crippled monster I always wanted to be. And I wasn't so sure I liked it. But it was too late. The metamorphosis was already well underway. The next day, I called the studio where Geordie was working on Ambugalard's first independent album. It was a big move for Geordie, because he was playing bass and guitar, as well as producing. But I also knew he wanted to join Marilyn Manson so badly that he actually befriended Brad and had been taking him out to drink and do drugs after Brad had been warned to clean up. I always wondered whether this was a deliberate act of sabotage on Geordie's part or not. If it was pretty clever. Do you want to be in our band? I asked. Well, I'm in the middle of making this record, Geordie sighed. You've always belonged in our band. Yeah, I know. And your band hates your fucking guts and wants to kick the shit out of you. I'll call you right back, he said. And I knew that I got him. Circle 8. Fraud. Thieves. Brad was as good as dead. Nancy was as good as dead. And my morality was as good as dead. Marilyn Manson was finally on its way to becoming the band I wanted it to be. 9. The rules. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Aleister Crowley, Diary of a Drug Fiend. Circle 8. Fraud. Fraudulent counselors. People always want to know about my religious and philosophical beliefs, but few people ever ask me about my everyday ethics, the rules I use when dealing with day-to-day society. Here are a few of them. Feel free to cut them out and post them on the door of your mother's refrigerator for easy reference. Drugs. There is a stereotype among people who have never gotten high that anyone who has ever done drugs, no matter what that drug is an addict. The truth is that addiction has little to do with what drugs you use or how often you use them. There are other factors, like the extent to which you let them run your life and your ability to function normally without them. I make no secret of my drug use, but at the same time I have nothing but utter contempt for anyone who is addicted to drugs. It is the people who abuse drugs that make the people who use them look bad. Here are a few simple rules to help you determine whether you are a user or an abuser of cocaine, pot, and other substances. Consider yourself an addict if 1. You actually pay for drugs. 2. You use a straw as opposed to a rolled-up dollar bill. 3. You use the word blow. 4. You're a guy and you're backstage at a Marilyn Manson concert, unless you're a dealer or a police officer. 5. You own more than one Pink Floyd record. 6. You do cocaine during a show. If you do it after a show, you're okay. If it's before, you're teetering
Class
on the
didn't
brink.
work, so I'm just sitting on my phone
7.
until it's time to clock
The mere
out.
mention of cocaine
Nice.
makes you pass gas, or the sight of it makes you want to take
Kinda
a
cool.
shit. 8. You've written more than 2 songs that refer to drugs. 9. You get kicked out of a band for being a drug addict. 10. You're friends with a model. 11. You live in New Orleans. 12. You pay for your
I'm not gonna
groceries
buy
with
the bar.
$1 bills. 13.
Thompson's
You've ever been
great.
to Dr. Hook or known the lyrics to a Dr. Hook song. 14. The embossed numbers, particularly the zeros,
Why would I
60s,
buy the
and
bar?
9s on your corporate credit card are filled in with a mysterious white powder. 15. You're alone in your hotel room on tour and you do drugs. 16. You do drugs before 6 p.m. or after 6 a.m. 17. You hate everybody. If you like everybody, you're on ecstasy and I'm against you. 18. You know the name for the fleshy crevice between your thumb and index finger.
I
19.
guess, man.
You've ever said, "This is my last line." Or conversely, which line is the biggest? 20. You invite people to stay at your home while you're on drugs. 21. You tell anybody about your childhood while you're on drugs. 22. You're not thinking about tits right now.
I don't know,
23.
man.
You say, "I only do this when I'm with you." 24. You have your bodyguard watch the door when you go to the bathroom. 25. You're a guy and you talk to a girl who has a boyfriend for more than 5 minutes because she has drugs. 26. You're a child actor. 27. If you make this book into
I
a
know.
game
It's probably
and
better
lie
if it's
every
not an
time drugs are
audiobook,
mentioned,
honestly.
then not only are you an addict, but you may be dead.
It's like redundant for an audiobook.
Rules I've broken. 1, 4, but that doesn't count. 5, 6, and I came back on stage with the dollar bill hanging from my nose. 7, 8, I've written dozens. 12, 13, 14, unless I've cleaned it out because I'm crossing a border. 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, but only for this book. 24, 25. Homosexuality. My philosophy about sexuality is that I don't have a problem with anything anyone does in any way. All I ask is that you know the rules. I've sucked the dicks of several men, which a lot of straight guys won't admit to having done or wanting to do. But just like kissing a girl can't get her pregnant, sucking a guy's dick doesn't make you gay. Unless you break rule number 3. It's not that I'm against being gay. I just want to clarify what makes you gay. Please note that this list only pertains to guys. All women are by nature lesbians. Let's get things straight, no pun intended. If you meet any of the qualifications below, you are gay. 1. If you get someone else's sperm on you. 2. If you've ever owned a Smiths album. 3. If you get hard while sucking another guy's dick. If you don't, you're straight, unless he gets sperm on you. 4. If Michael Stipe is in the room with you and you're having sex with a woman, you're bisexual. 5. If you're in a gay bar, you're not gay. But if you're at a straight bar and you talk to another guy longer than you talk to a girl, you're gay. 6. If you tap your feet to a Smiths song. 7. If you discuss art for more than 45 minutes. 8. If you've ever worn a beret. 9. If you kiss a guy and he has a hard-on, you're not gay unless you have a hard-on too. 10. If you have any kind of sex with a male or a female to the Smiths, you're gay. 11. If your only purpose in life is to get girls pregnant so that they can have more girls to have lesbian sex together. 12. If you jack off and you get cum on yourself. 13. If you get a boner watching Gilligan's Island. 14. If you don't get a boner watching Bewitched. 15. If there's a Smiths song on in a bar and you're in the bathroom with your dick in your hand. 16. If your name is Richard and you go by Dick. 17. If you're friends with anyone named Dick. 18. If you don't cheat on your wife, you're only using her as a prop to make people think you're not gay. 19. If you're friends with a model. 20. If you fuck a girl who likes the Smiths. 21. If you don't eat meat because the Smiths album Meat is Murder had an impact on your life. 22.
Christ.
If you do anything spiritual. 23. If you fuck a pregnant woman and she's carrying a boy, you're gay. If you get sperm on the amniotic sac, the baby will grow up to be gay too. 24. If you've ever had a haircut like Morrissey. 25. If you've ever had a haircut while a Morrissey or Smiths album was playing in the room. 26. If you've ever talked about or owned a crystal, especially if it's crystal meth. 27. If you've ever put band-aids on your nipples as a fashion statement. 28. If you've ever spent more than a week on South Beach. 29. If you're not thinking about tits right now. 30. If you still liked Judas Priest after you heard the rumor that Rob Halford was gay. 31. If you get a hard-on while taking a shit. 32. If you know what sperm tastes like, especially if it's your own. 33. If you kiss a girl with tongue after she swallowed your cum. 34. If you get hard while reading this. 35. If you know the names of anyone who's ever been in the Smiths besides Morrissey and Johnny Marr. 36. If you're a male model. 37. If you get choked up listening to Boys Don't Cry by The Cure. 38. If you're a clothing designer. 39. If your first, last, middle, or only name is Morrissey. Rules I've broken. 1, 2, 12. This probably makes us all gay. 20, most likely unintentionally. 26, 30, 33, 38. I design my own clothes. Cheating. Though we have a reputation as flagrant plunderers of all the free and expensive tits that come with being a rock star, the truth is that we are all completely faithful to our girlfriends. I can honestly say that I have never cheated on my girlfriend. And that's because I play by the rules, which are listed below for your use and edification. 1. You can squeeze fake tits because they're not actually real, so you're not cheating. 2. If you don't remember their name, it doesn't count. 3. If you don't call them afterward, it doesn't count. 4. Blowjobs don't count. They're like handshakes and autographs. 5. If you cuddle, you're cheating. 6. If you are in a time zone that is ahead of the time zone your girlfriend is in, use the following equation to determine whether or not you've cheated. Let X be the time difference between the two countries, and let Y be the number of hours that have elapsed since you slept with another woman.
Yeah.
If you talk
Oh, what
to your
is it?
girlfriend,
This is if you're
Y
cheating
is less than X,
with your
then
girlfriend.
you haven't cheated because it hasn't happened yet. If Y is greater than X, you cheated. 7. If you are in Europe, Canada, South America, or Japan, your marriage license is not valid, so you can sleep with anyone you want. 8. If you fuck someone the night before seeing your girlfriend, it's okay because it's just practice to make sure you don't prematurely ejaculate with your girlfriend. 9. If it was part of a public performance, it doesn't count. 10. If you're doing it to help your career, it doesn't count. But if she thinks you can help her career, then you're cheating. 11. If you remember the name of a girl that someone else had a one-night stand with, then you cheated because you thought about it more than the person who got laid did. If you don't have a girlfriend, this just makes you desperate and counts as one cheat against your future girlfriend. 12. If it's someone's birthday, it doesn't count, especially if it's your own. 13. If the girl has a tattoo with your name on it, then it's just common courtesy to have sex with her. 14. If you have anal sex with someone else, it doesn't count because it's not coitus, unless you're dating Morrissey. 15. If she has the same name as your girlfriend, it's not cheating. Or if the first letter of her name is the same. If neither of these apply, spritz her with your girlfriend's favorite scent before having sex, and you're alright. 16. If you tell them you respect them in the morning and mean it, you're gay. Rules I've broken? None. 10. All for nothing. I saw that he was a genius of suffering, and that in the meaning of many sayings of Nietzsche, he had created within himself, with positive genius, a boundless and frightening capacity for pain. I saw at the same time that the root of his pessimism was not world contempt, but self-contempt. For however mercilessly he might annihilate institutions and persons in his talk, he never spared himself. It was always at himself first and foremost that he aimed the shaft. Himself first and foremost, whom he hated and despised. Hermann Hesse, Steppenwolf. The King of Filth Comes Clean, Part 1 of a two-part story by Sarah Phim. Empyrean Magazine, 1995. Images of naked boys and rotting corpses flicker on the TV screen in Marilyn Manson's hotel room as he removes his sunglasses and settles down on the couch. Photographs, clothing, and papers are scattered across the floor, the debris of a busy year for Manson, the leader of the controversial shock rock band of the same name. Practically overnight, the quintet has catapulted from a local Florida band to an arena act, thanks to a contract with Nothing Records, the label owned by Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails. Since then, Manson, whose real name is Brian Warner, has been arrested, banned, and beaten. He's been accused of torturing women, killing animals, and setting his drummer on fire. Today, for the first time, he has agreed to talk candidly and on the record about the events of the past 2 years. To make sure he doesn't back out on that promise, we filled him with liquor and drugs and rented one of his favorite movies, Alejandro Jodorowsky's hallucinogenic spaghetti western, El Topo. Lying across the glass table directly in front of him.
Yeah, so it's just like an interview, basically.
British Steel CD, the one with the razor blade on the cover. It is an appropriate image because lined up in long white strips across it is some of the finest cocaine the editors of Empyrean could afford. Manson rolls up a $20 bill and snorts half of a line up his right nostril. He tilts his head back and shakes out his long black hair, then lowers his head and inhales the remainder of the line up the other nostril. In music, as in life, Marilyn Manson doesn't play favorites. He likes to destroy everything in equal measure. Empyrean. You look exhausted. Manson. Yeah, I woke up at 7 o'clock this morning and I was trying to find someone to express my ideas to, but I couldn't. I was walking around like a fucking madman. Then I called Missy, his girlfriend. There has to be something wrong with anybody who is capable of liking me, because I'm not a likable person. Maybe you should do a line. I could do one line and then see if you need another. Well, you never need one in the first place, but you always need another. Yeah, because once you have that one, you need the rest for maintenance. Snorting sounds. Let's talk about how you finally broke out of Fort Lauderdale. Right. What happened was, at the time, I shortened the name of the band to Marilyn Manson, which is what people always called us anyway. The band had become less cartoonish and taken on a more serious tone. Several labels were interested in us. Epic Records had us come to New York to showcase for them. We were being courted by this guy, Michael Goldstone, who at the time had just signed Pearl Jam. Their album hadn't come out yet, and I got to hear it, and I thought it was very mediocre. At the same time, I was idealistic about our music and its success, so it wasn't very good for my ego when Epic ended up not liking us. It was a huge disappointment because we spent about $3 grand of our own money getting to New York. So how did you end up working with Trent Reznor? It began when we returned home practically broke. Missy and I went by the record store where I used to work and bought Nine Inch Nails' Broken, which had come out that day. I was thinking that I hadn't heard from Trent in a while because every now and then he would call just to say hi and keep in touch. As I was listening to it, I got a call from Trent's manager asking for a copy of our demo tape. These kinds of coincidences always happen to me and have led me to believe that everything happens for a purpose. I didn't know why he wanted a copy of our demo tape. Maybe he just wanted to listen to it. A few days later, I got a phone call. Hey, it's Trent. And I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he said, well, you'll never believe where I'm at. I'm living at the Sharon Tate house. It was funny because when I first met him, I told him that one of my dreams was to record My Monkey, our revision of a Charles Manson song, at the house where Sharon Tate had lived. I liked the irony of it. Lo and behold, Trent was there now. He said, why don't you come out? We're shooting a video for one of my songs, and I want you to play guitar in it. I told him, well, I don't really play guitar. But I went out there anyway and pretended to play guitar in a video that was never actually released. It was a song called Gave Up. Then he signed you to nothing? Actually, I still didn't know that Trent was starting a label. We just hung out and had a great time, and that's when we really became close and established our friendship. Can you remember anything more specific about that time? I remember one night Trent ditched his girlfriend, a rich teenaged bitch who had become so obsessed with him that she tattooed his initials on her butt, and we went to a bar in LA called Smalls, where we met some girls that today I wouldn't even let take out my garbage. But at the time, they seemed like people worth wasting my efforts trying to fuck, because I didn't know any better. Actually, we weren't really interested in sex. We were more interested in having fun because we had this new friendship. So we invited these two terrible individuals back to his house, and I remember one of their names was Kelly, which which I found interesting because, like her face, it could have belonged to a man or a woman. We went on to make a videotape which I've since lost, but it was known only as Kelly's Cornhole. You can imagine why. No, I can't. Please tell me. Well, what we did was we pulled a trick that I've become quite famous for. It is pouring a large glass of tequila for your adversary, or your victim, and then pouring a large glass of beer for yourself, and pretending that yours is tequila also. You convince them to drink down their large glass until they vomit and pass out and are left to be tormented. A similar trick had been done to me when I was young. So the trick worked, as it always does, and Kelly and her friend were drunk and running around the lawn where Sharon Tate's friends had been murdered. They jumped in the pool, and somehow I was convinced to join them. That's something I don't like to do, because I don't know how to swim. So I was in the pool with this sea bass, I suppose you could call her. By smell, she was some sort of porpoise fish woman, and by sight, she looked like a water behemoth. Trying to create some sort of entertainment for everybody, I said, "Why don't we play Guess Who's Touching You? We'll put a blindfold on you and try to figure out whose hands are on you." So Trent and I take this sea bass back into his living room. The other girl had since passed out and was hopefully drowning in her vomit. We blindfolded the sea creature. Now, I think we just wrapped a towel around her head, which also covered up her face and made us both feel better. Not that her body was any greater than her face, it was all terrible.
Jesus
I
Christ.
grow ashamed of myself right now as we speak of this. So we started squeezing her nipples and prodding around her genitals and what have you. We were laughing because we were both drunk, though not nearly as drunk as she was. In the background, a Ween album was playing. Push the little daisies and make 'em come up, as me and the young Trent Reznor poked our fingers into the birth cavity of a bizarre fish lady in search of some sort of
What's
caviar.
going on in the
What we
story?
ended up finding was a mysterious nodule. Maybe it was white fuzz or a piece of corn.
I don't know.
In the outer region of her rectum. It horrified us, and we
Basically
looked at each other
sex.
with
They got this
disgust
girl
and
really
shock.
drunk,
But we knew that we must continue with our debasement of this poor,
and she like
unsuspecting
passed
person.
out.
So I found a cigarette lighter and I started to burn her pubic hair. Though it didn't hurt her, it didn't help things smell any better than they already did. Unfortunately, there isn't any real climax to this story, other than I think that she wanted to cuddle with someone and we both ran. Did she catch you? I have a feeling
Debate
that
if the door is
Trent may have
open? Yeah, you
overcome
can still do it
her
though,
because he
Exocat.
has a soft spot for shitty women.
It's just like a
Not
little
that
bit
we all
slower.
don't have a penchant for taking ugly girls under our wings in the hopes that they'll be better in the morning, but they're always worse. So I went to sleep and hoped that it all would go away. The next day it did, and we felt a lot closer to each other, of course. He told me that he was starting his own label through Interscope Records called Nothing, and he wanted Marilyn Manson to be the first band on it. I thought it was the best label to be on because Trent was so upset about his experiences with his old label, TVT, that one of his biggest goals was never to deceive or mistreat the bands on Nothing. Trent said he was particularly impressed with the demo that we had out at the time, called Live as Hell. It was recorded on a Tampa Bay radio station, and it was dreadful sounding. It was with our then drummer Freddie the Wheel, Sarah Lee Lucas, whose timekeeping was about as impressive as Kelly's Cornhole was. Tell me about the recording of your first album, Portrait of an American Family, which was actually #1 in our readers' poll last year. It was a disaster at first. We went to record in Hollywood, Florida at Criteria Studios, which is owned by the Bee Gees. The guy we were working with was Rolly Mosseman, who was a weird character. I forget if he's Swiss or German, some country where they've never discovered the toothbrush. He had about 6, maybe 8 teeth in his head, and while we were in the studio recording, he lost 2 of them. They were just falling out of his head, rotten, and he smoked all the time. Do you know how I feel about that? Your manager told me you despise it. Right, and Rolly would roll into the studio smoking at about 2 o'clock and would want to quit a few hours later.
Fucking
He
hilarious.
spent all his time talking about when he used to be in the Swans, which was one of the reasons why we picked him. But he only worked maybe 5 or 6 minutes a day. When we were finally finished, Rolly had done the opposite of what I'd expected. I thought he was going to bring out some sort of darker element, but he was trying to polish all the rough edges and make us more of a rock band, a pop band, which at the time I wasn't interested in at all. I thought the record we did with him came out bland and lifeless. Trent thought the same thing, so he volunteered to help us repair what had been damaged. So then the band went out to Los Angeles? No, went out there by myself at first to try and remix the tracks I thought were still salvageable. A funny thing happened when I was done. I called home to Florida to talk to Daisy Berkowitz, guitarist, and ended up talking to Pogo, keyboardist Madonna Wayne Gacy. He told me they were at Squeeze and they got really fucked up. Daisy couldn't handle his alcohol, and all of a sudden passed out while he was walking and fell right on his face. He split his chin open and lost his memory. He didn't know who he was when he woke up, and he kept saying, "Where's my car? Where's my car?" He thought he had been in a car accident. I called him, and he sounded like another person. I couldn't communicate with him. He didn't understand anything I was trying to say, and probably didn't even know who I was. The doctors told him he had a bubble in his brain. Was there any tension or hostility in the band at that point? I had early impressions from Trent that there were problems with the band. He and everyone he worked with knew Freddie the Wheel was a weak link, and Brad Stewart, former bassist Gidget Geen, was also still in the band. And I knew that he was an even weaker link because at that point he had already OD'd 3 or 4 times. I was on the verge of kicking him out and replacing him with Twiggy Ramirez. I also got the impression from a lot of people that Daisy was not only disliked as a person because his personality was abrasive, but that no one was particularly impressed by his guitar playing. Though I thought he was alright, and didn't have a problem getting along with him. I knew that we had a foot in the door, but I was not satisfied. Marilyn Manson wasn't the band that it could have been. I knew I'd have to go through hell to get the band to where I wanted it. And I'm still going through hell. You know, the only way to get out of it is to go through all the way, to the very bottom. I'm sorry. Have another line. Sniff the dust? Okay. Cutting and clicking sounds, sniffing sounds. Where were we? We were talking about Daisy? So when Daisy got out of the hospital, we told him, "Fly out, come hear the mixes, let's work on fixing these other songs." The day that he was supposed to leave, he missed his flight and showed up late. He walked in the studio, and Trent had never met him face to face before. Trent said hi to him, and Daisy was kind of abrasive and greasy. He always seemed to have baby oil dumped on his face and on his hair. The kid needed some Stridex. So he came in, and he was like this angry, greasy pimple guy with cigarettes coming out of every orifice of his body, and Trent's like, "You want to hear the mixes?" And Daisy says, "No, I want to go smoke a cigarette." He was a dick right off the bat, which made me feel uncomfortable because I had to defend him. When Daisy eventually did listen to the mixes, he didn't even pay attention or make a comment. He just kept bragging about the musical shit that he could do. We spent the next month or so trying to re-record songs and fix things up, and everyone learned early on that Daisy was not someone who was easy to work with. He was stubborn, and he never had a song or the album in mind. He just had his personal agenda as a musician. He wanted to display his idea of what his talents were. Sometimes it got frustrating making that record, but most of the time it was fun. It was new. Life still seemed like something to be enjoyed. As we were working on Portrait, Trent was starting his album, The Downward Spiral, and we had some good times working together. I thought that was what making music was about. Everyone was pretty sober, except for maybe having drinks at the end of the night, and I can't recall anybody doing drugs except Brad Stewart being passed out on heroin. All I had to be pissed off about was the rest of the world, the things that weren't a part of my life, the way I saw everybody else's life. So it was still okay to be idealistic. I hadn't been scarred by the bad sex, drugs, and touring that came afterward. Can you recall any of those good times? Well, the studio had a large window where you could view the live room, and one night we wanted to have
I don't
someone
remember.
entertain all of us. So we taped $150 to the inside door of the studio.
I think I stopped
Trent
camping
and
at
I each
40.
put in $75. In order to win that money and
So
get in all of our good graces,
yeah, like
the challenge was to go outside the studio, which was on Santa Monica Boulevard, where all the
what is it?
transvestite
Like
and
multiply
transsexual
the hordes
prostitutes
from
come
like
out after
40
dark,
to
like
50
little hermaphroditic
times 70
cockroaches, and pick up one of
for
them
the
and
extra
bring him,
seconds,
her, it back.
and then probably add like an hour for
Circle
40.
8. Fraud. Simonists. At first, all of us went and walked around. There were lots of people driving by, and they seemed to be having an easy time picking these people up. But the prostitutes were clearly afraid of us, and we came back frustrated and ate dinner.
Did you get your 50 time?
Pogo, who was the skinhead with a long goatee then, went into the bathroom and shaved his head. He always carried around clown makeup because at random times he liked to go out dressed up like a clown. He made up his face, Gene Simmons style, and went out by himself. We were starting to record some tracks when all of a sudden Pogo walks in with some she-male and takes her into the live room. All we had to do was turn on the microphones that were recording the drums and we could hear their conversation. Apparently, this person's name was Marie, and from far away it looked pretty much like a woman, and not that unattractive, at least for a prostitute. But upon closer inspection, we could see that underneath her fishnets, there were some open sores on her legs.
Yeah, maybe.
That looked like they came either from being burned with giant cigars, or the first stages of something that we didn't want to know about. What ended up happening was that she was smarter than we thought. She knew we were watching and wanted to charge extra. We weren't really into it that much, so Pogo went into the other room, and to the best of our knowledge, he jacked off on a man's tits. And I'm not sure what that makes him, other than depraved, of course. Was it scary working?
Oh, that was your time. Yeah, no, mine was probably way slower. That's probably good.
Wrapped in Plastic, which is about how the typical American family will wrap its couch in plastic, and the question, will it keep the dirt out, or will it keep the dirt in? Sometimes the people who seem the most clean are really the dirtiest. We were using a computer because we had a lot of samples and sequencing. While we were working on that song, the Charles Manson samples from My Monkey started appearing in the mix. All of a sudden, we'd hear in the song, "Why does a child reach up and kill his mom and dad?" And we couldn't figure out what was going on. The chorus of Wrapped in Plastic is, "Come into our home, hope you stay." And we're in the Sharon Tate house, just me and Sean Beavan, the record's assistant producer. We totally got scared and were like, we are done for the night. We came back the next day and it was fine. The Charles Manson samples weren't even on the tape anymore. There's no real logical or technological explanation for why they appeared. It was a truly supernatural moment that freaked me out. Why do you think it's become so trendy for musicians to make references to Charles Manson in their music? That pisses me off. Axl Rose was in a hellstorm because he recorded a Manson song, and I'll tell you how he got that idea in a minute. Meanwhile, Trent was living at the Sharon Tate house, so I end up looking like I'm this Marilyn Manson guy that's riding Trent Reznor's wagon, which is kind of funny. But I never got a chip on my shoulder. I never minded because otherwise I would never have gotten to record there and sleep there and get freaked out by the ghosts there. That's a good attitude. Why don't you do another line? Okay, but this is the last one. Sucking sounds. So what happened with Guns N' Roses was that Trent took me to a U2 concert one night, and backstage I met Axl Rose. He was very neurotic, and was telling me all about his psychological problems, his split personalities, and I felt like, this guy's a total fucking flake. Being the overzealous type, I started telling him about my band anyway. And I said, you know we do this song, My Monkey, and it's an adaptation of a Charles Manson song off his album Lie. And he's like, I never heard of that before. I told him, you should check out the album, it's cool. And lo and behold, 6 months later, Guns N' Roses put out The Spaghetti Incident, and Axl Rose covers Look at Your Game Girl from the Lie album. Then he started getting all that heat from Sharon Tate's sister and everybody. When our album was finished after that, we had the song My Monkey on it, but I had this 5-year-old kid, Robert Pierce, sing on it. That was the great irony. Here's a kid that's singing a song that to him is an innocuous nursery rhyme, but to everybody else is this horrible thing. After we turned the album in, I got this call from Trent and John Malm, who's Trent's manager and runs Nothing Records, and they're like, listen, are you willing to put out your album without the song My Monkey on it? I asked, why? And they said, well, Interscope is having problems because of the shit that Axl Rose has got. He's had to donate the proceeds of the song to the victims' families. I said, well, I don't have a problem with that. Just explain to me what's going to happen. The entire song wasn't Charles Manson's song. I just borrowed a few lyrics and the rest were my own. In the end, Interscope insisted that we take the song off. I said no, so they told us they weren't going to put the album out. All of a sudden, we went from being South Florida's brave new hope, from being the only band that will ever make it out of there, to being like an unsigned local band again. And it sucked. It was the most soul-destroying period of my life, because we had an album done and everyone was expecting it to be in stores. Meanwhile, my original bass player, Brian Tatunik, aka Olivia Newton-Bundy, had started his own band called Collapsing Lungs, and they got signed to Atlantic, and had a total attitude toward us because they thought they were going to be big fucking rock stars. And now his replacement, Brad, was getting so fucked up on heroin that we had to kick him out of the band because we were spending more time taking care of him than rehearsing. So there was a real period there where I felt defeated. I wanted to give up. I thought it was over and my ideas were too strong for people. I thought about trying another medium, but I knew in my head that a year or two from then would be a better time for my music. How did Interscope come crawling back? While everything was in the air, Trent backed us up and stood behind us. He told us not to worry because he had an option to put out a record with any other label as part of his contract with Interscope, even though it technically owned nothing. So we had Guy Osiri from Maverick Records, Madonna's label, down to see us, and he brought Freddie DeMann, Madonna's manager. The funniest thing about those guys was that the first thing they asked me after the show was over was, "Aren't you guys Jewish?" And our keyboard player said, "Yeah, I'm Jewish, but I'm not religious, I don't practice it." And they said, "Yeah, okay, that's cool. We gotta stick together." So this whole bonding thing. Then they went back to New York and our manager got a call like 2 days later. They said, "We don't really have a problem with Manson's image, the tattoos, the association with the occult, and Satanism. But there's something we need to know.
Yeah.
Does Manson have any swastikas tattooed on him?" And he's like, "No, what are you talking about?" They said, "Well, we just wanted to check because if there's any sort of anti-Semitic message, then it's not something we want to be involved in." Everything I was doing was so much about sticking up for the underdog that I couldn't understand how they could misassociate what I was doing like that. It was weird. After my tattoos checked out, they actually offered us a deal. It must have lit a fire under Interscope's ass because all of a sudden Interscope came back and said, "Listen, we're willing to put out the record and we'll even pay for it." We agreed because we had always wanted Interscope from the beginning. I had faith in that label. I still do. They had a deal with Time Warner, who were the ones causing the problems. So Interscope let you put My Monkey back on the album? They did. But we continue to have other problems. I wanted to use a photo in the album's booklet of me naked on a couch when I was a kid. When you hold up something to people, usually what they see in it is what's inside them in the first place. And that's what happened because the lawyers at Interscope said, "First off, that picture is going to be considered child pornography, and not only will no stores carry the album, but we're subject to legal retribution from it." They said if a judge were to look at it, the law states that if a photograph of a minor elicits sexual excitement, then it's considered child pornography. I said, "That's exactly my point. This is a photograph that was taken by my mother, and it's extremely innocent and very normal. But if you see it as pornography, why am I the guilty person? You're the person who's got a hard-on. Why aren't you punished?" That's still a point I'd like to make. People's morality is so ridiculous. If they get excited by it, then it's wrong. Manson rummages through his bags and pulls out the original album booklet, which has a reproduction of a painting of a clown face on the cover with no text. You see, we also had a John Wayne Gacy painting of a clown on the cover, and look at the other photograph on the inside. It's one of my favorite photographs, and I've never gotten to use it. It's a picture of one of those dolls from the 60s, and you pull a string on the back of it, and the eyes get really big and they change colors. Around it is this, circle of wisdom teeth and candy corns and peppermints, and these Polaroid photographs of a completely mutilated girl. But it was something I had faked. It wasn't real, but it looked very authentic. So they called again and said, "Listen, first of all, we won't print this kind of photo, and second of all, we couldn't do it because unless you provide us with a name and a written affidavit from the person in the photo, we're going to get arrested for distributing it." They still thought it was real, so I told them it was okay not to use it. In the end, I thought it was cooler for them to think it was real. It's always been a game of not compromising, but also knowing your limits and doing the best you can within those limits. So you're not bitter about your early experiences with Interscope? Well, there was always a real chip on our shoulder that the album never really got the push from the record label that we thought it deserved. It was all about us touring our fucking asses off. We toured for 2 solid years, opening up for 9 Inch Nails for a year, and then doing our own club tour. It was all just about perseverance. Looking back on it, are you happy with the album? Well, the whole point of the album was that I wanted to say a lot of the things I've said in interviews. But now I feel like I fell short. Like I didn't say it right. Maybe I was too vague, or maybe the songs weren't good enough, or whatever. But I wanted to address the hypocrisy of talk show America, how morals are worn as a badge to make you look good, and how it's it's so much easier to talk about your beliefs than to live up to them. I was very much wrapped up in the concept that as kids growing up, a lot of the things that we're presented with have deeper meanings than our parents would like us to see. Like Willy Wonka and the Brothers Grimm. So what I was trying to point out was that when our parents hide the truth from us, it's more damaging than if they were to expose us to things like Marilyn Manson in the first place. My point was that in this way, I'm an anti-hero. I think I'll be able to say it better on the next album. America, Meet Marilyn Manson, Part 2 of a two-part story by Sarah Phim. Imperium Magazine, 1995. When we last left Marilyn Manson, he was in his hotel room snorting coke and giving Imperium an exclusive on the whirlwind events of the past year. The time now is 4 a.m. that same night, and just as he is preparing to launch into the carnage tales of his tours with Nine Inch Nails, with the Jim Rose Circus Sideshow and later Hole as opening acts, there is a knock on the door. He hides his drug-covered Judas Priest CD behind a cardboard box and stands up, smoothing out his adamant friend or foe t-shirt. He looks cautiously through the peephole, half expecting to see the psychotic runaways that slavishly follow his every movement and sleep with his crew, and occasionally very desperate band members, to find out his latest whereabouts. But the sight facing him when he opens the door is a much more horrid one. It's Twiggy Ramirez, the band's bassist, with a bottle of wine in his hand and an expression of pure abject horror on his face. He complains about how miserable he is because he snorted too much cocaine. Then he snorts another line and sits on an armchair in the corner of the room, curling his knees up to his red and white button-down shirt. Instead of making him talkative, the cocaine is bringing him down. To every question he is asked, all he responds is, "Whiskey and speed." I wonder if his presence will keep Manson from opening up and being honest, but Manson says not to worry as he pours himself a large glass of wine. Empyrean. Snort some of that and then we'll get started again. Manson. This is good talking powder. Big snorts. Eek. He is startled by a scene on the video of handicapped people being massacred. When did you start doing cocaine anyway? Not that long ago. The first time was on the Nine Inch Nails tour. We had just played in Chicago and one of the roadies called me and Twiggy into Trent's dressing room. He was there with someone else in the band. The room was destroyed. There was food everywhere, shit was crushed into the floor, dirty clothes were strewn all over, and everything was covered in flour because those guys used to pour flour all over themselves. In the middle of the wreckage, there was a strange, gray-haired, pock-marked hippie who had bribed his way backstage with drugs and carved out something like 30 lines on a stainless steel counter in the bathroom. It was some ridiculous rock star amount of drugs, something insane, like an ounce. He was like, "Do you want some?" And we were like, "We've never done this before." And he said, "Try it." So we did, and we were wired out of our minds. We were doing lines like crazy. I was wearing rubber underwear that had been built only with an opening for your dick. I wore them all the time on that tour. And there were these two girls who were hanging out backstage. One was a blonde and one was a redhead, and they were both pretty cute. One was studying to be a psychiatrist, and the other one was just a slut. I remember being really high and really confused, and still having my pants on because I never took them off until I went to bed. And I was fucking both of them in the back lounge with this underwear on like I was some kind of debased version of Superman. My skin never touched them. It was like wearing a body condom. Were you afraid your heart would stop on the cocaine? It didn't really bother me at the time. We thought it was really funny because it was such a cliche. Only stupid people get carried away with drugs, like John Belushi and Corey Feldman. That whole tour must have been amazing. All of a sudden you went from nothing to living this rock star life on the arena circuit? No one had heard of us, and our album wasn't even out yet. There were just rumors about us from the small amount of press that we had gotten from our publicist, Susie, who was very excited about taking on this project, even though she probably didn't understand it. I always wanted something more. That was my problem. I always wanted more. And when I came across that way to my publicist or my record company or my producer, I was always told to be patient and not expect too much or get my hopes up. Even Trent and his manager, when they signed us, they said something like, "Someday, I think you guys could sell as many records records as Ministry. That's like 200,000 records. Exactly. And always in my head it felt defeating. I want to be bigger than Kiss. I don't want to be some fucking dispensable thing. I probably shouldn't say this, but what the fuck? Nobody reads your magazine. He straightens out a line and snorts half of it. Anyway, I felt there was always a competition from the beginning. Not from my end, but from them. It made me feel defeated because I was always ahead of myself. I was always thinking of the big picture and nobody else was. It was very disappointing all the time. What nobody understood then is this. The only way that you achieve what you want and fulfill your dreams and become great is by demanding that sort of attention. You have to make it happen. And I think nobody saw that back then but me and my band. Or at least the core of the band, which was Pogo, Twiggy, and myself. Let's get back to the tour. Yeah, okay. We had a lot of interesting things that happened with Jim Rose, leader of a traveling troupe of freaks and contortionists called the Jim Rose Circus Sideshow. He was always a great thrill to be around because he instigated a lot of interesting scenarios. There was one girl that had followed us around to most of the cities, and she was sort of overweight but cute, like a koala bear with gothic udders, I suppose. Somehow one night she was talked into standing naked and bent over as everybody took turns trying to spit in her asshole.
Jesus
A
Christ.
game that even I found crude and couldn't take part in. You're just saying that for my benefit. No, that's true. For a moment I thought, well, maybe. But I was uncomfortable because I felt a little sorry for her. She seemed like the type of person that just really wanted to be accepted. She was basically being exploited for her anxiousness and her neediness. And I have a soft spot for people like that because I'm so used to wanting to be accepted that I've let people exploit me. There are actually certain lines I will draw as far as what I do. I'm not trying to be self-righteous. I thought it was entertaining. I just didn't participate. There were things I took part in, though. The most memorable was toward the very end of Jim Rose's time on the tour, when we were getting really rowdy. What happened was Jim Rose had gathered together quite an assortment of people this time. He had really done some work. He had about 10 girls, very nubile and ready to get fucked. Unfortunately, that's not what happened to them. I'm sure they were all disappointed. Instead, he devised a bowel movement contest to see who could receive an enema and hold it in the
Oh
longest.
my god.
The person who shit it out first lost. 3 girls agreed to compete, and they were all rather attractive for people who would participate in such an event. I ended up giving the enemas, and also holding a bowl of Fruit Loops underneath each of their asses. The first girl shot right away, sprayed out some brown water that wasn't even really shit. It was sort of a yoo-hoo colored liquid. And Mr. Lifto, who is the strong man of the Jim Rose show, except he uses his dick instead of his biceps, ate the bowl of cereal. The girl who ended up winning didn't even spray or shit at all. Was she rewarded? She was rewarded with our respect and admiration. Did you feel vindicated coming back to Fort Lauderdale as a rock star? Actually, our first big homecoming show was in Miami, and everyone was in the audience. My parents, every girl I had ever slept with, every girl I had ever wanted to sleep with, and everyone I had kicked out of the band. But what happened was, while we were performing, Robin Fink, the guitarist in 9 Inch Nails, ran out on stage in a G-string with some kind of powdered confectionery item he planned to dump on me for whatever reason. In the midst of this sabotage attempt, I grabbed him and pulled his pants down and placed his limp, salty penis in my mouth and sort of, teethed on it for a few moments, but not long enough to really constitute it being a blowjob. It should be noted that I didn't have a hard-on, which should relieve me of any accusations of being gay. Afterwards, he ran off stage sort of embarrassed, and I had to flee from the cops when the show ended. They came backstage looking for me, and I hid in the bathroom where, conveniently, some drugs had been stashed. Luckily, they never issued a warrant for my arrest or prosecuted me for that particular incident. We staged a private encore several days after the original incident. We were retelling the anecdote for the 20th time at a 9 Inch Nails after-show party filled with a cast of characters that Jim Rose had handpicked, mildly attractive girls who seemed foolish enough to do anything he suggested, and I was asked to make a repeat performance. So I went ahead and did it again just to prove that it was not only for art, it was for pleasure as well. This time I did a better job, and once again did not get a hard-on, although I believe that he may have had one. What else happened on that tour? I think my first first real experience in the rock and roll world came in Cleveland the day that Hole joined the tour. The lineup was actually Marilyn Manson, Hole, and Nine Inch Nails. Courtney showed up late. She had flown in and was completely wrecked when she got to the concert. She went on to play probably one of the worst shows in her life, and I'm sure she would admit this. She took off her top, said something sarcastic, speculating whether Trent Reznor was a top or bottom to piss off the audience, and then dove into the crowd. A lot of people tried to grope her breasts and tear off the rest of her clothes. After she finished, she decided to come into our dressing room because we had adjoining ones. She was pretty much just in her underpants and her bra, and lying around, sprawled out, high or drunk. I'm not sure which, probably a combination of both. I was kind of confused by the situation because, other than Trent, she was one of the first infamous, rather than famous, people I had come across. So I kept my distance. I'm not sure if I was scared of her or if I just didn't want to get involved. She was trying on everyone's clothes, and I remember Daisy was pissing me off because, in particularly bad taste, he was trying to trade some of his clothes to get her to send him one of Kurt Cobain's guitars. She was very cool about it and didn't take any offense. Do you want any more wine? Sure. I need to go to sleep eventually. He refills his glass. Now, Courtney has always said that she had some kind of relationship with Trent, but Trent has always denied it. What's the truth? I probably shouldn't talk about that. All I'll say is that it seemed that Trent had picked Hole to be on the tour as a bit of a novelty. He seemed to dislike her greatly, and I think he wanted her on tour either to make a fool out of her or just to study her. But as the tour progressed, I noticed that Trent and Courtney were hanging around a lot together, and it was a part of the tour where he wasn't talking to us too much. He had disappeared into his own world, or hers. So you didn't really know whether they were sleeping together? Well, things started to get weird a month or so down the road as the tour was ending. Courtney showed up at Trent's bungalow trying to break down the door and doing some other stuff that I forgot about because I was drunk. But it was some sort of outburst that comes from a girl only if you fuck her. So I could tell that there was something going on that Trent wasn't telling us about, especially since he was stumbling around her hotel room at certain hours of the night that were very suspicious. Still to this day, he won't admit to any of us what happened. So you can make your own judgment. I thought this interview was to tell the truth about everything that happened in the past year. I'm telling the truth, but Twiggy can probably tell you more because he had an undocumented, undisclosed relationship with her afterwards. Is that true, Twiggy? Twiggy. It's true that I need whiskey and speed. Manson. What happened was that after the leg of the tour with Hole was over, for some reason we kept running into Courtney. Whenever she would pop up, it would cause great amounts of stress for Trent. He's a non-confrontational person, so rather than dealing with it, he would let it
God, this
torment
part
him.
is so boring.
There was a night that we were all partying. I think it was in Houston, and
Wait. What happened? Mm. Okay, I don't know. Exchange. Okay, so um,
Standards for this purpose, compared to the results by those taking the placebo. Another common misleading tactic used by people for a variety of reasons is a little white lie. A little white lie is a claim that is false or misleading, but said to prevent a person from having a negative emotional or psychological consequences that the truth would have. Definitions of this include telling a coworker that you like the new outfit they wear as a way to boost their confidence, even though it may not be a style you like, or telling a customer that the ridiculous amount of detailed work they had to do to close a sale was no problem, even though you had to put in 3 hours of overtime. Predators of any kind are dangerous, as their main purpose in life is to harm others for self-satisfaction, upliftment, or improvement. For those who see these habits or character-defining characteristics in your family, loved ones, or
hmm.
even people with whom they interact, the only way to make sure that you are free from predators' reach, and that you do not become a target, is to isolate them or yourself from any closeness or intimacy. It can be harder than it sounds. Depending on how close you are to the individual, or how constrained you are in actions, or be too sensitive to the situation, you can almost be sure that you are being used as soon as someone does you a favor. Not for the sake of just because, but with hidden motives. An
Hmm.
effective manipulator can be called Mr. Nice Guy. This person can be helpful to other people and complete a lot of favors. Yet there's a string attached to every great deed, a desire. If you do not satisfy the desire or intent of the manipulator, you will be identified as irrational. For example, a sales rep, even though they don't think the item suits you, might influence your decision to buy a clothing item. The accomplice can get you flowers right before asking you for a favor in a relationship.
Alright, I gotta
Since they
figure out.
misuse social standards, these strategies work. It's normal to respond to favors, but we still feel constrained to accept and go along when someone delivers one misleadingly. Another manipulation method is to inspire fear in somebody, only afterwards to give them some
I
relief.
got an audio
You may be
audible.
frightened by someone to go somewhere.
No, I don't want to listen to that. Library. Sign in. How to lead yourself. No, no, no. No, no, no. No. Lol. I literally barely listen to that. She barely uses Audible. Credits available. Yeah, that's crazy. Um. Shit, I don't know what to listen to. Let's get back to it. If I can. I don't understand. Like, it's in downloads. Why is it so hard to fucking find? I don't understand. This makes no sense. Why do I have to scroll all the way down, man? back to this.
We'll soon become targets for horny Iranian chicks, Price drones. It's like 0.000%, whatever, you know. Are you listening? At that nest. Snapper pizza. Red snapper pizza. Ben McDermott slams his hand on the table, rocking it. God damn it, isn't anybody listening to me? I'm still tranced out on Montgomery's card. The classy coloring.
Dude, like, what do I fucking listen to? Less than 0. Part 1, what's that?
Older sister says sarcastically. Where would we put it, though? One of them asks. Put what?
I'll just listen to music. I don't fucking know. That's good enough. Fucking hell, man. Where was I though? It's like here.
Crucifix with a gold Jesus on top. A dead palm leaf wrapped around it, Then we'd fold them into tiny squares and hide them underneath the large white rocks that framed my grandmother's gravel driveway.
Wait, check
10.
it.
All for nothing. I saw that he was a genius of suffering, and that in the meaning of many sayings of Nietzsche, he had created within himself, with positive genius, a boundless and frightening capacity for pain. I saw at the same time that the root of his pessimism was not world contempt, but self-contempt.
Yeah, definitely.
For however mercilessly he might
I think it
annihilate
was like
institutions and
8
persons
hours
with his talk,
yesterday.
he never spared himself. It was always at himself
But yeah, it
first
should
and
take like
foremost that he aimed the
20,
shaft.
24, 25 hours. It should take 16 starting today.
Herman Hesse, Steppenwolf.
I've probably done 5 hours today.
Part 1 of a
Yeah,
two-part story
it's really bad.
Seraphim. Empyrean Magazine, 1995. Images of naked boys and rotting corpses flicker on the TV screen in Marilyn Manson's hotel room as he removes his sunglasses and settles down on the couch. Photographs, clothing, and papers are
I
scattered.
don't want to listen to that one.
11. We're off to see the wizard.
Damn, like I don't know what to listen to. It's fucked. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. Can't think of music I want to listen to or anything. Um, um, I don't know. I need to think of like a good audiobook. I just can't think. Spaced out of like the only important part. Yeah, 3. No, it's all good. Since I started doing this, I've had like 0. is too loud. Ooh. And normally there's like only one, if any. Yeah, I know. Cool. I took like an hour break though. It wasn't even that productive. I ate like 2 slices of pizza and tried to look for like audiobooks, and I didn't find anything. I have schoolwork to do for tomorrow. You've been playing Verrückt. Damn. Yeah, that's an issue. How much is it? Oh, by the way, what are you on in Verrückt right now? Ah, what's up? Clown emote. Thank you, Exocat. Very cool. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, I guess I would have restarted. I didn't think I'd get this far doing this because I didn't practice this at all. This is the first game I've tried to do this. '51 paused. Okay, nice. Yeah. This strat is fucking OP, dude. This is the remix though, so it's cool. The one with the car? What? The one with the car? Kylie. Munugu? Monugu? I don't know. Let me see. kind of quiet. Why does it sound so quiet? Sounds like Evanescence. Cucumber. Yeah, nice, man. That's how it should be spelled. I don't know why, but I'm surprised ExoCat recommended this. How's Louisiana? I don't know. It's shitty. I don't know. It's like 50 degrees. I think it was raining when I went out. Not great. 50? Oh, I mean like Fahrenheit. Yeah, I don't know what it is in Celsius. $10 degrees Celsius? Yeah, that's probably accurate. Alright, we're not gonna do that one. Let me see. What's a song? Let's see. Bro, I'm having such a struggle trying to find things I want to listen to. Struggle within. Ooh, let's actually listen to Metallica. Yeah, I'll do the Black Album. It's good. Oh, you're gonna sleep soon? Wake up. You better be on 90. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, hopefully, man. Hopefully. Yeah, what time is it for you? It's like 6:50 for me. Damn, okay. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, you gotta do your homework. Holy shit. Ah. Wait, what? Oh, not much, man. What's up with you? Alright, I don't know if I want to listen to this. Yeah, I'm not vibing. No, I'm just gonna go back to like electronic music, man. Just Black Ops. That's the only one I stream at least. But like other than that, Let's see. Like, I don't know, probably like Rocket League and Stardew Valley, and Gungeon. Oh, I didn't buy ammo. But I probably won't stream those games. $2K22 Dead by Daylight and COD. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, just GTA. 2K22 Dead by Daylight and COD. Yeah, that's probably good. I've seen a lot of like zombie players playing Dead by Daylight. It's like another zombies game. So if you're streaming later, I'll join back. Okay. All right. Cool. Nice. Thanks for following. Yeah, I should be streaming for a while. This strat is super slow. It's a cool fucking edit. Damn. God, stretched it out too much. Fuck me. Huh.
He doesn't run away. He doesn't do anything.
Ew, this is just some fucking dude reading it. That is not. No, I can't do that. I guess beggars can't be choosers. Fucking hell. Yeah, that's not the same. What is that? Invisible monsters. Invisible monsters audiobook. Okay.
Blackstone Audio presents For Who's the Silk is where you're supposed to live. Evie is standing halfway down the big staircase in the manor house foyer, naked inside what's left of her wedding dress, still holding her rifle. Me, I'm standing at the bottom of the stairs, but only in a physical way. My mind is I don't know where. Nobody's all the way dead yet, but let's just say the clock is ticking. Not that anybody in this big drama is a real alive person either. You can trace everything about Evie Cottrell's look back to some television commercial for an organic shampoo. Except right now, Evie's wedding dress is burned down to just the hoop skirt wires orbiting her hips, and just the little wire skeletons of all the silk flowers that were in her hair. And Evie's blonde hair, her big teased up, back-combed rainbow in every shade of blonde blown up with hairspray, well, Evie's hair is burned off too. The only other character here is Brandy Alexander, who's laid out, shotgunned, at the bottom of the staircase, bleeding to death.
What? What an intro. Whoa.
The thing about being cloned from all those shampoo commercials, well, that goes for me and Brandy Alexander, too. Shotgunning anybody in this room would be the moral equivalent of killing a car, a vacuum cleaner, a Barbie doll, erasing a computer disk, burning a book. Probably that goes for killing anybody in the world. We're all such products. Brandy Alexander, the long-stemmed latte queen supreme of the top-drawer party girls, Brandy is gushing her insides out through a bullet hole in her amazing suit jacket. The suit, it's this white Bob Mackie knockoff Brandy bought in Seattle with a tight hobble skirt that squeezes her ass into the perfect big heart shape. You would not believe how much this suit cost. The The markup is about a zillion%. The suit jacket has a little peplum skirt and wide lapels and shoulders. The single-breasted cut is symmetrical except for the hole, pumping out blood. Then Evie starts to sob, standing there halfway up the staircase. Evie, that deadly virus of the moment. This is our cue to all look at poor Evie, poor sad Evie, hairless and wearing nothing but ashes, and circled by the wire cage of her burned-up hoop skirt. Then Evie drops the rifle. With her dirty face in her dirty hands, Evie sits down and starts to boo-hoo, as if crying will solve anything. The rifle, this is a loaded .30-aught rifle. It clatters down the stairs and skids out into the middle of the foyer floor, spinning on its side, pointing at me, pointing at Brandy, pointing at Evie, crying. It's not that I'm some detached lab animal just conditioned to ignore violence, but my first instinct is maybe it's not too late to dab club soda on the bloodstain. Most of my adult life so far has been me standing on seamless paper for a raft of bucks per hour, wearing clothes and shoes, my hair done, and some famous fashion photographer telling me how to feel. Him yelling, "Give me lust, baby," flash. "Give me malice," flash. "Give me detached existential ennui," flash. "Give me rampant intellectualism as a coping mechanism," flash. Probably it's the shock of seeing my one worst enemy shoot my other worst enemy is what it is. Boom, and it's a win-win situation. This and being around Brandy, I've developed a pretty big Jones for drama. It only looks like I'm crying when I put a handkerchief up under my veil to breathe through, to filter the air, since you can about not breathe for all the smoke since Evie's big manor house is burning down around us. Me kneeling down beside Brandy, I could put my hands anywhere in my gown and find Darvons and Demirols and Darvocet 100s. This is everybody's cue to look at me. My gown is a knockoff print of the Shroud of Turin, most of it brown and white, draped and cut so the shiny red buttons will button through the stigmata. Then I'm wearing yards and yards of black organza veil wrapped around my face and studded with little hand-cut Austrian crystal stars. You can't tell how I look face-wise. But that's the whole idea. The look is elegant and sacrilegious and makes me feel sacred and immoral. Haute couture and getting odor. Fire inches down the foyer wallpaper. Me, for added set dressing, I started the fire. Special effects can go a long way to heighten a mood, and it's not as if this is a real house. What's burning down is a recreation of a period revival house, patterned after a copy of a copy of a copy of a mock Tudor big manor house. It's 100 generations removed from anything original. But the truth is, aren't we all? Just before Evie comes screaming down the stairs and shoots Brandy Alexander, what I did was pour out about a gallon of Chanel No. 5 and put a burning wedding invitation to it. And boom, I'm recycling. It's funny, but when you think about even the biggest tragic fire, it's just a sustained chemical reaction. The oxidation of Joan of Arc. Still spinning on the floor, the rifle points at me, points at Brandy. Another thing is, no matter how much you think you love somebody, you'll step back when the pool of their blood edges up too close. Except for all this high drama, it's a really nice day. This is a warm, sunny day, and the front door is open to the porch and the lawn outside. The fire upstairs draws the warm smell of the fresh-cut lawn into the foyer, and you can hear all the wedding guests outside. All the guests, they took the gifts they wanted, the crystal and silver, and went out to wait on the lawn for the firemen and paramedics to make their entrance. Brandy, she opens one of her huge ring-beaded hands, and she touches the hole, pouring her blood all over the marble floor. Brandy, she says, "Shit, there's no way the Bon Marché will take this suit back." Evie lifts her face a finger-painting mess of soot and snot and tears, from her hands, and screams, "I hate my life being so boring." Evie screams down at Brandy Alexander, "Save me a window table in hell." Tears rinse clean lines down Evie's face, and she screams, "Girlfriend, you need to be
Alright,
yelling
I don't
so
like
back at me." As if this isn't already...
I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. Fight Club 2? That exists? What? I don't think it'll be on here. No. It's unfortunate. Horror satire. Okay. Lullaby. Audiobook. Here we go.
Recorded Books presents Doors and a body that appears in the upstairs hallway with multiple 6 bedrooms, 4 baths, pine paneled entryway, and more appears on the move of a book. This recording is copyrighted 2002 by Recorded Books LLC.
Okay. Hey, what happened?
Streeter is a
Oh, nothing
Scrambler
happened.
and newspaper
I was trying to find a new audiobook.
assigned to do a series of articles on sudden infant death syndrome. In the course of his investigation, he discovers an ominous thread. The presence at the death scenes of a book opened to an African chant that turns out to be lethal when spoken or even thought in anyone's direction. And now, Lullaby.
Yeah, let's see. This might not be a good book. I don't know.
At first, the new owner pretends he never looked at the living room floor. Never really looked. Not the first time they toured the house. Not when the inspector showed them through it. They'd measured rooms and told the movers where to set the couch and piano. Hauled in everything they
Really?
had, and never really stopped.
It's really nice. Yeah, they'll just read you a book.
They pretend. Then on the first morning they come downstairs, there it is. Scratched in the white oak floor. Get out. Some new owners pretend a friend has done it as a joke. Others are sure it's because they didn't tip the movers. A couple of nights later, a baby starts to cry from inside the north wall of the master bedroom. This is when they usually call. And this new owner on the phone is not what our hero, Helen Hoover Boyle, needs this morning. This stammering and whining. What she needs is a new cup of coffee and a 7-letter word for poultry. She needs to hear what's happening on the police scanner. Helen Boyle snaps her fingers until her secretary looks in from the outer office. Our hero wraps both hands around the mouthpiece and points the telephone receiver at the scanner, saying, "It's a code 911. And her secretary, Mona, shrugs and says, "So?" So she needs to look it up in the code book. And Mona says, "Relax, it's a shoplifter." Murders, suicides, serial killers, accidental overdoses. You can't wait until this stuff is on the front page of the newspaper. You can't let another agent beat you to the next rainmaker. Helen needs the new owner at 325 Crestwood Terrace to shut up a minute. Of course the message appeared in the living room floor. What's odd is the baby doesn't usually start until the third night. First the phantom message, then the baby cries all night. If the owners last long enough, they'll be calling in another week about the face that appears reflected in the water when you fill the bathtub. A wadded up face of wrinkles, the eyes hollowed out dark holes. The third week brings the phantom shadows that circle around and around the dining room walls when everybody is seated at the table. There might be more events after that, but nobody's lasted a fourth week. To the new owner, Helen Hoover Boyle says, "Unless you're ready to go to court and prove the house is unlivable, unless you can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the previous owners knew this was happening," she says, "I have to tell you," she says, "you'll lose a case like this after you generate all this bad publicity, and that house will be worthless." It's not a bad house, 325 Crestwood Terrace. English Tudor, newer composition roof, 4 bedrooms, 3.5 baths, an in-ground pool. Our hero doesn't even have to look at the fact sheet. She's sold this house 6 times in the past 2 years. Another house, the New England Salt Box on Eaton Court. 6 bedrooms, 4 baths, pine-paneled entryway, and blood running down the kitchen walls. She's sold that house 8 times in the past 4 years. To the new owner, she says, "Gotta put you on hold for a minute." And she hits the red button. Helen, she's wearing a white suit and shoes, but not Snow White. It's more the white of downhill skiing in Banff, with a private car and driver on call, 14 pieces of matched luggage, and a suite at the Hotel Lake Louise. To the doorway, our hero says, "Mona? Moonbeam?" Louder, she says, "Spirit Girl." She drums her pen against the folded newspaper page on her desk and says, "What's a 3-letter word for rodent?" The police scanner gargles words, mumbles and barks, repeating, "Copy," after every line. Repeating, "Copy." Helen Boyle shouts, "This coffee is not going to cut it." In another hour, she needs to be showing a Queen Anne, 5 bedrooms, with a mother-in-law apartment, 2 gas fireplaces, and the face of a barbiturate suicide that appears late at night in the powder room mirror. After that, there's a split-level ranch with FAG heat, a sunken conversation pit, and the reoccurring phantom gunshots of a double homicide that happened over a decade ago. This is all in her thick daily planner, thick and bound in what looks like red leather. This is her record of everything. She takes another sip of coffee and says, "What do you call this? Swiss Army mocha? Coffee is supposed to taste like coffee." Mona comes to the doorway with her arms folded across her front and says, "What?" And Helen says, "I need you to swing by..." She shuffles some fact sheets on her blotter. "Swing by 4673 Wilmont Place. It's a Dutch colonial with a sunroom, 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, and an aggravated homicide." The police scanner says, "Copy." "Just do the usual," Helen says, and she writes the address on a note card and holds it out. "Don't resolve anything. Don't burn any sage. Don't exorcise shit." Mona takes the note card and says, "Just check it for vibes." Helen slashes the air with her hand and says, "I don't want anybody going down any tunnels toward any bright light. I want these freaks staying right here on this astral plane. Thank you." She looks at a newspaper and says, "They have all eternity to be dead. They can hang around in that house another 50 years.
Oh, you're
and
back.
rattle some
That was
chains."
quick. Welcome back, dude.
Helen Hoover Boyle looks at the blinking hold light and says, "What did you pick up at the 6-bedroom Spanish yesterday?" And Mona rolls her eyes at the ceiling. She pushes out her jaw and blows a big sigh, straight up to flop the hair on her forehead, and says, "There's a definite energy here.
Controller
A
batteries are
subtle
low.
presence. But the floor plan is wonderful." A black silk cord
I gotta
wraps
change
around her
that.
neck and disappears into the corner of her mouth. And our hero says,
Yeah, my
"Screw
controller
it.
batteries are like always low all of a sudden.
Forget those dream houses you sell once every
Okay,
50
hold on.
years. Forget those happy homes. And screw stuff cold."
What's going on in this book?
Hallway with multiple stab wounds. The ranch style at 248 Levy Place. 5 bedrooms, 4.5 baths with a brick patio. It has the reappearing blood coughed up on the master bathroom walls after a drain cleaner poisoning. Distressed houses, realtors call them.
these houses that never sold because no one liked to show them. No realtor wanted to host an open house there, risk spending any time there alone. Or these were houses that sold and sold again every 6 months because no one could live there. A good string of these houses, 20 or 30 exclusives, and Helen could turn off the police scanner. She could quit searching the obituaries and the crime pages for suicides and homicides. She could stop sending Mona out to check on every possible lead.
Man, I don't know. Like, none of this shit is good. Let's do. I'm pausing way too much. Okay, Life 3.0. I'll just listen to the beginning of this one because this one's actually good.
Chapter 1. Welcome to the most important proving the design of flagell.
That ain't gonna cut it. I'm pausing way too much. This is fucked. Um, 20. Let's do 50. Okay. Yep.
Conscious, just as it first passes through the eyes. Although dangerous games. Aside from their AI breakthroughs, one of the recent projects that the Omegas had had the most fun with was planning how to make money.
You're so bored.
After
You should play a game.
Essentially, the whole digital economy was up for grabs. But was it better to start by making computer games, music, movies, or software? To write books or articles? To trade on the stock market? Or to make inventions and sell them? It simply boiled down to maximizing their rate of return on investment, but normal investment strategies were a slow-motion parody of what they could do. Whereas a normal investor might be pleased with a 9% return per year, their MTurk investments had yielded 9% per hour, generating 8 times more money each day. So now that they'd saturated MTurk, what next? Their first thought had been to make a killing on the stock market. After all, pretty
Yeah, I
much
could
all
edit
of
the
them
round
had
back
at
there.
some point declined a lucrative job offer to develop AI for hedge funds, which were investing heavily in exactly this idea. Some remembered that this was how the AI made its first millions in the movie Transcendence. But the new regulations on derivatives after last year's crash had
Wait,
limited their
why don't I
options.
watch a fucking movie?
They
What
soon
am I
realized
doing?
that even though they could get much better returns
I could just
than
watch a
other
movie.
investors, they'd be unlikely to get returns anywhere close to what they could get from selling
What am
their
I
own
thinking?
products. When you have the world's first super intelligent AI working for you, you're better off investing in your own companies than in those of others. Although there might be occasional exceptions, such as using Prometheus's superhuman hacking abilities to get inside information and then buy call options on stocks about to surge. The Omegas felt that this wasn't worth the unwanted attention it might draw. When they shifted their focus toward products that they could develop and sell, computer games first seemed the obvious top choice. Prometheus could rapidly become extremely skilled at designing appealing games, easily handling the coding, graphic design, ray tracing of images, and all other tasks needed to produce a final, ready-to-ship product. Moreover, after digesting all the web's data on people's preferences, it would know exactly what each category of gamer liked, and could develop a superhuman ability to optimize a game for sales revenue. The Elder Scrolls V: Skyrim, a game on which many of the Omegas had wasted more hours than they cared to admit, had grossed over $400 million during its first week, back in 2011, and they were confident that Prometheus could make something at least this addictive in 24 hours using $1 million of cloud computing resources. They could then sell it online and use Prometheus to impersonate humans talking up the game in the blogosphere. If this brought in $250 million in a week, they would have doubled their investment 8 times in 8 days, giving a return of 3% per hour. Slightly worse than their M-Turk start, but much more sustainable. By developing a suite of other games each day, they figured they'd be able to earn $10 billion before long, without coming close to saturating the games market. But a cybersecurity specialist on their team talked them out of this game plan. She pointed out that it would pose an unacceptable risk of Prometheus breaking out and seizing control of its own destiny. Because they weren't sure how its goals would evolve during its recursive self-improvement, they had decided to play it safe and go to great lengths to keep Prometheus confined, boxed, in ways such that it couldn't escape onto the internet. For the main Prometheus engine running in their server room, they used physical confinement. There simply was no internet connection, and the only output from Prometheus was in the form of messages and documents it sent to a computer that the Omegas controlled. On an internet-connected computer, on the other hand, running any complicated program created by Prometheus was a risky proposition. Since the Omegas had no way of fully understanding what it would do, they had no way of knowing that it wouldn't, say, start virally spreading itself online. When testing the software that Prometheus had written for M-Turk tasks, the Omegas guarded against this by running it only inside a virtual machine. This is a program that simulates a computer. For example, many Mac users buy virtual machine software that lets them run Windows programs by tricking them into thinking that they're actually in a Windows machine. The Omegas had created their own virtual machine, nicknamed Pandora's Box, which simulated an ultra-simplified machine stripped of all bells and whistles that we usually associate with computers. No keyboard, no monitor, no loudspeakers, no internet connectivity. Nothing. For the M-Turk audio transcriptions, the Omegas set things up so that all that could go into Pandora's Box was one single audio file, and all that could come out was one single text document, the transcription. These laws of the box were to the software inside like the laws of physics are to us inside our universe. The software couldn't travel out of the box any more than we can travel faster than the speed of light, no matter how smart we are. Except for that single input and output, the software inside Pandora's Box was effectively trapped in a parallel universe with its own computational rules. The Omegas had such strong breakout paranoia that they added boxing in time as well, limiting the lifespan of untrusted code. For example, each time the boxed transcription software had finished transcribing one audio file, the entire memory content of Pandora's Box was automatically erased, and the program was reinstalled from scratch. This way, when it started the next transcription task, it had no knowledge of what had previously happened, and thus no ability to learn over time. When the Omegas used the Amazon cloud for their M-Turk project, they were able to put all their Prometheus-created task modules into such virtual boxes in the cloud, because the M-Turk input and output was so simple. But this wouldn't work for graphics-heavy computer games, which couldn't be boxed in, because they needed full access to all the hardware of the gamer's computer. Moreover, they didn't want to risk that some computer-savvy user would analyze their game code, discover Pandora's Box, and decide to investigate what was inside. The breakout risk put not merely the games market off limits for now, but also the massively lucrative market for other software, with hundreds of billions of dollars up for grabs. The first billions. The Omegas had narrowed their search to products that were highly valuable, purely slow manufacturing, and easily understandable. For example, text or movies they knew wouldn't pose a breakout risk. In the end, they had decided to launch a media company, starting with animated entertainment. The website, the marketing plan, and the press releases had all been ready to go even before Prometheus became super intelligent. All that was missing was content. Although Prometheus was astonishingly capable by Sunday morning, steadily raking in money from MTurk, its intellectual abilities were still rather narrow. Prometheus had been deliberately optimized to design AI systems and write software that performed rather mind-numbing MTurk tasks. It was, for example, bad at making movies. Bad not for any profound reason, but for the same reason that James Cameron was bad at making movies when he was born. This is a skill that takes time to learn. Like a human child, Prometheus could learn whatever it wanted from the data it had access to. Whereas James Cameron had taken years to learn to read and write, Prometheus had gotten that taken care of on Friday, but it also found time to read all of Wikipedia and a few million books. Making movies was harder. Writing a screenplay that humans found interesting was just as hard as writing a book, requiring a detailed understanding of human society and what humans found entertaining. Turning the screenplay into a final video file required massive amounts of ray tracing of simulated actors and the complex scenes they moved through, simulated voices, the production of compelling musical soundtracks, and so on. As of Sunday morning, Prometheus could watch a 2-hour movie in about a minute, which included reading any book it was based on and all online reviews and ratings. The Omegas noticed that after Prometheus had binge-watched a few hundred films, it started to get quite good at predicting what sort of reviews a movie would get and how it would appeal to different audiences. Indeed, it learned to write its own movie reviews in a way they felt demonstrated real insight, commenting on everything from the plots and the acting to technical details such as lighting and camera angles. They took this to mean that when Prometheus made its own films, it would know what success meant. The Omegas instructed Prometheus to focus on making animation at first, to avoid embarrassing questions about who the simulated actors were. On Sunday night, they capped their wild weekend by arming themselves with beer and microwave popcorn, dimming the lights, and watching Prometheus's debut movie. It was an animated fantasy comedy in the spirit of Disney's Frozen, and the ray tracing had been performed by boxed Prometheus-built code in the Amazon cloud, using up most of the day's $1 million MTurk profit. As the movie began, they found it both fascinating and frightening that it had been created by a machine without human guidance. Before long, however, they were laughing at the gags and holding their breath during the dramatic moments. Some of them even teared up a bit at the emotional ending, so engrossed in this fictional reality that they forgot all about its creator. The Omegas scheduled their website launch for Friday, giving Prometheus time to produce more content and themselves time to do the things they didn't trust Prometheus with, buying ads and starting to recruit employees for the shell companies they'd set up during the past months. To cover their tracks, the official cover story would be that their media company, which had no public association with the Omegas, bought most of its content from independent film producers, typically high-tech startups in low-income regions. These fake suppliers were conveniently located in remote places such as Tiruchirappalli and Yakutsk, which most curious journalists wouldn't bother visiting. The only employees they actually hired there worked on marketing and administration, and would tell anyone who asked that their production team was in a different location and didn't conduct interviews at the moment. To match their cover story, they chose the corporate slogan, "Channeling the World's Creative Talent," and branded their company as being disruptively different, by using cutting-edge technology to empower creative people, especially in the developing world. When Friday came around and curious visitors started arriving at their site, they encountered something reminiscent of the online entertainment services Netflix and Hulu, but with interesting differences. All the animated series were new ones they'd never heard of. They were rather captivating. Most series consisted of 45-minute-long episodes with a strong plot line, each ending in a way that left you eager to find out what happened in the next episode. And they were cheaper than the competition. The first episode of each series was free, and you can watch the others for 49 cents each, with discounts for the whole series. Initially, there were only 3 series with 3 episodes each, but new episodes were added daily, as well as new series catering to different demographics. During the first 2 weeks of Prometheus, its movie-making skills improved rapidly, in terms not only of film quality, but also of better algorithms for character simulation and ray tracing, which greatly reduced the cloud computing cost to make each new episode. As a result, the Omegas were able to roll out dozens of new series during the first month, targeting demographics from toddlers to adults, as well as to expand to all major world language markets, making their site remarkably international compared with all competitors. Some commentators were impressed by the fact that it wasn't merely the soundtracks that were multilingual, but the videos themselves. For example, when a character spoke Italian, the mouth motions matched the Italian words, as did the characteristically Italian hand gestures. Although Prometheus was now perfectly capable of making movies with simulated actors indistinguishable from humans, the Omegas avoided this to not tip their hand. They did, however, launch many series with semi-realistic animated human characters, in genres competing with traditional live-action TV shows and movies. Their network turned out to be quite addictive, and enjoyed spectacular viewer growth. Many fans found the characters and plots cleverer and more interesting than even Hollywood's most expensive big-screen productions, and were delighted that they could watch them much more affordably. Buoyed by aggressive advertising, which the Omegas could afford because of their near-zero production costs, excellent media coverage, and rave word-of-mouth reviews, their global revenue had mushroomed to $10 million a day within a month of launch. After 2 months, they had overtaken Netflix, and after 3, they were raking in over $100 million a day, beginning to rival Time Warner, Disney, Comcast, and Fox as one of the world's largest media empires. Their sensational success garnered plenty of unwanted attention, including speculation about their having strong AI. But using merely a small fraction of their revenue, the Omegas deployed a fairly successful disinformation campaign. From a glitzy new Manhattan office, their freshly hired spokespeople would elaborate on their cover stories. Plenty of humans were hired as foils, including actual screenwriters around the world, to start developing new series, none of whom knew about Prometheus. The confusing international network of subcontractors made it easy for most of their employees to assume that others somewhere else were doing most of the work. To make themselves less vulnerable and avoid raising eyebrows with excessive cloud computing, they also hired engineers to start building a series of massive computer facilities around the world, owned by seemingly unaffiliated shell companies. Although they were billed to locals as green data centers because they were largely solar powered, they were, in fact, mainly focused on computation rather than storage. Prometheus had designed their blueprints down to the most minute detail, using only off-the-shelf hardware and optimizing them to minimize construction time. The people who built and ran these centers had no idea what was computed there. They thought they managed commercial cloud computing facilities similar to those run by Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, and knew only that all sales were managed remotely. New technologies, over a timescale of months, the business empire controlled by the Omegas started gaining a foothold in ever more areas of the world economy, thanks to superhuman planning by Prometheus. By carefully analyzing the world's data, it had already, during its first week, presented the Omegas with a detailed step-by-step growth plan, and it kept improving and refining this plan as its data and computer resources grew. Although Prometheus was far from omniscient, its capabilities were now so far beyond human that the Omegas viewed it as the perfect oracle, dutifully providing brilliant answers and advice in response to all their questions. Prometheus's software was now highly optimized to make the most of the rather mediocre human-invented hardware it ran on. And, as the Omegas had anticipated, Prometheus identified ways of dramatically improving this hardware. Fearing a breakout, they refused to build robotic construction facilities that Prometheus could control directly. Instead, they hired large numbers of world-class scientists and engineers in multiple locations and fed them internal research reports written by Prometheus, pretending that they were from researchers at other sites. These reports detailed novel physical effects and manufacturing techniques that their engineers soon tested, understood, and mastered. Normal human research and development, R&D cycles, of course, take years, in large part because they involve many slow cycles of trial and error. The current situation was very...
I'm bored. I don't know. Let's see. What are like? Can I get like a comedy audio? Books. Like, goddamn. As cool as that is, it's just like not what I want to listen to. Panic. Oh, that's not. Huh. Oh yeah, that's like a comedy, right? Okay. Yeah, let's try that. I thought it was longer than that. The fuck?
New Millennium Audio presents
God person anyway. In many of the more relaxed civilizations, oh dear, the pub. He vaguely
I don't want like.
the theory of, but which rotate together.
No, man, none of this is good. Oh my god. see if I can just find it on Google. Stupid. Oh, it shouldn't be this difficult. Is there not a preview?
The house stood on a slight rise just on the edge of the village. It stood on its own and looked out over a broad spread of West Country farmland. Not a remarkable house by any means. It was about 30 years old, squattish, squarish, made of brick, and had 4 windows set in the front of a size and proportion which more or less exactly failed to please the eye. The only person for whom the house was in any way special
Alright. Let's try it. I have to listen to this now. Actually, bought it.
This is Audible.
Random House Audio presents The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams. Read for you by Stephen Fry. Far out in the uncharted backwaters of the unfashionable end of the western spiral arm of the galaxy lies a small, unregarded yellow sun. Orbiting this at a distance of roughly 98 million miles is an utterly insignificant little blue-green planet whose ape-descended life forms are so amazingly primitive that they still think digital watches are a pretty neat idea. This planet has, or rather had, a problem, which was this. Most of the people living on it were unhappy for pretty much of the time. Many solutions were suggested for this problem, but most of these were largely concerned with the movements of small green pieces of paper, which is odd, because on the whole it wasn't the small green pieces of paper that were unhappy. And so the problem remained. Lots of the people were mean, and most of them were miserable, even the ones with digital watches. Many were increasingly of the opinion that they'd all made a big mistake in coming down from the trees in the first place. And some said that even the trees had been a bad move, and that no one should ever have left the oceans. And then, one Thursday, nearly 2,000 years after one man had been nailed to a tree for saying how great it would be to be nice to people for a change, a girl sitting on her own in a small cafe in Rickmansworth suddenly realized what it was that had been going wrong all this time. And she finally knew how the world could be made a good and happy place. This time, it was right. It would work, and no one would have to get nailed to anything. Sadly, however, before she could get to a phone to tell anyone about it, a terrible, stupid catastrophe occurred, and the idea was lost forever. This is not her story, but it is the story of that terrible, stupid catastrophe and some of its consequences. It is also the story of a book called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Not an Earth book, never published on Earth, and until the terrible catastrophe occurred, never seen or even heard of by any Earth man. Nevertheless, a wholly remarkable book. In fact, it was probably the most remarkable book ever to come out of the great publishing corporations of Ursa Minor, of which no Earthman had ever heard either. Not only is it a wholly remarkable book, it is also a highly successful one. More popular than the Celestial Home Care Omnibus, better selling than quality and more controversial than Ulon Kalufit's trilogy of philosophical blockbusters, Where God Went Wrong, Some More of God's Greatest Mistakes, and Who Is This God Person Anyway? In many of the more relaxed civilizations on the outer eastern rim of the galaxy, the Hitchhiker's Guide has already supplanted the great Encyclopedia Galactica as the standard repository of all knowledge and wisdom. Although it has many omissions and contains much that is apocryphal, or at least wildly inaccurate, it scores over the older, more pedestrian work in two important respects. First, it is slightly cheaper, and second, it has the words "Don't Panic" inscribed in large, friendly letters on its cover. But the story of this terrible, stupid Thursday, the story of its extraordinary consequences, and the story of how these consequences are inextricably intertwined with this remarkable book, begins very simply. It begins with a house. Chapter 1. The house stood on a slight rise just on the edge of the village. It stood on its own and looked out over a broad spread of West Country farmland. Not a remarkable house by any means. It was about 30 years old, squattish, squarish, made of brick, and had 4 windows set in the front of a size and proportion which more or less exactly failed to please the eye. The only person for whom the house was in any way special was Arthur Dent, and that was only because it happened to be the one he lived in. He had lived in it for about 3 years, ever since he had moved out of London because it made him nervous and irritable. He was about 30 as well, tall, dark-haired, and never quite at ease with himself. The thing that used to worry him most was the fact that people always used to ask him what he was looking so worried about. He worked in local radio, which he always used to tell his friends was a lot more interesting than they probably thought. It was, too. Most of his friends worked in advertising. On Wednesday night, it had rained very heavily. The lane was wet and muddy, but the Thursday morning sun was bright and clear as it shone on Arthur Dent's house for what was to be the last time. It hadn't properly registered yet with Arthur that the council wanted to knock it down and build a bypass instead. At 8 o'clock on Thursday morning, Arthur didn't feel very good. He woke up blearily, got up, wandered blearily round his room, opened a window, saw a bulldozer, found his slippers, and stomped off to the bathroom to wash. Toothpaste on the brush. So, scrub. Shaving mirror, pointing at the ceiling. He adjusted it. For a moment it reflected a second bulldozer through the bathroom window. Properly adjusted, it reflected Arthur Dent's bristles. He shaved them off, washed, dried, and stomped off to the kitchen to find something pleasant to put in his mouth. Kettle, jug, fridge, milk, coffee, yawn. The word bulldozer wandered through his mind for a moment in search of something to connect with. The bulldozer outside the kitchen window was quite a big one. He stared at it. Yellow, he thought, and stomped off back to his bedroom to get dressed. Passing the bathroom, he stopped to drink a large glass of water, and another. He began to suspect that he was hungover. Why was he hungover? Had he been drinking the night before? He supposed that he must have been. He caught a glint in the shaving mirror. Yellow, he thought, and stomped on to the bedroom. He stood and thought. The pub, he thought. Oh dear, the pub. He vaguely remembered being angry about something that seemed important. He'd been telling people about it at great length, he rather suspected. His clearest visual recollection was of glazed looks on other people's faces. Something about a new bypass he'd just found out about. It had been in the pipeline for months, only no one seemed to have known about it. Ridiculous. He took a swig of water.
It would sort itself out, he decided. No one wanted a bypass. The council didn't have a leg to stand on. It would sort itself out. God, what a terrible hangover it had earned him, though. He looked at himself in the wardrobe mirror. He stuck out his tongue. Yellow, he thought. The word yellow wandered through his mind in search of something to connect with. 15 seconds later, he was out of the house and lying in front of a big yellow bulldozer that was advancing up his garden path. Mr. L. Prosser was, as they say, only human. In other words, he was a carbon-based bipedal life form descended from an ape. More specifically, he was 40, fat and shabby, and worked for the local council. Curiously enough, though he didn't know it, he was also a direct male line descendant of Genghis Khan, though intervening generations and racial mixing had so juggled his genes that he had no discernible mongoloid characteristics, and the only vestiges left in Mr. L. Prosser of his mighty ancestry were a pronounced stoutness about the tum and a predilection for little fur hats. He was by no means a great warrior. In fact, he was a nervous, worried man. Today he was particularly nervous and worried because something had gone seriously wrong with his job, which was to see that Arthur Dent's house got cleared out of the way before the day was out. "Come off it, Mr. Dent," he said. "You can't win, you know. You can't lie in front of the bulldozer indefinitely." He tried to make his eyes blaze fiercely, but they just wouldn't do it. Arthur lay in the mud and squelched at him. "I'm game," he said. "We'll see who rusts first." "I'm afraid you're going to have to accept it," said Mr. Prosser, gripping his fur hat and rolling it round the top of his head. "This bypass has got to be built, and it's going to be built." "First I've heard of it," said Arthur. "Why has it got to be built?" Mr. Prosser shook his finger at him for a bit, then stopped and put it away again. "What do you mean, why has it got to be built?" he said. "It's a bypass. You've got to build bypasses." Bypasses are devices that allow some people to dash from point A to point B very fast, while other people dash from point B to point A very fast. People living at point C, being a point directly in between, are often given to wonder what's so great about point A that so many people from point B are so keen to get there, and what's so great about point B that so many people from point A are so keen to get there. They often wish that people would just once and for all work out where the hell they wanted to be. Mr. Prosser wanted to be at point D. Point D wasn't anywhere in particular, it was just any convenient point a very long way from points A, B, and C. He would have a nice little cottage at point D, with axes over the door, and spend a pleasant amount of time at point E, which would be the nearest pub to point D. His wife, of course, wanted climbing roses, but he wanted axes. He didn't know why, he just liked axes. He flushed hotly under the derisive grins of the bulldozer drivers. He shifted his weight from foot to foot, but it was equally uncomfortable on each. Obviously, somebody had been appallingly incompetent, and he hoped to God it wasn't him. Mr. Prosser said, "You are quite entitled to make any suggestions or protests at the appropriate time, you know." "Appropriate time?" hooted Arthur. "Appropriate time? The first I knew about it was when a workman arrived at my home yesterday. I asked him if he'd come to clean the windows, and he said no, he'd come to demolish the house. He didn't tell me straight away, of course. Oh, no. First he wiped a couple of windows and charged me a £5. Then he told me. But, Mr. Dent, the plans have been available in the local planning office for the last 9 months. Oh, yes, well, as soon as I heard, I went straight round to see them yesterday afternoon. You hadn't exactly gone out of your way to call attention to them, had you? I mean, like actually telling anybody or anything. But the plans were on display. On display? I eventually had to go down to the cellar to find them. That's the display department. With a flashlight. Ah, well, the lights had probably gone.
country with a sign on the door saying, "Beware of the leopard." A cloud passed overhead. It cast a shadow over Arthur Dent as he lay propped up on his elbow in the cold mud. It cast a shadow over Arthur Dent's house. Mr. Prosser frowned at it. "It's not as if it's a particularly nice house," he said. "I'm sorry, but I happen to like it." "You'll like the bypass." "Oh, shut up," said Arthur Dent. "Shut up and go away and take your bloody bypass with you. You haven't got a leg to stand on, and you know it." Mr. Prosser's mouth opened and closed a couple of times, while his mind was for a moment filled with inexplicable but terribly attractive visions of Arthur Dent's house being consumed with fire, and Arthur himself running screaming from the blazing ruin with at least 3 hefty spears protruding from his back. Mr. Prosser was often bothered with visions like these, and they made him feel very nervous. He stuttered for a moment, and then pulled himself together. "Mr. Dent," he said. "Hello? Yes?" said Arthur. "Some factual information for you. Have you any idea how much damage that bulldozer would suffer if I just let it roll straight over you?" "How much?" said Arthur. "None at all," said Mr. Prosser, and stormed nervously off, wondering why his brain was filled with 1,000 hairy horsemen all shouting at him. By a curious coincidence, none at all is exactly how much suspicion the ape descendant Arthur Dent had that one of his closest friends was not descended from an ape, but was in fact from a small planet somewhere in the vicinity of Betelgeuse, and not from Guildford as he usually claimed. Arthur Dent had never, ever suspected this. This friend of his had first arrived on the planet Earth some 15 Earth years previously, and he had worked hard to blend himself into Earth society, with, it must be said, some success. For instance, he had spent those 15 years pretending to be an out-of-work actor, which was plausible enough. He had made one careless blunder, though, because he had skimped a bit on his preparatory research. The information he had gathered had led him to choose the name Ford Prefect as being nicely inconspicuous. He was not conspicuously tall. His features were striking, but not conspicuously handsome. His hair was wiry and gingerish and brushed backward from the temples. His skin seemed to be pulled backward from the nose. There was something very slightly odd about him, but it was difficult to say what it was. Perhaps it was that his eyes didn't seem to blink often enough, and when you talked to him for any length of time, your eyes began involuntarily to water on his behalf. Perhaps it was that he smiled slightly too broadly and gave people the unnerving impression that he was about to go for their neck. He struck most of the friends he had made on Earth as an eccentric but a harmless one, an unruly boozer with some oddish habits. For instance, he would often gatecrash university parties, get badly drunk, and start making fun of any astrophysicist he could find till he got thrown out. Sometimes he would get seized with oddly distracted moods and stare into the sky as if hypnotized until someone asked him what he was doing. Then he would start guiltily for a moment, relax, and grin. "Oh, just looking for flying saucers," he would joke, and everyone would laugh and ask him what sort of flying saucers he was looking for. "Green ones," he would reply with a wicked grin, laugh wildly for a moment, and then suddenly lunge for the nearest bar and buy an enormous round of drinks. Evenings like this usually ended badly. Ford would get out of his skull on whiskey, huddle in a corner with some girl, and explain to her in slurred phrases that honestly the color of the flying saucers didn't matter that much really. Thereafter, staggering semi-paralytic down the night streets, he would often ask passing policemen if they knew the way to Betelgeuse. The policeman would usually say something like, "Don't you think it's about time we went off Holmes, eh?" "I'm trying to, baby, I'm trying to," is what Ford invariably replied on these occasions. In fact, Human beings are great adapters, and by lunchtime, life in the environs of Arthur's house had settled into a steady routine. It was Arthur's accepted role to lie squelching in the mud, making occasional demands to see his lawyer, his mother, or a good book. It was Mr. Prosser's accepted role to tackle Arthur with the occasional new ploy, such as the for the public good talk, or the March of Progress talk, the they knocked my house down once, you know, never look back talk, and various other cajoleries and threats. And it was the bulldozer driver's accepted role to sit around drinking coffee and experimenting with union regulations to see how they could turn the situation to their financial advantage. The earth moved slowly in its diurnal course. The sun was beginning to dry out the mud that Arthur lay in. A shadow moved across him again. "Hello, Arthur," said the shadow. Arthur looked up and, squinting into the sun, was startled to see Ford Prefect standing above him. "Ford, hello, how are you?" "Fine," said Ford. "Look, are you busy?" "Am I busy?" exclaimed Arthur. "Well, I've just got all these bulldozers and things to lie in front of because they'll knock my house down if I don't, but other than that, well, no, not especially. Why?" They don't have sarcasm on Beetlejuice, and Ford Prefect often failed to notice it unless he was concentrating. He said, "Good. Is there any way we can talk?" "What?" said Arthur Dent. For a few seconds, Ford seemed to ignore him and stared fixedly into the sky like a rabbit trying to get run over by a car. Then suddenly, he squatted down beside Arthur. "We've got to talk," he said urgently. "Fine," said Arthur. "Talk." "And drink," said Ford. "It's vitally important that we talk and drink. Now. We'll go to the pub in the village." He looked into the sky again, nervous, expectant. "Look, don't you understand?" shouted Arthur. He pointed at Prosser. "That man wants to knock my house down." Ford glanced at him, puzzled. "Well, he can do it while you're away, can't he?" he asked. "But I don't want him to." "Ah. Look, what's the matter with you, Ford?" said Arthur. Nothing's the matter. Listen to me. I've got to tell you the most important thing you've ever heard. I've got to tell you now, and I've got to tell you in the saloon bar of the Horse and Groom. "But why?" "Because you're going to need a very stiff drink." Ford stared at Arthur, and Arthur was astonished to find his will beginning to weaken. He didn't realize that this was because of an old drinking game that Ford learned to play in the hyperspace ports that served the Madronite mining belts in the star system of Orion Beta. The game was not unlike the Earth game called Indian Wrestling, and was played like this. Two contestants would sit either side of a table with a glass in front of each of them. Between them would be placed a bottle of Jank's Spirit, as immortalized in that ancient Orion mining song, "Oh, don't give me none more of that old Jank Spirit. No, don't you give me none more of that old Jank Spirit. For my head will fly, my tongue will lie, my eyes will fry, and I may die. Won't you pour me one more of that sinful old Jank Spirit?" Each of the two contestants would then concentrate their will on the bottle and attempt to tip it and pour spirit into the glass of his opponent, who would then have to drink it. The bottle would then be refilled. The game would be played again and again. Once you started to lose, you would probably keep losing, because one of the effects of Jack's Spirit is to depress telepsychic power. As soon as a predetermined quantity had been consumed, the final loser would have to perform a forfeit, which was usually obscenely biological. Ford Prefect usually played to lose. Ford stared at Arthur, who began to think that perhaps he did want to go to the Horse and Groom after all. "But what about my house?" he asked plaintively. Ford looked across to Mr. Prosser, and suddenly a wicked thought struck him. "He wants to knock your house down." "Yes, he wants to build, and he can't, because you're lying in front of his bulldozer." "Yes, and I'm sure we can come to some arrangement," Mr. Prosser, who was arguing with a spokesman for the bulldozer drivers about whether or not Arthur Dent constituted a mental health hazard and how much they should get paid if he did, looked around. He was surprised and slightly alarmed to see that Arthur had company. Yes? Hello? He called. Has Mr. Dent come to his senses yet? Can we, for the moment, called Ford, assume that he hasn't? Well, sighed Mr. Prosser. And can we also assume, said Ford, that he's going to be staying here all day? So all your men are going to be standing around all day doing nothing? Could be, could be. Well, if you're resigned to doing that anyway, you don't actually need him to lie here all the time, do you? What? You don't, said Ford patiently, actually need him here. Mr. Prosser thought about this. Oh, no, not as such, he said. Not exactly need. Prosser was worried. He thought that one of them wasn't making a lot of sense. Ford said, so, if you would just like to take it as read that he's actually here, then he and I could slip off down to the pub for half an hour. How does that sound? Mr. Prosser thought
Makes
it
no
sounded
sense.
potty. That sounds perfectly reasonable, he said in a reassuring tone of voice, wondering who he was trying to reassure. And if you want to pop up for a quick one yourself later on, said Ford, we can always cover for you in return. Thank you very much, said Mr. Prosser, who no longer knew how to play this at all. Thank you very much, that's very kind. He frowned, then smiled, then tried to do both at once, failed, grasped hold of his fur hat and rolled it fitfully around the top of his head. He could only assume that he had just won. So, continued Ford Prefect, if you would just like to come over here and lie down. What? Said Mr. Prosser. I'm sorry, said Ford. Perhaps I haven't made myself fully clear. Somebody's got a line in front of the bulldozers, haven't they? Or there won't be anything to stop them driving into Mr. Dent's house, will there? What? Said Mr. Prosser again. It's very simple, said Ford. My client, Mr. Dent, says that he will stop lying here in the mud on the sole condition that you come and take over from him. What are you talking about? Said Arthur, but Ford nudged him with his shoe to be quiet. You want me, said Prosser, spelling out this new thought to himself, to come and lie there? Yes, in front of the bulldozer? Yes, instead of Mr. Dent? Yes, in the mud. In, as you say, the mud. As soon as Mr. Prosser realized that he was substantially the loser after all, it was as if a weight lifted itself off his shoulders. This was more like the world as he knew it. He sighed. In return for which, you will take Mr. Dent with you down to the pub. That's it, said Ford. That's it exactly. Mr. Prosser took a few nervous steps forward and stopped. Promise, he said. Promise, said Ford. He turned to Arthur. Come on,
Christ.
he said to him. Get up and let the man lie down. Arthur stood up, feeling as if he was in a dream. Ford beckoned to Prosser, who, sadly, awkwardly, sat down in the mud. He felt that his whole life was some kind of dream, and he sometimes wondered whose it was and whether they were enjoying it. The mud folded itself round his bottom and his arms and oozed into his shoes. Ford looked at him severely. And no sneaky knocking Mr. Dent's house down while he's away, all right? He said. The mere thought, growled Mr. Prosser, hadn't even begun to speculate, he continued, settling himself back, about the merest possibility of crossing my mind. He saw the bulldozer drivers' union representative approaching and let his head sink back and closed his eyes. He was trying to marshal his arguments for proving that he did not now constitute a mental health hazard himself. He was far from certain about this. His mind seemed to be full of noise, horses, smoke, and the stench of blood. This always happened when he felt miserable or put upon, and he had never been
civilization of which we know nothing, the mighty Khan bellowed with rage. But Mr. Prosser only trembled slightly and whimpered. He began to feel little pricks of water behind his eyelids. Bureaucratic cock-ups, angry men lying in mud, indecipherable strangers handing out inexplicable humiliation, and an unidentified army of horsemen laughing at him in his head. What a day. What a day. Ford Prefect knew that it didn't matter a pair of dingoes' kidneys whether Arthur's house got knocked down or not now. Arthur remained very worried. But can we trust him? He said. Myself, I'd trust him to the end of the earth, said Ford. Oh, yes, said Arthur. And how far's that? About 12 minutes away, said Ford. Come on, I need a drink. Chapter 2. Here's what the Encyclopedia Galactica has to say about alcohol. It says that alcohol is a colorless volatile liquid formed by the fermentation of sugars, and also notes its intoxicating effect on certain carbon-based life forms. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy also mentions alcohol. It says that the best drink in existence is the Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster. It says that the effect of drinking a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster is like having your brains smashed out by a slice of lemon wrapped round a large gold brick. The guide also tells you on which planets the best Pan-Galactic Gargle Blasters are mixed, how much you can expect to pay for one, and what voluntary organizations exist to help you rehabilitate afterward. The guide even tells you how you can mix one yourself. Take the juice from one bottle of the Old Jank Spirit, it says. Pour into it 1 measure of water from the seas of Santragenus 5. Oh, that Santragenean seawater, it says. Oh, those Santragenean fish. Allow 3 cubes of Arcturan Megagin to melt into the mixture. It must be properly iced or the benzene is lost. Allow 4 liters of Phalian marsh gas to bubble through it, in memory of all those happy hikers who have died of pleasure in the marshes of Phalia. Over the back of a silver spoon float a measure of qualactin hypermint extract, redolent of all the heady odors of the dark qualactin zones, subtle, sweet, and mystic. Drop in the tooth of an Algolian sun tiger. Watch it dissolve, spreading the fires of the Algolian suns deep into the heart of the drink. Sprinkle Zamphor. Add an olive. Drink, but very carefully. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy sells rather better than the Encyclopedia Galactica. 6 pints of bitter, said Ford Prefect to the barman of the Horse and Groom. And quickly, please, the world's about to end. The barman of the Horse and Groom didn't deserve this sort of treatment. He was a dignified old man. He pushed his glasses up his nose and blinked at Ford Prefect. Ford ignored him and stared out of the window. So the barman looked instead at Arthur, who shrugged helplessly and said nothing. So the barman said, "Oh, yes, sir. Nice weather for it," and started.
Nice weather for.
He tried again. Going to watch the match this afternoon, then? Ford glanced round at him. No point, he said, and looked back out the
Jesus
window.
Christ.
What's that? Foregone conclusion, then, you reckon, sir? Said the barman. Arsenal without a chance? No, said Ford. It's just that the world's about to end. Oh, yes, sir, so you said the barman, looking over his glasses this time at Arthur. Lucky escape for Arsenal if it did. Ford looked back at him, genuinely surprised. No, not really, he said. He frowned. The barman breathed in heavily. There you are, sir. 6 pints, he said. Arthur smiled at him wanly and shrugged again. He turned and smiled wanly at the rest of the pub, just in case any of them had heard what was going on. None of them had, and none of them could understand what he was smiling at them for. A man sitting next to Ford at the bar looked at the two men, looked at the 6 pints, did a swift burst of mental arithmetic, arrived at an answer he liked, and grinned a stupid, hopeful grin at them. "Get off," said Ford. "They're ours," giving him a look that would have made an Algolian sun tiger get on with what it was doing. Ford slapped a £5 note on the bar. He said, "Keep the change." "What, from a fiver?" "Thank you, sir." "You've got 10 minutes left to spend it." The barman decided simply to walk away for a bit. "Ford," said Arthur, "would you please tell me what the hell is going on?" "Drink up," said Ford. "You've got 3 pints to get through." "3 pints?" said Arthur. "At lunchtime?" The man next to Ford grinned and nodded happily. Ford ignored him. He said, "Time is an illusion. Lunchtime, doubly so." "Very deep," said Arthur. "You should send that into the Reader's Digest. They've got a page for people like you." "Drink up." "Why 3 pints all of a sudden?" "Muscle relaxant. You'll need it." "Muscle relaxant?" "Muscle relaxant." Arthur stared into his beer. "Did I do anything wrong today?" he said. "Or has the world always been like this and I've been too wrapped up in myself to notice?" "All right," said Ford. "I'll try to explain. How long have we known each other?" "How long?" Arthur thought. About 5 years, maybe 6, he said. "Most of it seemed to make some kind of sense at the time." "All right," said Ford. "How would you react if I said that I'm not from Guildford after all, but from a small planet somewhere in the vicinity of Beetlejuice?" Arthur shrugged in a so-so sort of way. "I don't know," he said, taking a pull of beer. "Why, do you think it's the sort of thing you're likely to say?" Ford gave up. It really wasn't worth bothering at the moment, what with the world being about to end. He just said, "Drink up." He added, perfectly factually, "The world's about to end." Arthur gave the rest of the pub another wan smile. The rest of the pub frowned at him. A man waved at him to stop smiling at them and mind his own business. "This must be Thursday," said Arthur to himself, sinking low over his beer. "I never could get the hang of Thursdays." Chapter 3. On this particular Thursday, something was moving quietly through the ionosphere many miles above the surface of the planet. Several somethings, in fact. Several dozen huge, yellow, chunky, slab-like somethings, huge as office blocks, silent as birds. They soared with ease, basking in electromagnetic rays from the star Sol, biding their time, grouping, preparing. The planet beneath them was almost perfectly oblivious of their presence, which was just how they wanted it for the moment. The huge yellow something went unnoticed at Goonhilly. They passed over Cape Canaveral without a blip. Woomera and Jodrell Bank looked straight through them, which was a pity because it was exactly the sort of thing they'd been looking for all these years. The only place they registered at all was on a small black device called a sub-ether sensomatic, which winked away quietly to itself. It nestled in the darkness inside a leather satchel which Ford Prefect habitually wore slung around his neck. The contents of Ford Prefect's satchel were quite interesting, in fact, and would have made any Earth physicist's eyes pop out of his head, which is why he always concealed them by keeping a couple of dog-eared scripts for plays he pretended he was auditioning for stuffed in the top. Besides the sub-ether sensomatic and the scripts, he had an electronic thumb, a short, squat black rod, smooth and matte, with a couple of flat switches and dials at one end. He also had a device that looked rather like a largish electronic calculator. This had about 100 tiny flat press buttons and a screen about 4 inches square on which any one of a dozen pages could be summoned at a moment's notice. It looked insanely complicated, and this was one of the reasons why the snug plastic cover it fitted into had the words, "Don't panic," printed on it in large, friendly letters. The other reason was that this device was, in fact, that most remarkable of all books ever to come out of the great publishing corporations of Ursa Minor, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The reason why it was published in the form of a micro sub-meson electronic component is that if it were printed in normal book form, an interstellar hitchhiker would require several inconveniently large buildings to carry it around in. Beneath that, in Ford Prefect satchel, were a few ballpoints, a notepad, and a largish bath towel from Marks and Spencer. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy has a few things to say on the subject of towels. A towel, it says, is about the most massively useful thing an interstellar hitchhiker can have. Partly it has great practical value. You can wrap it around you for warmth as you bound across the cold moons of Jaglan Beta. You can lie on it on the brilliant marble-sanded beaches of Santraginus V, inhaling the heady sea vapors. You can sleep under it beneath the stars which shine so redly on the desert world of Kakrafoon. Use it to sail a mini-raft down the slow, heavy river Moth. Wet it for use in hand-to-hand combat. Wrap it round your head to ward off noxious fumes or avoid the gaze of the ravenous bug-bladder beast of Traal. A mind-bogglingly stupid animal, it assumes that if you can't see it, it can't see you. Daft as a brush, but very, very ravenous. You can wave your towel in emergencies as a distress signal. And, of course, dry yourself off with it, if it still seems to be clean enough. More importantly, a towel has immense psychological value. For some reason, if a strag is a non-hitchhiker, discovers that a hitchhiker has his towel with him, he will automatically assume that he is also in possession of a toothbrush, washcloth, soap, tin of biscuits, flask, compass, map, ball of string, gnat spray, wet weather gear, spacesuit, etc., etc. Furthermore, the strag will then happily lend the hitchhiker any of these or a dozen other items that a hitchhiker might accidentally have lost. What the strag will think is that any man who can hitch the length and breadth of the galaxy, rough it, slum it, struggle against terrible odds, win through, and still know where his towel is clearly a man to be reckoned with. Hence a phrase that has passed into hitchhiking slang, as in, "Hey, you sass that hoopy Ford Prefect? There's a frood who really knows where his towel is." Sass means to know, be aware of, meet, have sex with. Hoopy,
Wait.
really together guy. Frood, really amazingly together guy. Nestling quietly on top of the towel in Ford Prefect satchel, the sub-ether sensormatic
I swear
began
that
to
works.
wink
How do you do
more
that?
quickly. Miles above the surface of the planet, the huge yellow somethings began to fan out. At Jodrell Bank, someone decided it was time for a nice, relaxing cup of tea. "You got a towel with you?" said Ford suddenly to Arthur. Arthur, struggling through his third pint, looked round at him. "Why? What? No. Should I have?" He had given up being surprised. There didn't seem to be any point any longer. Ford clicked his tongue in irritation. "Drink up," he urged. At that moment, the dull sound of a rumbling crash from outside filtered through the low murmur of the pub, through the sound of the jukebox, through the sound of the man next to Ford, hiccuping over the whiskey Ford had eventually bought him. Arthur choked on his beer, leaped to his feet. "What's that?" he yelped. "Don't worry," said Ford. "They haven't started yet." "Thank God for that," said Arthur, and relaxed. It's probably just your house being knocked down, said Ford, downing his last pint. What? Shouted Arthur. Suddenly Ford's spell was broken. Arthur looked wildly around him and ran to the window. My God, they are! They're knocking my house down! What the hell am I doing in the pub, Ford? It hardly makes any difference at this stage, said Ford. Let them have their fun. Fun? Yelped Arthur. Fun? He quickly checked out the window again that they were talking about the same thing. Damn their fun! He hooted and ran out of the pub, furiously waving a nearly empty beer glass. He made no friends at all in the pub that lunchtime. Stop, you vandals! You home-wreckers! Bawled Arthur. You half-crazed Visigoths! Stop, will you? Ford would have to go after him. Turning quickly to the barman, he asked for 4 packets of peanuts. There you are, sir, said the barman, slapping the packets on the bar. 28 pence, if you'd be so kind. Ford was very kind. He gave the barman another £5 note and told him to keep the change. The barman looked at it and then looked at Ford. He suddenly shivered. He experienced a momentary sensation that he didn't understand because no one on earth had ever experienced it before. In moments of great stress, every life form that exists gives out a tiny subliminal signal. This signal simply communicates an exact and almost pathetic sense of how far that being is from the place of his birth. On Earth, it is never possible to be farther than 16,000 miles from your birthplace, which really isn't very far, so such signals are too minute to be noticed. Ford Prefect was at this moment under great stress, and he was born 600 light years away in the near vicinity of Beetlejuice. The barman reeled for a moment, hit by a shocking, incomprehensible sense of distance. He didn't know what it meant, but he looked at Ford Prefect with a new sense of respect, almost awe. Are you serious, sir? He said in a small whisper which had the effect of silencing the pub. You think the world's going to end? Yes, said Ford. But this afternoon? Ford had recovered himself. He was at his flippest. Yes, he said gaily. In less than 2 minutes, I would estimate. The barman couldn't believe this conversation he was having, but he couldn't believe the sensation he had just had either. Isn't there anything we could do about it then? He said. No, nothing, said Ford, stuffing the peanuts into his pocket. Someone in the hushed bar suddenly laughed raucously at how stupid everyone had become. The man sitting next to Ford was a bit sozzled by now. His eyes weaved their way up to Ford. I thought, he said, that if the world was going to end, we were meant to lie down or put a paper bag over our head or something. If you like, yes, said Ford. That's what they told us in the army, said the man, and his eyes began the long trek back towards his whiskey. Will that help? Asked the barman. No, said Ford, and gave him a friendly smile. Excuse me, he said, I've got to go. With a wave, he left. The pub was silent for a moment
No, I think
longer,
that's too
and
difficult.
then, embarrassingly enough, the man with the raucous laugh did it again. The girl he had dragged along to the pub with him had grown to loathe him dearly over the last hour, and it would probably have been a great satisfaction to her to know that in a minute and a half or so he would suddenly evaporate into a whiff of hydrogen, ozone, and carbon monoxide. However, when the moment came, she would be too busy evaporating herself to notice it. The barman cleared his throat. He heard himself say,
17.
Last orders, please.
3. Yeah, I'm probably okay.
The huge yellow machines began to sink downward and to move faster. Ford knew they were there. This wasn't the way he had wanted it. Running up the lane, Arthur had nearly reached his house. He didn't notice how cold it had suddenly become. He didn't notice the wind. He didn't notice the sudden irrational squall of rain. He didn't notice anything but the cat and I will jump on them. Arthur didn't notice that the men were running from the bulldozers. He didn't notice that Mr. Prosser was staring hectically into the sky. What Mr. Prosser had noticed was that huge yellow somethings were screaming through the clouds. Impossibly huge yellow somethings. And I will carry on jumping on them, yelled Arthur, still running, until I get blisters, or I can think of anything even more unpleasant to do. And then Arthur tripped and fell headlong, rolled and landed flat on his back. At last he noticed that something was going on. His finger shot upward. What the hell's that? He shrieked. Whatever it was raced across the sky in its monstrous yellowness, tore the sky apart with mind-boggling noise, and leaped off into the distance, leaving the gaping air to shut behind it with a bang that drove your ears 6 feet into your skull. Another one followed and did exactly the same thing, only louder. It's difficult to say exactly what the people on the surface of the planet were doing now, because they didn't really know what they were doing themselves. None of it made a lot of sense. Running into houses, running out of houses, howling noiselessly at the noise. All around the world, city streets exploded with people. Cars skidded into each other as the noise fell on them, and then rolled off like a tidal wave over hills and valleys, deserts and oceans, seeming to flatten everything it hit. Only one man stood and watched the sky, stood with terrible sadness in his eyes and rubber bungs in his ears. He knew exactly what was happening, and had known ever since his sub-ether sensomatic had started winking in the dead of night beside his pillow and wakened him with a start. It was what he had waited for all these years. But when he had deciphered the signal pattern sitting alone in his small dark room, a coldness had gripped him and squeezed his heart. Of all the races in all of the galaxy who could have come and said a big hello to planet Earth, he thought, didn't it just have to be the Vogons? Still, he knew what he had to do. As the Vogon craft screamed through the air high above him, he opened his satchel. He threw away a copy of Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. He threw away a copy of Godspell. He wouldn't need them where he was going. Everything was ready. Everything was prepared. He knew where his towel was. A sudden silence hit the earth. If anything, it was worse than the noise. For a while, nothing happened. The great ships hung motionless in the sky over every nation on Earth. Motionless they hung, huge, heavy, steady in the sky, a blasphemy against nature. Many people went straight into shock as their minds tried to encompass what they were looking at. The ships hung in the sky in much the same way that bricks don't. And still, nothing happened. Then there was a slight whisper, a sudden, spacious whisper of open, ambient sound. Every hi-fi set in the world, every radio, every television, every cassette recorder, every woofer, every tweeter, every mid-range driver in the world quietly turned itself on. Every tin can, every dustbin, every window, every car, every wine glass, every sheet of rusty metal became activated as an acoustically perfect sounding board. Before the Earth passed away, it was going to be treated to the very ultimate in sound reproduction, the greatest public Space Planning Council, the voice continued. As you will no doubt be aware, the plans for development of the outlying regions of the galaxy require the building of a hyperspatial express route through your star system. And regrettably, your planet is one of those scheduled for demolition. The process will take slightly less than 2 of your Earth minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
The PA died away. Uncomprehending terror settled on the watching people of Earth. The terror moved slowly through the gathered crowds as if they were iron filings on a sheet of board and a magnet was moving beneath them. Panic sprouted again, desperate, fleeing, but there was nowhere to flee to. Observing this, the Vogons turned on their PA again. It said, "There's no point in acting all surprised about it. All the planning charts and demolition orders have been on display in your local planning department in Alpha Centauri for 50
Alpha
of your Earth
Centauri.
years, so you've had plenty of time to lodge any formal complaint, and it's far too late to start making a fuss about it now."
That's hilarious.
It fell silent again, and its echo drifted off across the land. The huge ships turned slowly in the sky with easy power. On the underside of each, a hatchway opened. An empty black square. By this time, somebody somewhere must have manned a radio transmitter, located a wavelength, and broadcast a message back to the Vogon ships to plead on behalf of the planet. Nobody ever heard what they said, they only heard the reply. The PA slammed back into life again. The voice was annoyed. It said, "What do you mean you've never been to Alpha Centauri? For heaven's sake, mankind, it's only 4 light years away, you know. I'm sorry, but if you can't be bothered to take an interest in local affairs, that's your own lookout. Energize the demolition beams." Light poured out of the hatchways. "I don't know," said the voice on the PA. "Apathetic bloody planet. I've no sympathy at all." It cut off. There was a terrible, ghastly silence. There was a terrible, ghastly noise. There was a terrible, ghastly silence. The Vogon constructor fleet coasted away into the inky, starry void. Chapter 4. Far away, on the opposite spiral arm of the galaxy, 500,000 light years from the star Sol, Zaphod Beeblebrox, president of the Imperial Galactic Government, sped across the seas of Damagran, his ion drive delta boat winking and flashing in the Damagran sun. Damagran the hot, Damagran the remote, Damagran the almost totally unheard of. Damagran, secret home of the heart of gold. The boat sped on across the water. It would be some time before it reached its destination because Damagran is such an inconveniently arranged planet. It consists of nothing but middling to large desert islands separated by very pretty but annoyingly wide stretches of ocean. The boat sped on. Because of this topographical awkwardness, Damagran has always remained a deserted planet. This is why the Imperial Galactic Government chose Damagran for the Heart of Gold project, because it was so deserted and the Heart of Gold project was so secret. The boat zipped and skipped across the sea that lay between the main islands of the only archipelago of any useful size on the whole planet. Zaphod Beeblebrox was on his way from the tiny spaceport on Easter Island. The name was an entirely meaningless coincidence. In galactic speak, Easter means small, flat, and light brown. To the Heart of Gold Island, which by another meaningless coincidence was called France. One of the side effects of work on the Heart of Gold was a whole string of pretty meaningless coincidences. But it was not in any way a coincidence that today, the day of culmination completion of the project, the great day of unveiling, the day that the heart of gold was finally to be introduced to a marveling galaxy, was also a great day of culmination for Zaphod Beeblebrox. It was for the sake of this day that he had first decided to run for the presidency, a decision that had sent shockwaves of astonishment throughout the Imperial Galaxy. Zaphod Beeblebrox, president. Not the Zaphod Beeblebrox, not the president. Many had seen it as clinching proof that the whole of known creation had finally gone bananas. Zaphod grinned and gave the boat an extra kick of speed. Zaphod Beeblebrox, adventurer, ex-hippie, good timer, crook, quite possibly, manic self-publicist, terribly bad at personal relationships, often thought to be completely out to lunch. President? No one had gone bananas, not in that way at least. Only 6 people in the entire galaxy understood the principle on which the galaxy was governed, and they knew that once Zaphod Beeblebrox had announced his intention to run as president, he was more or less
Oh
a
my
fait
God.
accompli. He was ideal presidency fodder. President. The full title is President of the Imperial Galactic Government. The term imperial is kept, though it is now an anachronism. The hereditary emperor is nearly dead, and has been for many centuries. In the last moments of his dying coma, he was locked in a stasis field, which keeps him in a state of perpetual unchangingness. All his heirs are now long dead, and this means that without any drastic political upheaval, power has simply and effectively moved a rung or two down the ladder, and is now seen to be vested in a body that used to act simply as advisors to the emperor, an elected governmental assembly headed by a president elected by that assembly. In fact, it vests in no such place. The president in particular is very much a figurehead. He wields no real power whatsoever. He is apparently chosen by the government, but the qualities he is required to display are not those of leadership, but those of finely judged outrage. For this reason, the president is
What?
always a controversial choice, always an infuriating but fascinating character. His job is not to wield power, but to draw attention away from it. On those criteria, Zaphod Beeblebrox is one of the most successful presidents the galaxy has ever had. He's already spent 2 of his 10 presidential years in prison for fraud. Very, very few people realize that the president and the government
Oh my
have virtually
God.
no power at all. Of those few people, only 6 know whence ultimate political
Oh
power
my
is
God.
Most of the others secretly believe that the ultimate decision-making process is handled by a computer.
I want to hear that again.
Be more wrong.
Jesus Christ.
What's 10 government? But the qualities he is required to display are not those of leadership, but those of finely judged outrage. For this reason, the president is always a controversial choice, always an infuriating but fascinating character. His job is not to wield power, but to draw attention away from it. On those criteria, Zaphod Beeblebrox is one of the most successful presidents the galaxy has ever had. He's already spent 2 of his 10 presidential years in prison for fraud.
Oh my God.
Very, very few people realize that the president and the government have virtually no power at all. And of those few people, only 6 know whence ultimate political power is wielded. Most of the others secretly believe that the ultimate decision-making process is handled by a computer. They couldn't be more wrong. What they completely failed to understand was why Zaphod was doing it. He backed sharply, shooting a wild wall of water at the sun. Today was the day. Today was the day when they would realize what Zaphod had been up to. Today was what Zaphod Beeblebrox's presidency was all about. Today was also his 200th birthday, but that was just another meaningless coincidence. relaxed and spread his two arms lazily along the seat back. He steered with an extra arm he'd recently had fitted just beneath his right one to help improve his ski boxing. Hey, he cooed to himself. You're a real cool boy, you. But his nerves sang a song shriller than a dog whistle. The island of France was about 20 miles long, 5 miles across the middle, sandy and crescent-shaped. In fact, it seemed to exist not so much as an island in its own right, as simply a means of defining the sweep and curve of a huge bay. This impression was heightened by the fact that the inner coastline of the crescent consisted almost entirely of steep cliffs. From the top of the cliff, the land sloped slowly down 5 miles to the opposite shore. On top of the cliffs stood a reception committee. It consisted in large part of the engineers and researchers who had built the Heart of Gold. Mostly humanoid, but here and there were a few reptiloid atomineers, 2 or 3 green sylph-like maxi-megalacticians, an octopodic physioculturist or 2, and a hula-voo. A hula-voo is a super-intelligent shade of the color blue. All except the hula-voo were resplendent in their multicolored ceremonial lab coats. The hula-voo had been temporarily refracted into a freestanding prism for the occasion. There was a mood of immense excitement thrilling through all of them. Together and between them, they had gone to and beyond the furthest limits of physical laws, restructured the fundamental fabric of
It's
matter,
bedtime,
strained,
Neo.
twisted,
Oh my god,
broken the
Trimp,
laws of
I'm
possibility
yawning
and
so much.
impossibility, but still
I
the
know,
greatest
man.
excitement of all seemed to be to meet a man with an orange sash round his neck. An
Yawning
orange sash
so
was what the
much.
president of the galaxy traditionally wore. It might not even have made much difference to them if they'd known exactly how much power the president of the galaxy actually wielded. None at all. Only 6 people in the galaxy knew that the job of the galactic president was not to wield power, but to attract attention away from it. Zaphod Beeblebrox was amazingly good at his job. The crowd gasped, dazzled by sun and seamanship, as the presidential speedboat zipped round the headland into the bay. It flashed and shone as it came skating over the sea in wide, skidding turns. In fact, it didn't need to touch the water at all, because it was supported on a hazy cushion of ionized atoms. But just for effect, it was fitted with thin fin blades which could be lowered into the water. They slashed sheets of water hissing into the air, carved deep gashes in the sea, which swayed crazily and sank back foaming in the boat's wake as it careered across the bay. Zaphod loved effect. It was what he was best at. He twisted the wheel sharply, the boat skidded round in a wild, scything skid beneath the cliff face, and dropped to rest lightly on the rocking waves. Within seconds, he ran out onto the deck and waved and grinned at over 3 billion people. The 3 billion people weren't actually there, but they watched his every gesture through the eyes of a small robot Tri-D camera, which hovered obsequiously in the air nearby. The antics of the president always made amazingly popular Tri-D. That's what they were for. He grinned again. 3,000,006,000 people didn't know it, but today would be a bigger antic than anyone had bargained for. The robot camera homed in for a close-up on the more popular of his 2 heads, and he waved again. He was roughly humanoid in appearance, except for the extra head and 3rd arm. His fair, tousled hair stuck out in random directions. His blue eyes glinted with something completely unidentifiable, and his chins were almost always unshaven. A 20-foot-high transparent globe floated next to his boat, rolling and bobbing, glistening in the brilliant sun. Inside it floated a wide semicircular sofa, upholstered in glorious red leather. The more the globe bobbed and rolled, the more the sofa stayed perfectly still, steady as an upholstered rock. Again, all done for effect as much as anything. Zaphod stepped through the relaxed on the sofa. He spread his two arms along the back, and with the third, brushed some dust off his knee. His head looked about, smiling. He put his feet up. At any moment, he thought, he might scream. Water boiled up beneath the bubble. It seethed and spouted. The bubble surged into the air, bobbing and rolling on the water spout. Up, up it climbed, throwing stilts of light at the cliff. Up it surged on the jet, the water falling from beneath it, crashing back into the sea hundreds of feet below. Zaphod smiled, picturing himself. A thoroughly ridiculous form of transport, but a thoroughly beautiful one. At the top of the cliff, the globe wavered for a moment, tipped onto a railed ramp, rolled down it to a small concave platform, and riddled to a halt. To tremendous applause, Zaphod Beeblebrox stepped out of the bubble, his orange sash blazing in the light. The President of the Galaxy had arrived. He waited for the applause to die down, then raised his hand in greeting. "Hi," he said. A government spider sidled up to him and attempted to press a copy of his prepared speech into his hands. Pages 3 to 7 of the original version were at the moment floating soggily on the Damagran Sea some 5 miles out from the bay. Pages 1 and 2 had been salvaged by a Damagran frond-crested eagle and had already become incorporated into an extraordinary new form of nest which the eagle had invented. It was constructed largely of papier-mâché, and it was virtually impossible for a newly hatched baby eagle to break out of it. The Damagran frond-crested eagle had heard of the notion of survival of the species, but wanted no truck with it. Zaphod Beeblebrox would not be needing his set speech, and he gently deflected the one being offered him by the spider. "Hi," he said again. Everyone beamed at him, or at least nearly everyone. He singled out Trillian from the crowd. Trillian was a girl that Zaphod had picked up recently while visiting a planet, just for fun, incognito. She was slim, darkish, humanoid, with long waves of black hair, a full mouth, an odd little knob of a nose, and ridiculously brown eyes. With her red headscarf knotted in that particular way, and her long, flowing, silky brown dress, she looked vaguely Arabic. Not that anyone there had ever heard of an Arab, of course. The Arabs had very recently ceased to exist. And even when they had existed, they were 500,000 light years from Damagran. Trillian wasn't anybody in particular, or so Zaphod claimed. She just went around with him rather a lot and told him what she thought of him. "Hi, honey," he said to her. She flashed him a quick, tight smile and looked away. Then she looked back for a moment and smiled more warmly. But by this time, he was looking at something else. "Hi," he said to a small knot of creatures from the press who were standing nearby, wishing that he would stop saying hi.
Yeah, I know, right? It's weird. It's like, I'd say 90% of the time, there's never a zombie, and then I think just depending on spawn, they have a chance of coming back the other way. They'll like spawn somewhere in the middle, and then they'll run the other way to you.
Decided that the president was clearly not in a mood to read the deliciously turned speech
Very
that had
strange.
been written for him, and had flipped the switch on the remote control device in his pocket.
But it's very rare,
In front of them,
and even more rare, they're multiple spawn.
dome that bulged against the sky, cracked down the middle, split, and slowly folded itself down into the ground. Everyone gasped, although they had known perfectly well it was going to do that.
Yeah, I think so.
Because they'd built it that way.
Maybe it's that.
Beneath it lay
The most I've seen is 4, and most of the time it's just 1.
150 meters long,
know.
shaped like a sleek running shoe, perfectly white and mind-bogglingly beautiful. At the heart of it, unseen,
See, like that's, I don't know where he comes from.
which carried within it the most brain-wrenching device ever conceived. A device that made this starship unique in the history of the galaxy. A device after which the said it again because he knew it would annoy the press. Wow. The crowd turned their faces back toward him expectantly. He winked at Trillian, who raised her eyebrows and widened her eyes at him. She knew
Bleedouts,
what he was
maybe?
about to say and thought him a terrible show.
I know, right?
That
Like, I actually
is
don't know
really
what's causing it.
amazing, he said. That really
Because, yeah,
is
most of the time,
truly amazing.
when they do come back, they'll come through the
amazing.
kitchen, and
I
they'll be
think
about
I'd
right
like to
here
steal it.
when I enter the kitchen.
A marvelous presidential
And then,
work.
like,
Absolutely
even more rarely, yeah, they'll
The
be, like,
crowd
near
laughed
the double tap.
appreciatively. The newsmen
So I have no idea.
carefully punched buttons on their sub-ether newsmatics, and the president
I
grinned.
doubt it's a bleed out, but
As he
maybe.
grinned, his heart screamed unbearably, and he fingered the small paralyzomatic bomb that nestled quietly in his pocket. Finally, he could bear it no more. He lifted his heads up to the sky, let out a wild whoop in major thirds, threw the bomb to the ground, and ran forward through the sea of suddenly frozen, beaming smiles. Chapter 5. Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz was not a pleasant sight, even for other Vogons. His highly domed nose rose high above a small, piggy forehead. His dark green, rubbery skin was thick enough for him to play the game of Vogon civil service politics and play it well, and waterproof enough for him to survive indefinitely at sea depths of down to 1,000 feet with no ill effects. Not that he ever went swimming, of course. His busy schedule would not allow it. He was the way he was because billions of years ago, when the Vogons had first crawled out of the sluggish primeval seas of Vogsphere and had lain
Nice.
panting and heaving on the planet's virgin shores, when the first rays of the bright young Voxol sun had shone across them that morning, it was as
Well,
if
I
the
will
forces
say,
of evolution
bleed outs
had
could be
simply
possible
given
because
up on them
I
there
think
and
the
then
lap
and
itself
turned aside in
takes, like,
disgust
almost
and
exactly
written them
60
off
seconds.
as an ugly and
The SPH
unfortunate
70
mistake.
because I don't think I kill every
They
zombie,
never
but
evolved again. They should never have
could be
survived.
possible that they backtrack,
The fact
and then
that
it's
they
like a
did
perfect 30
is some
second
kind of tribute
bleed out,
to the
whatever.
thick-willed, slug-brained stubbornness of these creatures. Evolution, they said to themselves. Who needs it? And what nature refused to do for them, they simply did without, until such time as they were able to rectify the gross anatomical inconveniences with surgery. Meanwhile, the natural forces on the planet Vogsphere had been working overtime to make up for their earlier blunder. They brought forth scintillating jeweled scuttling crabs, which the Vogons ate, smashing their shells with iron mallets. Tall, aspiring trees of breathtaking slenderness and colour, which the Vogons cut down and burned the crab meat with. Elegant gazelle-like creatures with
Starting a
silken
trap lag.
coats and dewy eyes, which the Vogons would catch and sit on. They were no use as transport because their backs would snap instantly, but the Vogons sat on them anyway. Thus the planet Vogsphere whiled away the unhappy millennia until the Vogons suddenly discovered the principles of interstellar travel. Within a few short Vog years, every last Vogon had migrated to the Megabrantis cluster, the political hub of the galaxy, and now formed the immensely powerful backbone of the galactic civil service. They've attempted to acquire learning, they've attempted to acquire style and social graces, but in most respects, the modern Vogon is little different from his primitive forebears. Every year, they import 27,000 scintillating jeweled scuttling crabs from their native planet and while away a happy drunken night, smashing them to bits with iron mallets. Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz was a fairly typical Vogon in that he was thoroughly vile. Also, he did not like hitchhikers. Somewhere in a small, dark cabin, buried deep in the intestines of Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz's flagship, a small match flared nervously. The owner of the match was communities on Beetlejuice 7. Ford's father was the only man on the entire planet to survive the Great Collapsing Harun disaster, by an extraordinary coincidence that he was never able satisfactorily to explain. The whole episode is shrouded in deep mystery. In fact, no one ever knew what a Harun was, nor why it had chosen to collapse on Beetlejuice 7 particularly. Ford's father, magnanimously waving aside the clouds of suspicion that had inevitably settled around him, came to live on Beetlejuice 5, where he both fathered and uncled Ford. In memory of his now dead race, he christened him in the ancient Praxi Beetle tongue. Because Ford never learned to say his original name, his father eventually died of shame, which is still a terminal disease in some parts of the galaxy.
Died of shame.
The other kids at school nicknamed him Ix, which in the language of Beetlejuice 5 translates as boy who is not able satisfactorily to explain what a Harun is, nor why it should choose to collapse on Beetlejuice 7. Ford looked about the cabin, but could see very little. Strange, monstrous shadows loomed and leaped with the tiny flickering flame, but all was quiet. He breathed a silent thank you to the Dentrassi. The Dentrassi are an unruly tribe of Gormons, a wild but pleasant bunch whom the Vogons had recently taken to employing as catering staff on their long-haul fleets, on the strict understanding that they keep themselves very much to themselves. This suited the Dentrassi fine, because they loved Vogon money, which is one of the hardest currencies in space, but loathed the Vogons themselves. The only sort of Vogon a Dentrassi liked to see was an annoyed Vogon. It was because of this tiny piece of information that Ford Prefect was now not a whiff of hydrogen, ozone, and carbon monoxide. He heard a slight... By the light of the match, he saw a heavy shape moving slightly on the floor. Quickly, he shook the match out, reached in his pocket, found what he was looking for, and took it out. He ripped it open and shook it. He crouched on the floor. The shape moved again. Ford Prefect said, I bought some peanuts. Arthur Dent moved and groaned again, muttering incoherently. Here, have some, urged Ford, shaking the packet again. If you've never been through a matter transference beam before, you've probably lost some salt and protein. The beer you had should have cushioned your system a bit. Said Arthur Dent. He opened his eyes. It's dark, he said. Yes, said Ford Prefect. It's dark. No light, said Arthur Dent. Dark. No light. One of the things Ford Prefect had always found hardest to understand about humans was their habit of continually stating and repeating the very, very obvious, as in, it's a nice day, or you're very tall. Oh dear, you seem to have fallen down a 30-foot well. Are you all right? At first, Ford had formed a theory to account for this strange behavior. If human beings don't keep exercising their lips, he thought, their mouths probably seize up. After a few months' consideration and observation, he abandoned this theory in favor of a new one. If they don't keep on exercising their lips, he thought, their brains start working. After a while, he abandoned this one as well, as being obstructively cynical, and decided he quite liked human beings after all. But he always remained desperately worried about the terrible number of things they didn't know about. Yes, he agreed with Arthur. Light. He helped Arthur to some peanuts. How do you feel? He asked him. Like a military academy, said Arthur. Bits of me keep on passing out. Ford stared at him blankly in the darkness. If I asked you where the hell we were, said Arthur weakly, would I regret it? Ford stood up. We're safe, he said. Oh, good, said Arthur. We're in a small galley cabin, said one of the spaceships of the Vogon constructor fleet. Ah, said Arthur. This is obviously some strange usage of the word safe that I wasn't previously aware of. Ford struck another match to help him search for a light switch. Monstrous shadows leaped and loomed again. Arthur struggled to his feet and hugged himself apprehensively. Hideous alien shapes seemed to throng about him. The air was thick with musty smells which sidled into his lungs without identifying themselves, and a low, irritating hum kept his brain from focusing. How did we get here? He asked, shivering slightly. We hitched a lift, said Ford. Excuse me, said Arthur. Are you trying to tell me that we just stuck out our thumbs and some green bug-eyed monster stuck his head out and said, "Hi, fellas, hop right in. I can take you as far as the Basingstoke roundabout"? Well, said Ford, the thumb's an electronic sub-ether signaling device. The roundabout's at Barnard Star, 6 light years away, but otherwise that's more or less right. And the bug-eyed monster is green, yes? Fine, said Arthur. When can I go home? You can't, said Ford Prefect, and found the light switch. Shade your eyes, he said, and turned it on. Even Ford was surprised. Good grief, said Arthur. Is this really the interior of a flying saucer? Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz heaved his unpleasant green body round the control bridge. He always felt vaguely irritable after demolishing populated planets. He wished that someone would come and tell him that it was all wrong, so that he could shout at them and feel better. He flopped as heavily as he could onto his control seat in the hope that it would break and give him something to be genuinely angry about, but it only gave a complaining sort of creak. Go away, he shouted at a young Vogon guard who entered the bridge at that moment. The guard vanished immediately, feeling rather relieved. He was glad it wouldn't now be him who delivered the report they'd just received. The report was an official release which said that a wonderful new form of spaceship drive was at this moment being unveiled at a government research base on Damagran, which would henceforth make all hyperspatial express routes unnecessary. But this time the Vogon captain didn't shout because it was the door from the galley
That's so
where
funny.
the Tracy prepared his meals. Would be most welcome. A huge furry creature bounded through the door with his lunch tray. It was grinning like a maniac. Prostetnik Vogon Jeltz was delighted. He knew that when a Dentrassi looked that pleased with itself, there was something going on somewhere on the ship that he could get very angry indeed about. Ford and Arthur stared around them. Well, what do you think? Said Ford. It's a bit squalid, isn't it? Ford frowned at the grubby mattresses, unwashed cups, and unidentifiable bits of smelly alien underwear that lay around the cramped cabin. Well, this is a working ship, you see, said Ford. These are the Dentrassi's sleeping quarters. I thought you said they were called Vogons or something. Yes, said Ford. The Vogons run the ship. The Dentrassis are the cooks. They let us on board. I'm confused, said Arthur. Here, have a look at this, said Ford. He sat down on one of the mattresses and rummaged about in his satchel. Arthur prodded the mattress nervously and then sat on it himself. In fact, he had very little to be nervous about, because all mattresses grown in the swamps of Squanchulus Zeta are very thoroughly killed and dried before being put to service. Very few have ever come to life again. Ford handed the book to Arthur. What is it? Asked Arthur. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's a sort of electronic book. It tells you everything you need to know about anything. That's its job. Arthur turned it over nervously in his hands. I like the cover, he said. Don't panic. It's said to me all day. I'll show you how it works, said Ford. He snatched it from Arthur, who was still holding it as if it were a 2-week dead lark, and pulled it out of its cover. You press this button here, you see, and the screen lights up, giving you the index. A screen about 3 inches by 4 lit up, and characters began to flicker across the surface. You want to know about Vogons? So I entered that name, so. His fingers tapped some more keys. And there we are. But Vogon constructor fleets flared in green across the screen.
That was a good yawn.
Ford pressed a large red button at the bottom of the screen, and words began to undulate across it. At the same time, the book began to speak the entry as well, in a still, quiet, measured voice. This is what the book said. Vogon constructor fleets. Here is what to do if you want to get a lift from a Vogon. Forget it. They are one of the most unpleasant races in the galaxy. Not actually evil, but bad-tempered, bureaucratic, officious, and callous. They wouldn't even lift a finger to save their own grandmothers from the ravenous bug-bladder beast of Traal without orders, signed in triplicate, sent in, sent back, queried, lost, found, subjected to public inquiry, lost again, and finally buried in soft peat for 3 months and recycled as firelighters. The best way to get a drink out of a Vogon is to stick your finger down his throat, and the best way to irritate him is to feed his grandmother to the ravenous bug-bladder beast of Traal. On no account allow a Vogon to read poetry at you. Arthur blinked at it. What a strange book. How did we get a lift then? That's the point. It's out of date now, said Ford, sliding the book back into its cover. I'm doing the field research for the new revised edition, and one of the things I'll have to do is include a bit about how the Vogons now employ Dentrassi cooks, which gives us a rather useful little loophole. A pained expression crossed Arthur's face. But who are the Dentrassi? He said. Great guys, said Ford. They're the best cooks and the best drink mixers, and they don't give a wet slap about anything else. And they'll always help hitchhikers aboard, partly because they like the company, but mostly because it annoys the Vogons, which is exactly the sort of thing you need to know if you're an impoverished hitchhiker trying to see the marvels of the universe for less than 30 Altarian dollars a day. And that's my job. Fun, isn't it? Arthur looked lost. It's amazing, he said, and frowned at one of the other mattresses. Unfortunately, I got stuck on the Earth for rather longer than I intended, said Ford. I came for a week and got stuck for 15 years. But how did you get there in the first place, then? Easy. I got a lift with a teaser. A teaser? Yeah.
Oh, man.
What is a teaser? Teasers are usually rich kids with nothing to do. They cruise around looking for planets that haven't made interstellar contact yet and buzz them. Buzz them? Arthur began to feel that Ford was enjoying making life difficult for him. Yeah, said Ford. They buzz them. They find some isolated spot with very few people around, then land right by some poor unsuspecting soul whom no one's ever going to believe, and then strut up and down in front of him wearing silly antennas on their head and making beep beep noises. Rather childish, really. Ford leaned back on the mattress with his hands behind his head and looked infuriatingly pleased with himself. Ford, insisted Arthur, I don't know if this sounds like a silly question, but what am I doing here? Well, you know that, said Ford. I rescued you from the Earth. And what's happened to the Earth? Ah, it's been demolished. Has it? Said Arthur levelly. Yes, it just boiled away into space. Look, said Arthur, I'm a bit upset about that. Ford frowned to himself and seemed to roll the thought around his mind. Yes, I can understand that, he said at last. Understand that? Shouted Arthur. Understand that? Ford sprang up. Keep looking asked urgently. What? Don't panic. I'm not panicking. Yes, you are. Right, so I'm panicking. What else is there to do? You just come along with me and have a good time. The galaxy's a fun place. You'll need to have this fish in your ear. I beg your pardon? Asked Arthur, rather politely, he thought. Ford was holding up a small glass jar, which quite clearly had a small yellow fish wriggling around in it. Arthur blinked at him. He wished there was something simple and recognizable he could grasp hold of. He would have felt safe if, alongside the Dentras's underwear, the piles of Scorcher's mattresses, and the man from Beetlejuice holding up a small yellow fish and offering to put it in his ear, he had been able to see just a small packet of cornflakes. But he couldn't, and he didn't feel safe. Suddenly, a violent noise leaped at them from no source that he could identify. He gasped in terror at what sounded like a man trying to gargle while fighting off a pack of wolves. Shh, said Ford. Listen, it might be important. Important? It's the Vogon captain making an announcement on the tannoy. You mean that's how the Vogons talk? Listen. But I can't speak Vogon. You don't need to. Just put this fish in your ear. Ford, with a lightning movement, clapped his hand to Arthur's ear, and he had the sudden, sickening sensation of the fish slithering deep into his oral tract. Gasping with horror, he scrabbled at his ear for a second or so, but then slowly turned, goggle-eyed with wonder. He was experiencing the oral equivalent of looking at a picture of two black silhouetted faces and suddenly seeing it as a picture of a white candlestick, or of looking at a lot of coloured dots on a piece of paper which suddenly resolve themselves into the figure 6 and mean that your optician is going to charge you a lot of money for a new pair of glasses. He was still listening to the howling gargles, he knew that. Only now, it had somehow taken on the semblance of perfectly straightforward English. This is what he heard. Chapter 6. Howl, howl, gurgle, 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 howl, 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 gurgle, 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 howl, slurp, slurp, howl, 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 should have a good time. Message repeats. This is your captain speaking, so stop whatever you're doing and pay attention. First of all, I see from our instruments that we have a couple of hitchhikers aboard. Hello, wherever you are. I just want to make it totally clear that you are not at all welcome. I worked hard to get where I am today, and I didn't become captain of a Vogon constructor ship simply so I could turn it into a taxi service for a load of degenerate freeloaders. I have sent out a search party, and as soon as they find you, I will put you off the ship. If you're very lucky, I might read you some of my poetry first. Secondly, we are about to jump into hyperspace for the journey to Barnard's star. On arrival, we will stay in dock for a 72-hour refit, and no one's to leave the ship during that time. I repeat, all planet leave is cancelled. I've just had an unhappy love affair, so I don't see why anybody else should have a good time. Message ends. The noise stopped. Arthur discovered to his embarrassment that he was lying curled up in a small ball on the floor with his arms wrapped round his head. He smiled weakly. Charming man, he said. I wish I had a daughter so I could forbid her to marry one. You wouldn't need to, said Ford. They've got as much sex appeal as a road accident. No, don't move, he added, as Arthur began to uncurl himself. You'd better be prepared for the jump into hyperspace. It's unpleasantly like being drunk. What's so unpleasant about being drunk? You ask a glass of water. Arthur thought about this. Ford, he said. Yeah? tossed over The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and then curled himself up into a fetal ball to prepare himself for the jump. At that moment, the bottom fell out of Arthur's mind. His eyes turned inside out. His feet began to leak out of the top of his head. The room folded flat around him, spun around, shifted out of existence, and left him sliding into his own navel. They were passing through hyperspace. The Babel fish, said The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy quietly, is small, yellow, and leech-like, and probably the oddest thing in the universe. It feeds on brainwave energy received not from its own carrier, but from those around it. It absorbs all unconscious mental frequencies from this brainwave energy to nourish itself. It then excretes into the mind of its carrier a telepathic matrix formed by combining the conscious thought frequencies with nerve signals picked up from the speech centers of the brain which has supplied them. The practical upshot of all this is that if you stick a babelfish in your ear, you can instantly understand anything said to you in any form of language. The speech patterns you actually hear decode the brainwave matrix which has been fed into your mind by your babelfish. Now, it is such a bizarrely improbable coincidence that anything so mind-bogglingly useful could have evolved purely by chance
Yeah.
that some thinkers have chosen to see it as a final and clinching proof of the non-existence of God. The argument goes something like this. I refuse to prove that I exist, says God, for proof denies faith, and without faith I am nothing. But, says man, the babelfish is a dead giveaway, isn't it? It could not have evolved by chance. It proves you exist, and so therefore, by your own arguments, you don't. QED. Oh dear, says God.
QED.
I hadn't
Oh,
thought of
that's
that,
funny.
and promptly vanishes in a puff of logic. Oh, that was easy, says man, and for an encore goes on to prove that black is white, and gets himself killed on the next pedestrian crossing. Most leading theologians claim that this argument is a load of dingo's kidneys, but that didn't stop Ulon Kalufin making a small fortune when he used it as the central theme of his best-selling book, Well, That About Wraps It Up for God. Meanwhile, the poor babelfish, by effectively removing all barriers to communication between different races and cultures, has caused more and bloodier wars than anything else in the history of creation. Arthur let out a low groan. He was horrified to discover that the kick through hyperspace hadn't killed him. He was now 6 light years from the place that the Earth would have been if it still existed. The Earth. Visions of it swam sickeningly through his nauseated mind. There was no way his imagination could feel the impact of the whole Earth having gone. It was too big. He prodded his feelings by thinking that his parents and his sister had gone. No reaction. He thought of all the people he had been close to. No reaction. Then he thought of a complete stranger he had been standing behind in the queue at the supermarket 2 days before, and felt a sudden stab. The supermarket was gone. Everyone in it was gone. Nelson's column had gone. Nelson's column had gone, and there would be no outcry, because there was no one left to make an outcry. From now on, Nelson's column only existed in his mind. England only existed in his mind. His mind, stuck here in this dank, smelly, steel-lined spaceship. A wave of claustrophobia closed in on him. England no longer existed. It got that.
It's
Somehow
so
it got it.
early.
He tried again.
I feel like I
America,
have to
he
sleep
thought,
soon.
was gone. He couldn't grasp it. He decided to start smaller again. New York has gone. No reaction. He'd never seriously believed it existed anyway. The dollar, he thought, has sunk forever. Slight tremor there. Every Bogart movie has been wiped, he said to himself, and that gave him a nasty knock. such thing as a McDonald's hamburger. He passed out. When he came round a second later, he found he was sobbing for his mother. He jerked himself violently to his feet. Ford? Ford looked up from where he was sitting in a corner, humming to himself. He always found the actual travelling through space part of space travel rather trying. Yeah, he said. If you're a researcher on this book thing and you were on Earth, you must have been gathering material on it. Well, I was able to extend the original entry a bit, yes. Let me see what it says in this edition, then. I've got to see it. Yeah, okay. He passed it over again. Arthur grabbed hold of it and tried to stop his hands shaking. He pressed the entry for the relevant page. The screen flashed and swirled and resolved into a page of print. Arthur stared at it. It doesn't have an entry, he burst out. Ford looked over his shoulder. Yes, it does, he said. Down there. See, at the bottom of the screen. Just above Eccentrica Galumbits, the triple-breasted whore of Eroticon 6. Arthur followed Ford's finger and saw where it was pointing. For a moment it still didn't register. Then his mind nearly blew up. What? Harmless? Is that all it's got to say? Harmless? One word? Ford shrugged. Well, there are 100 billion stars in the galaxy and only a limited amount of space in the book's microprocessors, he said. And no one knew much about the Earth, of course. But for God's sake, I hope you managed to rectify that a bit. Oh, yes, well, I managed to transmit a new entry off to the editor. He had to trim it a bit, but it's still an improvement. And what does it say now? Asked Arthur. Mostly harmless, admitted Ford with a slightly embarrassed cough. Mostly harmless? Shouted Arthur. What was that noise? Hissed Ford. It was me shouting, shouted Arthur. No, shut up, said Ford. I think we're in trouble. You think we're in trouble? Outside the door were the clear sounds of marching footsteps. The Dentresi, whispered Arthur. No, those are steel-tipped boots, said Ford. There was a sharp, ringing rap on the door. Said Arthur. Well, said Ford, if we're lucky, it's just the Vogons come to throw us into space. And if we're unlucky? If we're unlucky, said Ford grimly, the captain might be serious in his threat that he's